Hello, everyone. So, of course, when we go live, there are always technical issues. And so I have been having technical issues with my camera. But you know what? That is not going to stop this. And so I am just making sure that everything is going well. But welcome, welcome, welcome to the Ultimate Filmmakers Telethon. I am super, super excited that you are here with me. I am just double checking everything because I am a one man band today, and I'm not sure that Instagram is working great, but that's okay. It is all right. I am not going to worry about it. You know what I mean? It's going to be all right. But if you don't know me, I am Londi Maduro. I am a writer, director, and producer based in Southern California. And I have a nonprofit called Women of Color Filmmakers, where we garner skill building and networking to women of color who are pursuing careers in film and television. And I also am the founder of Blue Child Academy, where I teach filmmaking and we do educational programs because I really want to see filmmakers win and elevate their careers. And I am also the author of the Ultimate Feature Film Production Planner, which is what this is for today. We are doing a telethon to really launch this book, the Ultimate Feature Film Production Planner, because we really want to get it into the hands of as many filmmakers as possible so that they can elevate their careers in 2026. Like, that is my dream and my goal. I want to see filmmakers win. So I am sorry that it is like over bright behind me. Unfortunately, like I said, I was having camera issues, which is why I started a little late. For whatever reason, my webcam just decided it didn't want to work today. But you know what? That ain't gonna stop this show. We are going to get into it. And I have so many awesome guests that are coming on today. I cannot wait for you to hear some of the amazing things that they are going to share with you, that's going to get you motivated and excited about your craft of filmmaking and help next level the things that you have going on. You know, it is so important that we stay on top of understanding techniques and skills to build and hone our craft, right? That is super important. And so my goal today is to leave you with information that will set you up for success and to get you excited again about our book, The Ultimate Feature Film Production Planner. I keep calling it a book, but it really is a planner. And so I want to share with you a little bit about the planner so you can see how it can help elevate your career and what you can learn from it. Okay. So I'm going to share my screen in just a second. I just want to check and make sure, because like I said, I was having technical difficulties earlier. For whatever reason, I could not get my camera to work. And so I just gave up and had to go with my laptop camera, which doesn't look as pretty. But like I said, this is how you know that we're live. This is how lives work, right? We are not going to let this stop the show. All right. So I want to share my screen a little bit. So because I want you to see just the dynamics of the planner and why it's such a big deal and why we're doing this telethon. Because again, our goal is to get the planner in the hands of more than 2,000 students. So if you're just joining us, make sure you share this with your filmmaking friends. Again, we were having issues this morning with Instagram and with my camera. Sorry that I look overexposed behind me. I could not get my webcam to work to save my life, of course. Works fine every other day, but today it would not work. But that's okay. We're still here. But start to share with people about the telethon, because again, I couldn't get the Instagram. The Instagram was being weird. But we are here, and some of our guests are going to be joining us shortly. But again, so I was talking about the planner. So the planner, the Ultimate Feature Film Production Planner, is an awesome tool that can really help you elevate your career and elevate and help you stay on track with your filming when you are making a movie or anything like that. Sorry, I am getting ready to share my screen, and clearly talking and doing this at the same time is not my strong suit. All right. So I want you to check this out so you can see why we're doing this and why the planner is so amazing as we get ready for our first guest. So this is the feature film production planner. This is the digital. So the planner is available both digital and in paperback. And wait, hold on. I see, what am I seeing here? No problem just yet. Just Okay. Perfect. Thank you so much, Wynette. All right. So the planner, this is the digital copy of the planner. And like I mentioned, the planner is available both digitally and in paperback. But I want you to see some of the functionality of the planner so you can see how it can help you as you are working on your film projects, or really help you start to understand the business side of filmmaking. So some of you who know me, I teach a lot about the business side of filmmaking because the industry is changing so much that if you don't start understanding some of these concepts, you will be left in the dust, right? AI is definitely changing the way we work as filmmakers. It's changing the way we work in the world, period, but it is definitely affecting how we work as filmmakers. And so, as filmmakers, you have to find new and innovative ways to elevate your career. And so, the planner will help you do that. Not only does it focus a lot on the business side of filmmaking, but it also helps you organize everything for production, from pre-production, production and post, and even marketing and distribution. So this again is the digital planner. It comes digital and paperback. And just so you can see, of course, it has this little fun little write your name in here thing. But there are tabs, and these tabs kind of help you get to the important sections. And we start with the timeline, right? So the timeline, basically, I break down in this timeline the whole what you need to make a feature film in 12 months, everything that you need to do in order to do that, right? So it breaks it down into setting up your legal, because if you're seeking investors for a feature film, you have to make sure that you have your business in order, especially if you're asking for thousands of dollars, or some of you may be wanting like $4 million, $5 million. No one's going to give you that money just to put in your personal account, right? So you have to have a business account set up specifically for that film. And then you should have a business account set up for your production company. So that way, when they give you the money, people need to be able to have access to your account for the film, right? So if you're getting an investor, they're going to want that kind of information. So the timeline kind of helps you with when you should be doing these things. So for the first 3 months, you're setting up your legal, doing your business plan, putting together your pitch deck, and doing preliminary marketing. I call all this the pre-pre. It's the pre-production before the actual pre-production. So if you notice, for the first 3 months, you're just setting up your business, right? Ancillary products, seeking funding opportunities, all that good stuff. And you don't start getting into pre-production until the second quarter, or the second 3 months, right? Which is when you start pre-production. So at the beginning of the planner is this awesome timeline goals that help you to kind of figure out what you should be doing and when. So then as you go through the planner, then you have for each of the 3 month sections for each quarter, you have a little checklist where you can check off as you completed things. And so if you've done some of this already, it's great. You don't have to worry about it. You can just skip on to the next task. And then, of course, we have some fun little affirmations to keep you motivated. And then month 1, we kind of break down the to-do list for each thing that you should be setting up, setting yourself up for success. What is an executive summary? I break down how to make a business plan, and all the steps to do that are in this planner. So you see, the planner is more than just a planner. It's an actual workbook that will help you get organized. And of course, we have some fun little affirmations there, examples of an executive summary. So if you're trying to get film financing, and you pretty much need a business plan, they want to see how you've set up, or what your plans and goals are for marketing, distribution, and all of that, if you want to get money for your film. And so an executive summary is kind of like a one sheet, if you will, for your business plan. So you know how you need a one sheet if you're pitching your TV show or something like that, that kind of breaks down all the episodes. Well, an executive summary is a one sheet for your business plan. And so we have a section and a template for making one of those as well. Okay. And then you can schedule everything in your planner because it has a regular schedule, right? And then you can skip to at the end of the month, you have monthly reflections where you can kind of look at what you've accomplished that month, things that you still need to work on, things like that. And then you have an area to do your game plan and kind of map out what it is that you want to do for your film, right? If you're seeking sponsors, who's that dream sponsor? If there's production companies that you need to reach out to, potential investors, you can do all of that and kind of do some mind mapping. So you can easily, in the digital planner, skip to all these tabs. We have places for you to random doodle for people who like to doodle, right? And then also a place for free flow journaling. So if you need to talk about, oh my gosh, I hate this, oh my gosh, this is stressful, or oh my gosh, I'm stuck here, or whatever you need to do, the free flow section helps you just for journaling. Okay. And so each month there is a to-do list and things that can help you just stay on track. And again, the planner is available. This is a copy of the digital one. I just wanted you guys to kind of see what the digital planner looked like, but you can definitely also get it in paperback, right? So this is the paperback planner, right? Picture of me on the back, paperback planner. And for those of you who like pen and paper and just being able to really write things out, the paperback planner is great for that. And it will definitely help you. It's fun. I like paperback planner too. I like paper myself because it allows me to kind of write a little easier, but I know, that could be a generational thing. Some people prefer digital. So if you do get the digital planner, or if you're interested in the digital planner, you will need a note-taking app like GoodNotes or Notability to get the full functionality of clicking the tabs and all that good stuff. All right. And if you get the paperback planner, the tabs do not come with it. But I do feel like, you can definitely work in it, and it's amazing. I'm showing a little video now explaining like how you can work in it, but you can put those tabs. So you can order the tabs separately, and then you can put the actual tabs like you saw in the digital planner. You can put them on each section. You'll get instructions on how to do that. And that way you can easily flip to the sections in the planner, just like if you had the digital one and you were clicking on it. Okay. All right. So the purpose of today, on top of just giving you awesome, amazing information about filmmaking, is also to get this planner in the hands of a lot of awesome and amazing filmmakers like you. We want to see you elevate. I want to see you win. And in order to do that, you need the tools. You need the tools that will set you up for success. And that's what this planner does. It will set you up for success. And you definitely need to get it. So if you're interested in getting the planner, it should say, let me switch this so you can see. You can go to londymaduro.com /ultimate planner, like you see there on the screen at the bottom, and you can order your planner. Okay. Either digital or paperback. If you are ordering paperback, if you decide to order paperback, allow a few days for it to get to you, to ship to you. Right. So make sure, this is a great Christmas present. So make sure you allow some time, if you want it for Christmas, to get to you for Christmas. Don't be waiting to the last minute. I know how y'all like to wait to the last minute. Don't wait to the last minute. Make sure you get yours today, man. Let's see these numbers go up on these planners. All right. Get yours today. Because again, I want to see you win, and there's no reason why you shouldn't. And you need the tools in order for you to do that. Unfortunately, so many times filmmakers don't set themselves up for success, but I want to see you win, and I want to see you set yourself up for success. So make sure you order your planner today. Okay. Do not wait. Order it today. All right. So we'll be talking more about the planner later. But first, I'm excited to say I want to introduce our first guest, who is waiting backstage, the virtual stage. But our first guest is an amazing, talented casting director and producer. Her name is Leslie M. Green. Her company is RTSC Casting. Leslie is a veteran casting director and producer with over 2 decades of experience in film and television industry. Celebrated for her sharp eye for talent and her intuitive grasp of powerful storytelling, she has cast acclaimed projects for top-tier networks, studios, including Netflix, Amazon Prime, Lifetime, Sony, and BET. Expanding her creative reach, Leslie has also made a profound impact as a producer. Her most notable production was working with me on The Silent Killer prostate cancer in the African American community, which is a life changing documentary that delves into the culturally resonant and often overlooked issue of prostate cancer in the African American community. This powerful film not only amplifies underrepresented voices, but also serves as a catalyst for awareness, education, and change. With a rare blend of casting expertise and producing insight, Leslie brings a 360-degree creative vision to every project she touches. Whether building dynamic ensemble casts or developing thought provoking, socially conscious content, her unwavering passion for truth, representation, and storytelling continues to drive and define her work. And I have to say, I've had the honor not just working with Leslie on The Silent Killer, but also my very first project that I did. Well, not my first project, but my first big project that I directed. Leslie was the casting director. That's how we met, and we instantly became close, close friends. And now she's my ride or die. And so I'm so excited to have her come on the telethon today, because we're going to be talking about working with a casting director and selecting top tier talent. And she's going to break down some realities about what that means and how that works and what you actually need to do to get top tier talent. So without further ado, I am so excited to welcome to the virtual stage, Leslie M. Green. Hey, Leslie.
Listen, before we get started, I need y'all to go out and cop this book. Listen, if you are a filmmaker, no matter where you are in your career, what stage and what level, this is a great resource. You got to get this book. All right, y'all. I need y'all to go get it.
Thank you, Leslie. Hey. So let's talk about it. Let's talk about, as a casting director, first of all, let's talk about, what do filmmakers need to even engage you? Because I think sometimes either people come to you too soon or they come to you with unrealistic expectations. So you talk about, especially when you're dealing with indie filmmakers, because I know you've done both indie projects and studio projects.
Yeah.
At what point should a filmmaker engage you for casting? And let's start there. At what point should they engage you?
So my thought is, once you have your budget, like if you have your budget, if you know, and when I say have your budget, you might not have all of your money, but you have your budget solidified. You know how much you're going to pay your actors. You know what your whole total budget is for the film overall. Then you know what you're going to pay for your talent. Because when you say people come with unrealistic goals, is so true. People will have a $100,000 budget and want Taraji P. Henson.
Right.
Sweetheart, she is beyond what your budget is. So I want people to be more realistic. But if you come to me and say, okay, this is my overall budget, it's $250,000. I do need at least one named talent. And then we have a conversation about, okay, so what role is it? Is it a cameo, or is it something that you want them for the entire project? Because it makes a difference in your budget, whether you want them for the whole 3 weeks or if you want them for a couple of days in and out. If you want them for a couple of days in and out, you should have them in a role that is strategically placed, where when they come in, they making a huge impact. And then when they leave, it flows, the whole project flows totally. You know what I'm saying? Versus people who want a huge star to be the number one,
right?
And they can't afford them for the whole 3 weeks. You can afford them for one day, maybe, but not the whole 3 weeks. So I just want people to be way more realistic when they're looking at their talent, and that starts at the beginning when you're creating your budget.
I'm so glad you say that, because I always tell my students, like, look, if you need a name, right, to elevate the business side of your film, put them in a, like you said, a strategic role, shoot them out in 2 days or a day, right? Put all their scenes in that day and shoot them out. So that way you get what you need to elevate your film, but you're also not breaking your bank. And I'm
Yeah.
glad that you said that, because I don't think people understand how to engage a casting director to even, approach it that way, to be smart about their casting and the business side of everything.
And that's one of the things I talk to them about. Once they say, okay, this is my budget, this is what I can afford. And it's so funny because a lot of people say, well, I can't afford a casting director, so I'm just pulling people in. So here's the thing with that. You can afford a casting director. We can negotiate the time, right? We
Mm-hmm.
can negotiate what you need. But here's the beauty of having a casting director. I not only handle being able to go in front of agents and managers and keeping it professional, because a lot of people will go straight to the talent. I want
Right.
you on my project, which is great to get there okay. But
Right.
then get there okay and then do the proper channel and go to the agent and manager. And if most times you have a great talent who will go to their manager and agent and say, hey guys, I have somebody reaching out about a project that I'm very interested in.
Right.
Communication. And then we also do the paperwork, making sure that all of your talent information is in order, that you got it, that the negotiations, the contracts are signed, all of those things are in place. We don't just find you great talent to enhance what your script is. We handle paperwork and we handle communication.
And all the
So
SAG paperwork too, right? Like all
yes, that
that.
is critical,
Yes.
especially when you're working with children. When you're
Yes.
like this, especially if you have a union actor on your project.
Mm-hmm.
So we do much more than just reaching out to people and saying, hey, we want you for this project. It's deeper than that. And I think I see a lot of producers at networking events telling actors about their projects versus saying, hey, I'm going to have a casting director reach out. I'm interested. They be like, oh yeah, I got a great project I want you to work for. But then there's so many other layers. And I get agents all the time and say, you know what? I wish you need to have a workshop. And mm-mm,
Yes, you do.
mm-mm.
You do. You need to.
But it's we all, and when you have a casting director, it relinquishes all of the duties of a casting director. If you are a director and you are doing part casting,
Mm-hmm.
directing,
Right.
it just frees you up to be able to focus on that gritty part of directing that you got to do and tap into your actors and make sure that they're able to give you what you need. So
Yeah,
yeah.
it's funny that you say that, because especially when you're an indie filmmaker, you are holding a lot of jobs. I mean,
Yes.
unfortunately, you can't afford everything, and so we usually have two people doing the jobs of five. But I do feel like having a casting director can take a lot of that strain off of you. I
Yes.
know, on that first project where we had a big casting crew, we had 80 casting crew for the first project that I worked on with,
Ooh.
Leslie. And the amount of people you had to go through just to even, girl, God bless you.
We were
Like,
doing open casting calls then.
yes,
Remember, the line was through the building, down the elevator,
yes,
downstairs,
yes.
through the front lobby, and outside.
And I
We
was
were doing
grateful that it
open.
was her doing it and not me as the director. I came to callbacks when she showed me. She said, "I think you sent me a video or something of it," and I was just like, "Oh
Oh my gosh. Yes.
my god, oh my god."
Yes. Yes.
But the casting director definitely takes that pressure off of that. Now, I feel like sometimes people, when is the optimum time to reach out to you? Because I feel like sometimes people wait to the last minute. Is like a casting director is an afterthought. When should a person, they're like, okay, I'm doing, especially in a feature film, I know I am doing this film. I want to get some top tier talent, or maybe I want to get a couple names. At what point should they be reaching out to you?
I say when you start pre-production, once you get your producing team locked, I think the next line is the casting director. And it gives us at least 4 weeks, right? to
4 weeks.
start getting information out, start communicating with our agents and managers. It gives us an opportunity to have a conversation with the director. What do you like? What are you looking for? I have directors who look into your eyes, who want to see their eyes, who feel people, they're actors through their eyes and through their body language. I have people who get me, like, as soon as they find out they got a project, they listen, I'm waiting for the money to clear. I got a project. Can I send you the script? And
Right.
I love those opportunities because it allows me to read the script. It allows me to start prepping my list of people who I see to align and see who they already had in mind. So at least 4 weeks. I do get people who call me and be like, I only need 1 or 2 people. And then I need them by next week.
I know you're like, great, awesome. Next week, huh? Okay.
Yeah. But still, what is your budget again?
Right. Because do you have, I need it by next week money, right?
And it's
And
the relationship of the
people don't
business.
understand that. Like, if you want it that fast, you got to pay for that, right? Am I right?
You do. And this is an industry-based relationship, right? So a lot of times I'll have good relationships with people who I've worked with time and time again. And those people, because they keep me coming back, it's the long game for me. So it's not always about, my minimum is this. It's about, let's keep working, let's keep building, let's keep doing great work together.
Right.
So have a conversation with the casting director, but be realistic with their time.
Right.
Your ask.
Be realistic. I'm so glad that you said that, because I think the other thing that sometimes filmmakers forget, on top of just reaching out to a casting director in optimal time, but that there is a lot of work that you have to do. It's not just, oh, okay, now I could just contact the person that you dreamed of having in your movie. There's a lot of dots that need, a lot of I's that need to be dotted and T's that need to be crossed. And I don't think people fully understand the scope of what you do.
No.
Can you share a little bit about that? Just a little bit.
Absolutely. So we do avail checks. A lot of times you can give me a person that you want that's just not available in your time frame. So when you come to a casting director, have the shooting time, at least your tentative time where you want to cameras up to cameras done, right? And generally when you have that, I can take that information to an agent and manager that of the 5 top people that you're interested in. And I can say to them, hey, is so-and-so available during this time? Because if they're not available,
what's the point?
It doesn't matter how much money you don't have or do have, you can't get them because they are, contracted or they're busy during that time frame.
Right.
So we make sure that the people are available. And it gives us time to communicate with agents and managers. Also, another thing is, are you realistic? Like we talked about a second ago. Have you really been realistic with the amount of time you need them for? So when you send me a day out of days and I see you got somebody, your number one, your lead the whole time, but your budget doesn't dictate that. I can have a conversation with you and say, okay, you got them spread out. Is there any way to condense them to 2 to 3 days? Or even a week if your budget allows it. But the whole 3 weeks and you're doing stuff like, because I produce, I can look at it with 2 lenses on.
Yes, which is a blessing.
It does. It helps a lot because I'm looking at it from both perspectives to be able to give you the best things you need and the best things you can, the best opportunities with the talent you can get for the money that you have, for the budget that you have. And then I start the paperwork because I go back and forth with agents to make sure we got your sizes, all of the things that you need for the talent to be able to do the job so that your wardrobe person can have sizes on set, can have styles on set.
Yes.
Right? That's all these things work so succinctly together, and giving your casting director enough time to be able to get you that information makes everything run a lot smoother versus if you are producing and directing your project. And I know indie project budgets are low. Let's keep building. Let's keep growing. I know And the beauty of this industry is you can be a producer director that's doing everything right now by yourself, but
Mhm.
where you are today is not necessarily where you're going to be at the end of the year or at
Right.
the top of the next year.
Right.
So it's about building relationships. So I want to be able to come on the team early. Casting directors, bring them in early. Be honest with your budget and be honest with your time frame, your timelines, and we can make anything happen. We probably can't make Taraji happen, but we can make a
Right.
lot of
Right. One thing I loved about, my first time working with the casting director was the first time we worked together. And the pressure that you took off of me holding down 45 jobs as an indie filmmaker was amazing. Like you just, one, I didn't have to see everybody initially. So
right.
that's the beauty of having a casting director too. They kind of weed out everyone, right? So if you do that casting call, she does the heavy lifting of weeding out and then showing
Yes.
you the top people. So that way you can be in the callbacks. And I was so grateful
Yes.
for that because I was managing a lot of jobs.
It's
And so you you just doing that crazy cattle call of I don't know how many people you saw
yes.
and then
Oh,
just bringing me the top people at for each role
yeah.
was so helpful that I could focus on the other things that I needed to get done. But let's talk a little bit about the actual auditioning process and working with the casting director.
Mhm.
Because I know sometimes people don't even know what to look for, especially when they're a new director. And
Right.
I'm seeing more and more with my students where directors are going from maybe doing one or two shorts and then going immediately into trying to do a feature, but
Right.
not really understanding how to even work with their actors or what to look for in their actors. So when
Mm.
you initially, as the casting director, audition an actor, tell me what is it that you're looking for?
Oh, I love this question. I am looking for a actor who becomes the character. A person who embodies the nuances of what we put in the breakdown. When we say this person is emotional, this character is emotional, we try to give you in our breakdown all the nuances that is this person, but also in the size, which is part of this, the small part of the script that they get to read. Also in the size, we give them because not all casting directors move the same way, but I try to put in a scene where it gives some emotion for the character. So when you read the sides and you look at the breakdown, you can begin to say, what do I have in common with this actor, this role? What about them can I connect to personally so that when I become this person, they feel my emotion, they feel
Mm,
my connectivity. I'm looking for the connectivity. I'm looking for the Aunt Viv, the person that goes in and does the Aunt Viv. I say the Aunt Viv all the time. And that's when Aunt Viv was dancing in that scene and she was dancing up against the young girls in that scene and she was laying it on the table and she was out of breath and her body was aching and you could see it in her face, but she was moving. And then she walked out the room and collapsed.
mm,
She gave everything she had in that moment and then she passed out. I'm looking for actors on screen that give everything. And I say to them, do 2 takes. And the second take, or even the first take, because sometimes an actor will feel something because
mm.
they do connect. And I want them to take that chance. That's why I give them 2 opportunities to show me how you can bring this character to life. And in those moments, you see vulnerability, you see anger, you see strength, you see so many things when the person that stands out is the person that uses all of those emotions and they merge who they are with the character. So when I see them, I no longer see them as a person. I'm like, oh, they brought this character to life.
Yes.
That's what I'm looking for.
Yes. And I love that you go to that level of specificity as the casting director, because I know as a director, or at least even when I'm talking to my students, I tell them, I like to have them do it twice too. But my second time is to see if I can even work with that person. Like, are they going to be difficult on set? Can they take direction? because sometimes, people are really good auditioners. You have to be a masterful audition. Really, actors are really great auditioners, right? And
Yeah.
so sometimes I may have loved their first, take, their first go, but I have them do it a second time because I want to make sure that they're going to be easy to work with on set. So I'm
Yeah.
glad that you said that.
I
And
love that. I'm sorry. One
oh
of
no,
the things that when you communicate with your director, so when I finally narrow it down and send them over, I give my director time to give me notes. In that time that they're giving me notes, I can go back and say, "Hey, take this note. Let me see what you got." Now, now you even the actors know that we are really tapped into what you did. And because I'm so tapped in, I see that you can make a change or there's a nuance you miss or something else, but I want you to tweak it and come back to me.
yes.
And that connection with the talent takes them to another level. And then the next production of their tape is a whole nother level different.
Yes. Yes. And if you're feeling like lost with all of this, like if you're feeling like, I don't even know where to start. Sometimes having the casting director can be a great guide for you, especially if you're nervous about talent. The casting director is someone you talk through that process with. I know Leslie and I would stay up till like 3 a.m. looking at headshots and talking through and looking at tape and looking at, the recording. Definitely record your auditions, y'all. Record
Always.
all auditions, because in the moment you may have loved something, but then when you go back and look at something, you may notice some, a tweak that needs to be made, or maybe something in their energy that being in the room you didn't notice, but on camera they're not coming across the same way.
Yep.
But a casting director helps you walk through all those things. And the other thing, just to kind of bring it back to why we're here today, in the planner, there is
Yes.
a whole section for
It
casting,
is a whole.
right?
Yes.
So steps to finding the right actor, working with the casting director. And then there's this little casting notes thing that helps you, right? So you can performance notes. You can list the actor's strengths, weaknesses, and what stood out in their performance. And this is a conversation you can have with your casting director, but there are prompts in the planner that help you with that. Technical notes. Does the actor use movement and physicality effectively to convey emotion? How is their pacing and rhythm during dialogue delivery? So if this is like, I don't even know what Londi said in this planner, but I'm going to ask my casting director, does this make sense?
It does. It does. It does. Yes, it does.
And then your overall impression. So I have a few places in the planner where you can write these things down so you can make sure that you're getting what you need. You can list each actor, each role, again, in the digital planner and the paperback planner. And then you can talk to your casting director about it to make sure that you are getting the best performance. You know what I mean?
I think that's the one thing about this book. Like, you have to this is such a great tool. This is like a toolkit that you can take with you. And the fact that you can use it consistently on multiple projects allows you to see your growth, allows you to see the areas that you missed on one project. And you go back and you look at your notes and say, okay, let me make sure in this next project, I don't forget to. That's one of the things that I think is great about this type of tool. It allows you to be able to see your growth. It allows you to be able to fix your mistakes. It allows you to be able to, continually be able to move in your career forward. So this is just a great tool for that.
As we start to wrap up, we got about 5 more minutes. If you guys have any questions for Leslie, I can see your comment. If you're on YouTube, I think mostly YouTube. Yeah, on YouTube, write your questions in the comment section. But as we start to wrap up, Leslie, what are some things that you would really like filmmakers to? Oh, wait, one other thing before I go into that. Another thing that I think people don't realize about casting directors is their job isn't done just when the movie is cast. And that was one thing I didn't even know when I was getting started, how Leslie saved my butt on set. When we had an issue on set with casting, in regards to some of the extras didn't show for a very big scene that we had. And when I tell you, she like magically got some people to come
I
in
ran
and
across the street and got homeless
she
people.
got
I sure
homeless
did.
people.
I
I
did.
would have never even. And when she brought them in to be, basically, we're shooting a courtroom scene, and a lot of our extras for the courtroom scene did not show up. We were supposed to be sitting in the gallery, right? And Leslie went and got homeless people, but it was the most beautiful moment because it was cold. We were shooting in Atlanta in December,
Yeah.
and so they were able to come in off the street, get a
Eat
hot
with us.
meal.
Yep.
They enjoyed it. They had so much fun watching. Like it was amazing. So please share, because I think a lot of times people misunderstand and think my job is done once the casting, or excuse me, the casting director's job is done once they cast. Can you share more of what you do after the casting process?
Okay, so I keep being told that I am a unicorn. I am an anomaly because I actually go on set. I go on set simply because you might have an actor who is in experiencing imposter syndrome. And in that space, they're in their trailer, they've done the prelim work. Now they got it. This is their big chance and their first time. And now they are frozen. I go on set, I talk to people. But even that day, I was on set because people are people. You know what I mean? And Nate, what is it? Murphy's Law is if something can't go wrong, it will. We were doing an indie project. We had a lot of variables and we were all doing multiple tasks. And I just wanted to be in the space of being able to be available, approachable, and helpful. And so, and you got to think outside the box. You know what I mean? The producer hat comes on. How do we get, where do we, wait, we downtown. Where are more people? Right outside across the street. And when I
Right.
say homeless, they happen to have a kitchen across the street. And a person I actually worked with on another project was feeding the people. And I was like, hey, this is what we got going on across the street. Do you think? And he was like, that's absolutely. He made an announcement and we had people, they looked like regular people, which is what we needed.
Right.
And it just worked out. But I'm the type of casting director that I'm on set to encourage not only the talent, but to make sure that, if my producer or director needs something else from the talent, that they speak to me and they say, Leslie, we need this because something changed in the script. And it
Yeah.
doesn't surprise the actor when they get to set and they're like, okay, I'm ready. They
Right.
thinking it's one thing and you unchange the whole, wait, what, wait. So I help in that area. I love what I do and I love being able to help and see people put in a position to do what they do. I know what it felt like when people took a chance on me. So I, as a casting director, love being able to help people take a chance on other people.
Yes. We do have a question for you,
Mhm.
Leslie. Wynette asks, first she says, thank you for your thoughts. People say that it's hard to cast Asian actors because there aren't that many. What do you think? And do you know many Asian actors?
So this is great. I love this question. I know a few, but I do know that there's a community, right? There is a community of, you know, um, actors who are Hispanic, Latina. There are actors who are impaired in different ways. There are groups, there are people, there are Asian actors, there are Asian actor groups. So a lot of times I try to tap into those groups, those organizations where they get together and they have started creating their own content. I like to tap in because I believe that diversity is part of the world. And so
Yes.
we need Asian actors, we need Latino actors, we need Caucasian actors, we need Black actors, we need impaired actors, we need people in wheelchairs, we need people on crutches. You know what I'm saying? So that is part of the world that I help to try it and build. And I do that in the script part of, and I'll ask, hey, I noticed this in the script. Do you think we can use this type of person? And they'll be like, oh, that's a great idea. Or they'll say no. But if I don't ask, guess what? The opportunity doesn't arise. The
That's right.
fact that I'm able to ask because I have great opportunities and great relationships with agents, with casting, with producers and directors, allows that makes me want to be on scene to help even more.
Yes, I
So it's
love
the
it.
community, and I love tapping into those communities. Yes.
Awesome. Well, as we start to wrap up, are there any parting words that you would like to share with any up and coming filmmakers or maybe indie filmmakers who are just starting to think about getting their feet wet, doing their first project or their first feature? What would you like to say?
I will say this. If you don't think you can afford a casting director to help you in your project, at least reach out and say, hey, would you be open to consult me on this project? Give yourself the chance to win, but don't shoot yourself in the foot blindly because you don't know. Give yourself the opportunity to pull in the person. If you can't afford them for the whole thing, say, hey, I need some guidance. Can you help me? Can you consult me on this? Come in as a casting consultant and help me navigate through this process. That's a lot cheaper, and you still get great benefits, and they are there to help assist you. That's what I think is something that every filmmaker, especially new filmmakers. I started working with filmmakers at SCAD when I first started working in the industry. SCAD
Wow.
students were my first casting clients.
Wow.
So tap
Wow.
in.
I love that. Well, Leslie, thank you so much for being here, for your support. Thank you. Yes, get
Get
your
your
book.
book.
Get
Get
your
your
book.
book.
It will help you when you are engaging a casting director. The fact that you have, like I shared, this whole segment in the book.
Yes.
Bring it back up again. This whole segment
Yes.
in the book about casting, that you can talk these things out with your casting director
Yes.
and be able to ask educated questions, right? So you're not leaning for her to do everything, because that's the
Yeah.
other thing. A lot of times when you're an indie filmmaker, she's not going to work like an indie. She's a professional, right? So she's not going to take on all the jobs that aren't hers,
Right. Right.
right? So you can start to set yourself up for success when you engage the casting director, which I believe, again, I believe you should hire a casting director early. Like she
Yes.
said, give her 4 weeks, but I still feel like when you're starting that initial crew in your pre-production, at
Yes.
least engage her, at least engage a casting director, so that way, when you are actually ready, she's prepared instead of trying to make her rush to do her job. And
Yes.
so
Please.
right. So getting the planner, you'll set yourself up for success. I have
Yep.
whole segments in here to help you get prepared for engaging the casting director, and what you should be looking for as the filmmaker for the talent. And then you can have these discussions with your casting director, who's there to support and help you. That is
Yes.
her job, to
Yes.
support and help you. Right. All right. So,
Absolutely. I thought that was great, the questions that you have for indie filmmakers to be able to ask casting directors, because that way we come knowing that you have a working knowledge of what we do. And because you tap into what we do, we're able, and we love being able to share with you what we do so that we can help you. Yep.
awesome. Thank you, Leslie. And if people want to reach out to you for your services, or if they
Mhm.
want to hire you as a casting director or follow you, how do they connect with you?
Hey, we are at RTSE Casting on all social platforms. We are on TikTok. We are on Facebook. We are on LinkedIn. We are on Instagram. We are on YouTube. And we also talk about how can we help you, as casting, how do we help you? Some of the tips and tricks. And we talk to the talent as well. So whatever we can do to help. Again, you don't have to hire a casting director full on your project, but at minimum have somebody there to walk you through the process, to get you, even with whether it's with the paperwork, so that you know all the paperwork you need to have for your talent, your releases. So yes, RTSE Casting on all social platforms. Reach out to me, DM me, and refer. Say you were on the Blue Child webinar, and you were able to telethon, and
The
you were
Ultimate
able to
Filmmaker
hear us.
Telethon. Yes.
Yes, the Ultimate Filmmaker Telethon. Tell me that, And I will definitely tap in with you immediately. And then we'll go from there and see how we can help you.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Leslie. I appreciate you being here. You know, I love you, my friend.
Thanks for having me.
She's the casting director extraordinaire and a great producer. She's also the producer on my next documentary that we're going to film next year that ties that bond.
Awesome. So we're going to save lives with that. We're saving lives with it, the first one, but we're going to really save some lives.
Yes, we are. Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations again.
Thank you. Thank you.
2,000 books sold today. Get your book. Tap in.
Thank you, Leslie. I appreciate you. All right. Have a good one.
Take care. Have a great day.
Bye. All right, y'all. So you heard straight from Leslie. The planner can help you with this process of making sure that you're setting yourself up for success. When you're engaging these people, like when you're engaging a casting director, when you're engaging even talent, or even if you're doing this on your own, maybe you can't afford a casting director just yet, but you want to make sure that you are, getting the right talent. The planner has that amazing section just on casting that will help you do just that. Okay. So again, I want to set you up for success. And that is why I have been bringing on such amazing, amazing people today. As you see, we're not sleeping on the awesome people that we are bringing on to this telethon today, even though, yes, we are trying to sell 2,000 books and get them in the hands of 2,000 filmmakers because we're trying to get you ready for success in 2026. There is no reason why you can't be making movies that actually make you money in 2026. So we covered first getting that top tier talent, and how you get them. You can't expect to get a name to shoot the whole movie if you don't have the budget to support it, right? But you could get a name that you could shoot out in a couple days, but has an intricate part in your movie that can drive that movie home, right? That's what we talked about with Leslie, and a casting director can help you do that and support you in that process. So the next person that I'm getting ready to bring to the stage, the virtual stage, this person is going to be talking about film financing. I know this is the part that everybody wants to know. Tony Griffin, I call him a capital raiser. That's probably not the title he gives himself, but basically he looks at getting the finances to make your film. So Tony Griffin is the co-founder and partner of Greenlight Holding LLC, a leading financial firm in film, streaming, and live entertainment. With 30 years in communications and entertainment finance, Tony leads the company's capital raising strategies, investor relations, and deal structuring, driving multi-million-dollar partnerships across the industry. Tony specializes in securing financing for high-impact, globally competitive content through collaboration with private equity groups, institutional investors, and major media platforms. Under his leadership, Greenlight Holding maintains key partnerships with BET Plus, BET, Hulu, Tubi, Roadside Attractions, and Apple TV, just to name a few, and remains active as a at premier festivals, including Cannes, Tribeca, TIFF, and the Pan-African Film Festival. He has a couple of films that are out right now that have done great. Some of his highlights: Riff Raft in 2025 is a movie with Ed Harris, Jennifer Coolidge, Bill Murray, Pete Davidson, and I know Gabrielle Union's in there, but he didn't name her, but I'm naming my girl, Gabrielle Union. It premiered at TIFF, released February 2025, and grossed $1.93 million worldwide. That's what I'm talking about. And then Sugar Hill, the Ellington Strayhorn Nutcracker, 2023, critically acclaimed Chicago premiere. I also know he's actually helped finance a film that I've worked on that is on BET Plus now, called Love After Holidays, that just came out earlier this week, December 4th. So Tony he's a beast, and he's going to be talking to us today on how to raise capital for your film and attract serious investors, what you need to do to set yourself up for that kind of success. So without further ado, welcome to the virtual stage, Tony Griffin. Hey, my friend.
Oh my goodness. Who is that person? I had to take a double take. Like, who's she talking about?
She talk about me, huh? Like, what?
Good morning, Londi. And I'm I am more than ecstatic to be here, to be a part of your telethon, and to let everybody know this is an amazing woman here. I'm sure those who know her, she does an outstanding job. She works diligently, all hours, all days, seems like 7 days a week. She's been in
Right.
the business a long time, and you don't hear a bad word about her because she gets the job done. She's professional, and I am more than happy to be here to work with her in any
Oh,
capacity I can. So
thank
please buy her book, because yes, it's going to help you become the filmmaker that you need to be. And she's out here doing other stuff as well, especially the doc that she's going to put out to help save lives in reference to cancer. So yes, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. I appreciate you. I appreciate you for saying that, because you know my goal is I love to help and I love to see filmmakers win, which is why I wanted you on here today. Because
Mhm.
in my teaching, I find that sometimes filmmakers don't fully understand what is required to get financing, or
Right.
even how to work with somebody like yourself. So,
Hmm.
can you share first, just to start off, like when would someone engage someone like you to help them get funding for their film?
Uh, Good question. I think when you have everything, I would say your idea ready to go, and you've had it professionally looked at, you've had it reviewed, and you're ready to take those steps forward in getting that financing. And that doesn't mean, like your neighbor or family friend, someone that's in the business who actually has done this before, who's done features, um, no matter the genre, and can actually look at your script and go forward. And then you need to have someone look at your business plan to make sure that it's ready to go as well and it's presentable, so that we can sit down and have a conversation and see what you're looking for. And then we can get the qualified investors who are looking for the proper ROI to go forward with your project.
I'm so glad you said business plan, because I feel like one of the things, when I teach my students, my biggest uh, gripe that I hear is I don't want to focus on that. I just want to do the creative side. And I've been telling them that you have to have a business plan. Can you speak to that? I just need some backup on that. Can you speak to why, if you want to get funding for your film from an investor, a business plan is key?
You know, I will say this. I love the passion of filmmakers, and I love their ideas and their ideology and the thought process of how they feel everyone's going to love them. But in reality, everyone is not going to love you if you're not going to make them money, right?
Mm, yes,
And,
amen.
and and everybody, I don't care who it is, roadside, Hulu, you name them, everyone has lost money, unfortunately, in this business because of a bad business plan, a bad situation, a bad thought out process. They thought the plan would work, or they were too passionate one way or another, whatever time they were in their career in reference to a project, and they have lost money. So you need to have those things in place, because a thought process and a passion is great, but if the business plan is not there, no one's going to look at your project, and no one's going to invest. Maybe mom, perhaps because she loves you, but if you want that 3 million that you're looking for and you've only done a budget for 50,000, it's not really realistic. You have to put a business plan that has the right team around you. How are you going to sell this project? How are you going to get distribution? How are you going to get the returns that people are looking for, so they can not only make money on that particular project, but go forward with you and make money and build your business, not kill your business before you get started. You can have, here's another thing, you can have the right team around you as well. A powerful team, lawyers, all the proper names. You can have actors and actresses that have some appeal as well. You can have a director who has some appeal. And if you, per se, are not listening to your team and you're letting your passion get the best of you, it's never going to work as well, because that is a failed project that's going to lose money. Or, for instance, it may sit on the shelf for 3 or 4 years before you start to move forward. So there are a lot of underlying factors that you need to do to get to us.
When you say the right team around you, because I think some people don't really understand what that means, what do you mean by having the right team?
What I mean is a team that's professionally done it before, that
Mhm.
has been successful in producing, boots on the ground, for instance, right? A professional team that's done it before. A director, for instance, which is very helpful, right? Now, there are first time directors, so don't get me wrong. I know this, but when you have a director who has experience, it also helps a lot. And if you have a first-time director, then you need to put a team around that director who's done it before multiple years and has gotten films out there, feature films out there, for instance, for the budget for a couple of million versus the 20,000 or 40,000 you've done. These are things that you want in place. You don't want to be out there with just friends and family trying to go from 20 to 3 million. It's not going to work. It's going to be a bad situation, and your investors are going to be upset with you, and not, the word about you is not going to where you want to be at that point. You don't want to get cast as a person who's just running out here doing things and not putting a proper plan in place.
I love that you said that, because definitely in the planner, we have a whole section on how to create a business plan. So if you're like, oh my God, Tony's talking about business plans, I want this investor because my movie, it has to be made for $2 million. I don't know how to put together no business plan. I have a whole section in here that breaks down what goes in a business plan. You see, that's the first thing. And it lists, it's a lot that goes in it. Doing a business plan ain't no lightweight work. It is a lot, right? You see, there's a huge section. And I even allotted for a time frame for at least 3 months to work on it, because there's a lot of information you need to have in it, but it's all broken down from your project overview, objective, your target audience. You need to have that information, your budget, your timeline, all of that. And then having an executive summary, which is kind of like that one sheet for the entire business plan. So your executive summary, for those of you who are filmmakers who've wanted to pitch TV shows, right? An executive, it's similar to that one sheet where it has all the episodes listed. An executive summary kind of summarizes your business plan. So that could be the first thing you could give to someone like Tony. So if you're lost in how to do all of this, it is in the planner. Just want to make sure I said that real quick.
And that pumps up the book. Absolutely. Right on time. So, and that's necessary, because whether it's myself or someone else, we're going to go out here, boots on the ground ourselves, and be it everywhere we can to find money, or our relationships that we have with people who brought money to previous projects that you mentioned. We're going to present that. And our idea is to get them to love this project because they think they're going to make money and participate in a project that, will last a while, right? I mean, it doesn't matter how big or small. It's just the project itself needs to come back and say, all right, this is a great project. I put in 50,000 or I put in $500,000. I'm going to get my investment because they have a proper plan in place. I can follow everything that they're saying. I can see where they're going. I've vetted the team. I've looked them up. I see that they've done a few movies on IMDb. I see they've had success with some of these movies. I see the finances that they've done as far as what the return was based upon the investment that was put in. So now I feel comfortable moving forward. These are things that investors want to see, proper investors, right? This is what makes you having a team, a good team, an experienced team, makes investors feel comfortable. And you can go forward and trust that your project will get done.
And I'm so glad you've been mentioning having that team around you, because I don't think people understand. And I've said this before, but I feel like people miss this. You can't, if you've never handled that much money, right? You're now going to someone like Tony asking for $5 million. To make your extraordinary feature film that is going to be the next hottest thing, right? But you've only made shorts that have been $8,000 or $10,000, right?
Correct.
You are a high risk investment, and it sets off red flags and alarms everywhere. It's like going to the bank and asking for a loan when you got no credit, right? You don't have the credit yet to ask for that amount of money, and they can't trust that you can handle it. And so Tony's not going to put himself in a position where he's asking for that amount of money for you when you are such a high risk investment and you don't have a business plan to break down how you're going to get that money back.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
You need people who have the track record they've worked on. And that doesn't mean they're going to take over, right? But what you're doing is setting yourself up for success. So when you have people, it makes it easier for Tony to go get that money. Even if you have a first-time director, because a first-time director who has a strong team can get that job, can get that money. But when you don't have the strong team, it's just you and your homies. You done a couple of shorts, right?
And that's the issue. And trust me and my partner Christopher Reed as well, we've come across tons, hundreds of creatives And the first thing they hit us with is the passion, which I love.
Yes.
My partner now, his background is in financing, right? So he's more about the numbers and the facts because that's what most investors are going to be looking for as you move forward, right? And it's good to have passion, but you have to be smart. And most of us pay rent, we have a mortgage, or we have a family, and we are professional when we do that because you have to take care of. You have to look at your movie the same way, same
Yes.
way.
Business.
And it's business, and you have to take care of certain things. We talked about when you talked about loans, you have debt financing when it comes to that as well. We specialize in a lot of debt financing. We specialize in soft money tax incentive, things of that nature to help people get their money. And those are all part of your business plan. And you're not going to be able to get the tax incentive or any type of loans from a bank if your business plan is terrible and they don't feel secure that you're going to bring a return back. So that means
Right.
you have to go out and get more equity to get your film done. So you're already two down. Like if I get bank loans or if I'm able to get soft money to get my film done and my movie's 3 million, I could cut almost everything in half by getting that. So now we're
Yeah.
talking, instead of 3 million, I actually only need to raise 1.5 million. And this is something that a lot of creatives don't fully understand when it comes to that, but that helps out by having this stuff together.
Yes, I totally agree with that. And I love that you talked about the passion because that brings me to the pitch decks.
Correct. There you go.
And I feel like some of the pitch decks, it's all passion and no business at all. It's like
Yes.
your director's vision. Like I teach my students that you need to craft your pitch deck for who you're pitching to. There is a place for those creative pitch decks, right? If you're pitching to a creative producer, they care about the artistic vision and the director's statement and all those things. But if you're pitching to someone like Tony, he care less. His thing is what's the budget, what's the timeline, and how you getting the money back. Am I correct in that?
That's correct. That's correct because that's important. I can't go to whoever this high net wealth investor is and pitch the passion unless I can show him something first that will attract him, which is the business side. And
Right.
guess what? That's if he's attracted to the business side and he's attracted to your pitch deck, which makes sense, and also the budget as well, that also makes sense. When you sit down with him, you're the one that's going to give him that passion at that point. You're the one that's going to get him over the top to put in that $500,000 or that $1 million towards your project, because
Right.
we've seen it happen before. I mean, Riff Raff, the movie that we did, we had a high net wealth individual. She saw the business plan. She liked the structure of everything. She loved how it worked. She just wanted to sit down and listen to the passion at that point. So she was ready to go. So
Mm,
the passion should come first. The plan should come first. The team should come first. And then when you have that seat, then you go ahead and you sell it with your passion. And you're good. The money's going to come right to you. But if you
right.
don't have those things in place, it's tough. It's extremely tough for you. And no one who has been in business is just going to hand over money based upon passion with no real plan.
I love that. Another thing that I teach my students, and I'm curious your thoughts on this, is kind of having some revenue streams in place already so that when they come to you with the business stuff. Like, look, I have got ancillary products that are tied to the theme of this movie. I've got interest here. I've got all these things set up. I know I can generate this much money on my own, even though we haven't made the movie yet. I'm
Right.
already able to generate money through digital products, through ancillary products.
Right.
And now I need you to help me get the financing for the film. And here is my break even analysis. I know how much money I need to break even and pay everybody back and how much to have excess. Like if a filmmaker came to you that organized, would you be happy? Like tell me how
I,
you feel.
I think personally I would be ecstatic only because it shows they have a little skin in the game and they're thinking about the long-term process versus the short-term process. So now I feel, okay, I'm not with someone who's just going to try to get me to love what he's doing. And I don't want to say con because that's a little strong, but they just focus on the emotional side versus the business side of it all. Okay,
Right.
so you've been working on these other side things to bring in money. You've been working on your side professionally. Now I feel engaged a little bit more on your side to move forward and put your particular project ahead of others.
Yes, I'm so glad you said that. And that is also why I teach these things and I teach the business side of filmmaking and why I made this book because so many people don't understand these things. And especially on the creative side, I know the focus is creativity. You did not get into making films to think about revenue streams and, you know, numbers and business plans. You just want to make a beautiful film and get it out there. But unfortunately, I feel like when filmmakers ignore the business side and they only focus on the creative side, they're not setting themselves up for success. They're usually the filmmakers who their films don't go anywhere. They just go to film festival and then they die, right? They go into the abyss of hard drives or YouTube.
There are a lot of films that are laying on the floor right now because people put all those ideas into them, but it's probably would have been a great film, but if you don't have that part of it together, it's hard. It's extremely hard, and especially now in these times, it's even more difficult to get things off the ground because everyone is struggling to get their ideas out there and their plans out there. And if you don't have any money, I've known people who stars who have money and their films aren't able to get off the ground. They have to cut it short. They have to reboot because they thought they were going to be able to go in January, February, but hey, the money didn't come in for them because it's a difficult market right now. So how do you overcome that? You first overcome that with a real plan and a great team. And then you put your hat out there and put people around you that can get you forward. And you put one foot in front of the other versus the emotion side. The emotion's always going to be there, I feel, in anything that you're doing. That's what I personally feel about it. That should come into play when you actually sit down with the money. Because at that point, they've seen everything.
Right.
And they want to hear from you. And now it's your turn to put them over the top and get that money in the accounts.
Yes.
Move forward and start production, do the things you need to do.
Yes. We do have a question for you, Tony.
Sure.
Wynette asks, do you think there would be any investor interest in a dramatic short about 15 minutes?
There's always interest in shorts. And with a short, you really have to understand also that short should be leading to a feature, right? That's the idea. You're showing them a preview of what a bigger feature can be. And I actually think it's a very good idea to come with a short in the beginning anyway, and down the line to tell an investor, well, if you decide to invest in this particular short, we're going to do a feature down the line. And it's the same thing, showing them the business plan, showing how it goes from the short to the feature, what you anticipate the looks will be, how many people will watch it, how many festivals you're going to get it in, having them come down to those festivals, having people kind of like give testimonies of what they feel about the film and speak on it. I think all of that works and leads to that investor to know, okay, this is a good project that I can not only bring myself and maybe I could talk to others to come behind me and also invest in that particular project down the line. So yes, I think you absolutely can.
I love it. So basically,
now excuse me, that's my puppy. So
he wants to add in. He got something to say.
I don't know what he's looking at, but you know, his dog, he sees a shadow, he starts barking. It's all good.
I love it. So I love that you said that too, because I think people think, oh, shorts are throwaways. But I also teach my students, and I think you would love this too, that not only using that short as a proof of concept, like what you're talking about, but also using that short to create a revenue stream for yourself. Like I've had success with what we call micro distribution with shorts too, where I can make money licensing my shorts out to organizations and things like that the short suits the theme of that organization.
Correct. Absolutely. And you have been very successful at that. We've talked about that before. Again, Londi is a beast in this business. Like, you know, she is not only on the production side, but creating it shorts or smaller films to bring in constant money. That's a whole nother story. You have to talk to her personally, but she's still bringing in money from films from what, 10 years ago?
2017.
Yeah, 2017. So that's outstanding. I mean, that is the type of work that you need when you're doing something. And you have to look at the market. What is it presenting? Not only can you do that and keep bringing in money, but how do you turn that into a feature that brings you the long-term money that you're looking for? So I think that's an awesome way of doing things.
Thank you. So know that you just because you made that short, I don't believe that anything you create as an artist is a throwaway. I don't subscribe to your first movie has to suck. I think that you learn the skills you need to make it as good as possible. And as you grow as a filmmaker, your films get better and better and better. They should. Your first
Right.
film shouldn't look like your last film. I don't care if you went to film school or not, because you should constantly be learning and creating in your craft. I feel like I am always learning something new, especially now with the induction of AI, and how can you incorporate things that can make your life easier and make your movie even more polished and professional. So that's why learning technique is important, but you don't have to limit yourself. You're short. If you made a short film, you should find ways to monetize it. Even if it's YouTube, then how are you monetizing that YouTube channel so that you can generate revenue? Or can you do micro distribution? But don't limit yourself to, oh, I made this short, now what?
Right.
Everything you make, you should be thinking about, how can I utilize this to excel in my career as a filmmaker and bring in income so I can make my next project or attract someone like Tony who can finance my next film. Or
So
Tony get the financing.
I'm going to give it also another suggestion for filmmakers as well. If you're listening here, do not fall in love with your movie.
Woo! Explain.
What do I mean by that? What do I mean by that? Everybody loves their first movie, or there's sometimes I hear, there's some personal reference to the movie, right? It's on a feature. You never know where that film is going to go in reference to distribution, in reference to revenue, things of that nature. You want to get that film on a platform, and you have a certain amount of time, relatively, I would say 12 to 18 months, that you probably told the investor they can expect their return. When you go on Love Your Film, that could turn into a 3-4 year project where they don't make their money back and nothing gets done. It just sits there. And you can get to the point where eventually you have to go to someone where you're now an employee of the film that you love versus a filmmaker of the film that you love, in order to get it on a platform and have it start making money. These are the things I'm talking about. You cannot fall in love with. Be willing to make those business decisions to move forward with that film.
So being strategic, and I love that you said that, because it doesn't, when he's saying don't fall in love with it, he's not saying don't make things that you are passionate about, but basically understand that this is a business and that it has to make business sense. And I think that's where a lot of creatives get tripped up. We're so focused on, I love this. This is my baby, and it's about my mom, or it's about my grandma, or all the hard work my daddy had to do to get us into this country.
That's probably not the film you need to have out there if you feel that strongly about it.
Yes.
Wait to a little bit down the line and create some more creative films instead, that you can have an ROI on it and your investors will be fine and you move forward, versus the one that you actually are in love with or is very personable, because everything is business at the end of the day. And as you get better in what you do and get more into the business, you can make that particular film that you feel that strongly about. And there's others who have been in this film before you who have done that. They make films and not worried about how much they make off of it. At that point, they're well established, and this is something that they love in particular, and they're just going to put it out there. You can do that too. It should never be your first or second film that you do that on.
I love that. I love that. So if people wanted to reach out to you or follow you, how can they do that? Well, actually, before we get into that, parting words. Give me your parting word.
So my parting words are this: be passionate, yes, but be intelligent at the same time, and be careful of those people that you bring in behind you when it comes to business, right? Because this is a business. Yes, it's a passion, but it is a business, because you want to make a return for those people that you bring in. Be sure that your business plan is intact. Be sure your team is intact, and also make sure there is a place for distribution before you set your mark. Right, that someone is going to be very interested in putting this film out based upon certain qualifications as you move forward. You understand? These are things that are extremely important. That's another key. Talk to distribution companies, or talk to people on your team who have access to distribution companies, who say, well, if you do this and you have a certain kind of look that we're looking for, you have these people in place that have some value, we can move forward and we'll do distribution for you. We'll give you an MG, which you can monetize. It's a whole nother story that you
Right.
can monetize down the line, and you don't have to use that equity for that. These are things that you need to do. Make sure that your business side is before your passion.
Yes. And we don't even have time to get into MGs and all that, but
All right.
I appreciate
There's a lot of layers here, but
yes.
this is good enough for as a start. And again, like I said, keep your passion, but listen, make sure your business is first in anything you do, and it will work.
Yes, thank you so much for that. Okay, so if people want to follow you or learn more from you, or even potentially reach out to you, if you even are taking any projects right now, because I know you are a busy, busy man, how can people
Very
follow
good.
you?
All right, so you can reach me on Instagram, LinkedIn, especially. LinkedIn's Tony Griffin. You can reach me directly there, or you can reach my partner Christopher Reed as well on LinkedIn. Greenlight Holdings, and we are revamping our website, so that should be up soon. We're going to have it out, hopefully, fingers crossed, before the year is out, before the new year's, to present it out there, and that'll be Greenlight Holdings LLC.
All right, Greenlight Holdings LLC.
Yeah.
All right, I'm putting that on the screen. All right. Well, thank you so much, Tony, for being here and sharing your expertise. It's always a pleasure. I definitely harassed Tony occasionally for my students, but I appreciate you being here and just helping us support this telethon as we continue to reach out and try to get reach our 2,000 filmmakers. We're trying to make a difference. Get them prepared.
It is my pleasure to be here. And again, please support Londi. She is a wonderful person, as we all know. That's why we're here. Not only is she a wonderful person, but she is an outstanding business mind, intelligent in what she does, and she will go through a brick wall for you. And that is not a lie. So get her book, get all the knowledge you need, because she will get you where you want to go, without a doubt.
Thanks, Tony. Have a great rest of your day. Appreciate you being here. All right. So you heard from Tony. You must have a business plan. You got to get your business affairs in order before you can reach out to someone to invest in your film, or to reach out to someone like Tony. You got to get these things in order. And the planner could definitely help you do that. You see, we have a whole section that breaks down planning. And we didn't even get into this, but there's a whole section that breaks down working on your marketing and all those things, so you can step to someone like Tony and know what you're talking about, and be able to secure those funds. Okay, so my next guest is I'm just calling on all my friends today, and these are dynamic people who man, when I tell you the things that they have done and the things that they continue to do, and that they always are willing to reach out and give back, it means the world to me. And this next guest is definitely that. Carl Seaton is an award-nominated director filmmaker known for his work in episodic television. He is a Chicago native, born in Chicago, having to create his own blueprint. Carl studied filmmaking at Columbia College in Chicago, graduating with honors bachelor's degree in directing and screenwriting. He worked on various independent projects, including his first feature film, 1 Week. The film went on to receive theatrical distribution in 2001 and win various awards, including the BET Film and the American Black Film Festival, ABFF. And that's actually when I met Carl, is when he was releasing 1 Week back in 2001. When I first moved to LA, I went to a screening of the film in the Leimert Park area. Long story. Anyways, but he won awards for that film at ABFF, where it grabbed the attention of the late John Singleton. Best Film at Urban World Film Festival and the Audience Award at the Chicago International Film Festival. It was when he became a director's assistant on a TV show in LA that exposed him to the possibilities of TV. In 2016, Carl got his first network opportunity on TV One's film Bad Dad Rehab, earning his first NAACP Image Award nomination for Best Television Film. He made his episodic television directorial debut in 2017 on BET's Rebel, courtesy of the late John Singleton. A testament to not giving up, Carl continues to leave his mark on shows like Cross, Fight Night on Peacock, Terminal List on Amazon, Crosses on Amazon 2, Reasonable Doubt on Hulu, Snowfall on FX, Godfather of Harlem, MGM, Bel Air on Peacock, Power Book 4, I don't know. I'm horrible with Roman numerals. 4 stars. The Shy, Batwoman, Chicago PD, The Equalizer. Oh my God, there's so much. Those are just to name a few. In 2022, he was double nominated for NWC Image Award for his work on directing Godfather of Harlem and the late John Singleton show Snowfall. Carl continues to remain an eternal student of the craft, using his superpower as an indie filmmaker and his work ethic to always remain in service to the story. And I appreciate him so much because he is always willing to share and give and help other filmmakers to uplift them. So without further ado, I welcome to the virtual stage Carl Seaton. Hey, Carl.
What's up, Lonnie? How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Happy to be here. How are you?
Good. I'm just excited, one, for you to share a little bit about your journey, because one thing I love about you is, one, I've witnessed your evolution, and I think it's beautiful that you give people hope, right? Because we know how hard it is as an indie filmmaker to make it in this business. And sometimes it feels like you're never going to be able to find success. And I would love for you to just share a little bit. I mean, we ain't got a lot of time, but a little bit of that process for you of how you've been able to bootstrap from just, grinding it out as an indie filmmaker to now being a TV director.
Oh, wow. To keep it as succinct as possible, I mean, a couple of things. Number one, you kind of you have to sit with yourself and really think about what you want to go after. Kind of create, rabbits for yourself that you want. When I say rabbits, I mean people that you admire, that you want to emulate. And so I want to go out. I want to have something. I want to follow that journey or that path and figure out the steps they took that you can emulate. So things like that. And then also, surround yourself with very like-minded people. That's really important as well. Finding that community or that tribe that is insanely driven as you, that can also keep motivating you, because you won't always have that motivation. You won't always have that self-starting drive sometimes. So having people like that around you also, come in handy in a lot of different, avenues. But like I said, the biggest thing is figuring out what type of career you want to have, what inspires you the most. And I think it comes from who inspires you the most, what type of film speaks to you, what type of shows speak to you, and say, you know what, that's the kind of lane I want to get into. And not just from the shows or the movies, it's stories that you've read, things that you've written. Like you start figuring out, this is my voice, this is the language that appeals to me more so than others. You know what I'm saying? Like I like gritty drama. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not necessarily, you wouldn't see me doing musicals, basically. So,
right.
So finding out what speaks to you, and basically just ask yourself, what gets me the most excited? And usually it just really goes back to, what did you see that sparked you to say, you know what, I want to make films, or I want to get into television. There's something that sparked that. There's something that you watched, that you experienced, and said, man, this is what I want to do. So whatever that was, lean into that and just go start mining that and studying the things that really spoke to you the most. And that'll speak to you in different ways.
I'm glad you said that, because I think sometimes we pigeonhole ourselves, right? We think that we can only do one thing, or we're worried about doing all these things just to make a paycheck. You know what I mean? Because sometimes it's like, okay, I don't want to do the musical, but rent is due. And so I got to figure out how to maneuver. How were you able to stay true to what you felt you were actually called to do? Because it is hard out here trying to make it in this industry. How were you able to do that?
Well, first and foremost, I made a pact with my brother, Kenny Young. We said, no plan B. It's either this or walking the earth. And we made this pact. We were 22 years old. We made this pact with each other. Like, no plan B. This is what we're doing, period. And we both held each other, accountable to that. And I mean, you take jobs to survive, you know what I'm saying? But there's no career shifts. You're not going to say, well, I'm about to go pivot and go do this, this, and this. It's always something to facilitate a film, to fund a project, or something that allows you to eat and pay rent and things like that. But you never forget the macro goal. You may have macro obligations and micro jobs, but the macro goal is always something that's going to facilitate, you always take jobs that would facilitate the macro goal. So having that, I mean, I'm not saying it was easy. It definitely wasn't easy. It was a long road. It was a tough road. There were moments of struggle, moments of doubt, moments of depression. and then, moments of questioning yourself. But
Yes.
you always go back to that macro goal. That's what I'm saying when I said earlier, sit with yourself. You really have to kind of formulate what you're going after. And by formulating that game plan, that kind of becomes your benchmark that you can always go back to when things start to get murky, things start to get a little, a little hairy. You say, okay, why am I doing this? Why am I here? This is my why. And having your why becomes your foundation. And having that foundation allows you to maneuver in different ways because you're always clear, you always have a sense of focus, and you're always grounded in why you're doing what you're doing.
I love that you said that because also, part of what we're doing today is we're trying to uplift filmmakers and get my book, The Ultimate Feature Film Production Planner, into as many hands as possible for them to be able to have a plan to do just what you're saying, to get organized, to make sure they're thinking about what is it that I actually want to do and that they're scheduling it out. Because the other thing I feel like I know for me, I should speak for myself. As a creative, I can get so lost in just being creative that the time just keeps ticking away. And then I look at what have I actually accomplished? Did I schedule this out and plan it? Or is it just floating in my head and something that's a wish, not actually an actionable, tangible thing that I'm going to accomplish? So I love that you're bringing this up because I think it's super important for filmmakers. I really feel like we got to start thinking a little differently now, as times are changing, and AI, they talking about having AI cast members and getting representation. We got
Everything's changing.
Everything's changing. I mean, we had a quick conversation at the Woke You Gala where you said, man, Lottie, the stuff we talked about just 2 years ago, some of it isn't even relevant anymore because of how fast things are changing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so I want filmmakers to prepare themselves for that because I think some of them are still listening to some of the old ways of, you can get distribution on just an aggregator like Film Hub or something like that and go straight to streaming. But that money is starting to dry up. It's not as tangible as it used to be. And so just really starting to understand that you got to move different. And so for filmmakers who maybe want to be a television director, what advice would you give them to go from just doing indie projects to try to navigate into possibly directing TV?
I would say focus on their storytelling ability right now and creating their own content right now and getting it out to as many people as possible. Like I said, we talked about, like you said, the game has changed so much and there's pros to it. There's cons to that, but there's also pros to that. The pros are technology has allowed us to be able to shoot a lot more, a lot faster, a lot more in a lot more of an efficient manner where you're not beholden to budget. Back in the day, shooting on film, everything costs. Now you can shoot on your phone, you can edit on your phone, you can post on your phone. So you can. So I would tell filmmakers study the craft, in ways because a lot of folks aren't really studying the craft. And if you really want to separate yourself from a lot of people are just throwing things on the wall to see what sticks. So when you study the craft and really elevate your storytelling, people will see that and be able to see that. They'll be able to tell like this person's a craftsman. So if you study the craft and apply the craft to your films and your stories, it can resonate. You never know who's going to be watching. You never. Because nowadays, because of our phones, you never know who's going to be looking at your stuff. And all it takes is one person to see one of your projects, and it can totally change your life. So I would say, study the craft, and always look at the new ways to monetize. You got social media, TikTok. You have vertical reels now, which I didn't even know what a vertical reel was 3 months ago, and now that's everybody's talking about it nonstop now. Yes. So, like you said, things are moving so fast. So, the old guard is still around, but it's kind of antiquated. So you kind of have to. It's still there, still give it attention, but also look at other ways to monetize your content. Like you were saying earlier on the telethon, how monetizing your old work. I didn't even think about that. I said, man, I got some shorts I could probably put out there, and who knows where that could go. I hadn't even thought about that. So there's so many different ways to monetize content because so many people are always looking for content because they're on their phones 8 to 10 hours a day, and this is global.
Yes.
So, you're coming up with content, and all it takes, especially if you have that share button, could be a game changer. If somebody likes what you did and they share it with a friend, and you tell them, if you like it, share with somebody, share with 1-2 people. And that can turn into a whole tree with branches that go in different directions all over the world. So, that level of monetization can also help provide, funding for you to keep going and keep creating. And that's the thing. You want to start also developing a discipline to create. You know, people think, okay, I'm gonna write real hard this week. You don't write again for months. It's a consistent thing you got to do. It's like working out. You know, you can't work out once a week and be like, I'm doing my thing. Like, you know, you see way more benefits from working out 3 to 4 times a week as opposed to once a week. So same thing with your craft. If you're writing every day, that's great. You know, I mean, I understand everybody has lives and responsibilities, so you write when you can. And 10 minutes of writing a day is better than not writing at all for a week. So if you just chip away and just take the slow and steady pace, I mean, that's still, you're still building on your craft, still finding your voice, still discovering, you know, your creativity. So, and also it keeps you motivated as well. It gives you momentum. It gives it fuels your purpose as well.
Yes, totally. And I'm so glad you brought back up the bringing back some of your old work, especially for someone like you, Carl, who now you have all these credits. First, I want to tease you because I love how you direct all this stuff from called Chicago, with Chicago in the title, and you from Chicago. I'm like, anything that's Chicago in it, Carl probably directed the episode.
I'm trying to. Mad, Fire, The Shy.
The Shy.
I mean, I love working at home. I mean, I'm from there. Like you said, I grew up there. So being in Chicago is always it's always a blessing because, you know, I grew up there and I dreamed about shooting movies and films. And because I grew up there, that's the city I would dream about shooting in. So anytime I have an opportunity to shoot there, it's like, wow, this is a personification of a dream coming true.
Exactly. And so I love that you were bringing up, you know, repurposing your old content. We're talking about thinking differently. Who said you couldn't take some of your old movies, especially now that, you know, Carl Seaton, right? And release an anthology of and make it something fun, right? And put a through line of you talking about how you created these movies and that back. So like people would eat that up because you have now established yourself as a director, you know, beyond doing indie projects. And so going back and looking at that, totally marketable. I mean, there's so many ideas I have for you, but this is what I do for my students. I got ideas for you, Carl.
Okay, I'm gonna take them too. I'm gonna take all of them. Taking all of them.
But these things you can do too. You don't, even if you're not at the level that Carl is, you can still start doing these things because people love to see a person's journey, especially now. People like to see when you're, you know, at that bottom scraping by, and then you start to work your way up. So definitely, and the book helps you do that. The planner will help you with a lot of those things. Everything we're talking about today is in the planner. There are steps for you to actually be able to do that. All right, so I have a question for Carl. Wynette says, what is a vertical file? I've heard about it, but don't really know.
It's not a vertical file. It's a vertical stories. So they're called verticals, which are basically stories that are chopped up into chapters. And I'm talking 20, 30, 40, 50 chapters where they're all 2 to 3 minutes. And I would say investigate them. Drama Box has a bunch of them, and they're all pretty much consumed on your phone. And they're the next wave. It's $1 billion industry in China, and now it's moving into, you know, North America, the American territories. And, you know, studios are getting into it. SAG is getting into it. Writers Guild, Directors Guild. Everybody is attaching themselves to this because it's the new wave of monetization in terms of content. Because, like I said, a lot of them are soap opera. There are a lot of different stories right now, but like I said, they're basically stories chopped up into 2-minute chapters, and it can be 20, 30, 40, 50 chapters, and they just keep going and going, and there's monetization behind that. So I would say look up vertical reels. Like I said, 3 months ago I didn't know what a vertical reel was. Now that's all I've heard about, vertical reels. And a lot of people are transitioning into that because it's a great opportunity to really showcase your storytelling abilities and make money. Because like I said, it's based on how much money it made in China, and it was just in China. It's coming this way, and people are looking at for the next thing. So that's worth looking into.
Yes, it's verticals. So just so you know, it's called that because they're actually vertical too. So, you know, normally we shoot horizontal, but they're actually vertical so that they can play easily on your social media, like your Reels or TikTok. So for Wynette, I know you're asking that, but they're the new wave. So a drama like yours, because you were talking about your drama earlier. And I know Wynette, she's a WOCF member. She comes to Scriptwriter Circle. So a drama like the movie that you are working on, you can shoot that, right, in bite-sized pieces and release it like an episodic, right? And then people, they're going to tune in to keep watching each one, and it can create buzz for you. And it has become a huge industry, like Carl mentioned, overseas. So definitely something to look into. And the fact that your story is based on what it is, you probably could get some interest as an Asian American person in China. You never know. So something to think about.
Yeah, because I know studio, I think Paramount just acquired a vertical to be developed into a long form content. So I mean, it's just another opportunity to showcase your work. And if it's a dope enough concept, the big boys will be like, you know what, this could be a show, you know.
Yes.
So the possibility is there as well. It just gives you more opportunities to get your work looked at.
Yes, and setting you up for success in new and different ways. Because again, as filmmakers, I just feel like now you can't just be one-sided. You have to start looking at how else can I get my content out there? And I want us to get out of this pick me thing. I feel like so many filmmakers, I don't know, I'm curious to see how you feel about this, Carl, but I just feel like so many filmmakers are pick me. Okay, I put it out there. Nobody picked me. Distribution company is not interested. And I hear this a lot with my students. Film festival, my movie didn't really do good in film festivals, so I guess I'm just going to leave it on my hard drive or just put it on YouTube. But I feel like you have to start creating opportunities for yourself in order for people to want to work with you. That way, when they do, and you've got this following or revenue generated already, now you have some negotiating power. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Well, yeah, I mean, that pick me attitude is a residual effect from the gatekeepers having gates that were 10, 15 feet. You know, that's when everybody packed up their stuff and moved out to LA to make it, you know.
Yes.
And because all roads led to Hollywood. And that is eroded in the last 20 years because of technology, social media, the internet. I'll start with the internet. The rise of the internet, the speed of the internet. Because I remember back in the day when you had dial-up, you just couldn't watch things like that. Now you're like, what's dial-up? You know what I'm saying? Right. So because of the efficiency and the internet's evolution, technology's evolution, the pick me thing is a residual effect because people are still holding on because they want to get quote unquote signed. You know, it's like back in the day, every rapper want to get signed by Def Jam or want to get signed to a label. And now it's like, it's the same kind of concept where you can build your audience one person at a time. Right. If you build your audience, you won't need anybody to pick you because the audience will have picked you. You know,
yes.
I know a bunch of filmmakers I know one in particular, he's a rapper out of Chicago who started doing these little mini movies. And now he turns out an episode every couple of weeks on YouTube. And he has over 2 million subscribers who watch his content religiously, are waiting for it. You know what I'm saying? And it's evolved. He's gotten bigger with it. And you build your audience, you know, brick by brick, you know, one person at a time. And you build it by consistency, by constantly upping yourself, saying, okay, that was cool. How can I make this next one better? How can I make this longer? How can I make this stronger? How can I get better performances and so forth? So, I mean, that's the new way. And if you do that, you know, the pick me thing can kind of go away where you're not waiting for somebody to, you know, pick up your work. Even if you have a film that didn't get accepted by a festival, because you have to also understand these festivals, there's levels of politics at play in every juncture. Right. And you may not have gotten, your film may not have gotten chosen. It may have nothing to do with your film's quality, yes, or content or merit. It can be somebody saying, you know what, I'm an agent, put my client's thing in, and, you know, I got to bump, take 3 of my clients' work for this festival, and they'll show up. You're like, oh, star factor. So you have to look at it like that. So because of that, you can't just necessarily judge yourself. Now, I will say this, with your work, you do want to be honest with yourself. You want to look at it. You want to show it to someone that whose opinion you respect and value, and say, okay, give me your honest critique on this. What could I have done differently? How can I get better? You know, a lot of people make some stuff and just think that it's a masterpiece, and they wrote it in a week, shot it in 4 days, like it's a masterpiece. And you'd be like, this is clearly not a masterpiece.
Right.
So I always say this: find someone that who you respect and admire. And you say, listen, will you take a look at my work and give me an honest critique? And toughen your skin up. Be ready to get hit in the chin with some notes that you may not like, but know that these notes will make you better in the long run. And don't take it personal. It's not like you're not a bad person, you're not evil, you're not stupid, and you're definitely not lazy because you made something. But just say, I'm learning. This is a cumulative process. You know, filmmaking is a muscle. You have to work that muscle, and you never stop learning. You know what I'm saying? I've been directing since 1994, and I'm still learning every time I do it. I walk away like, man, I didn't realize that. So it's always a learning it's a learning step in every process. So be honest with yourself about that. And then, like I said, focus on building your audience. Start with your family, then with your friends. Then if you went to a college, go to your alumni. Just, hey guys, I'm an alumni here. Just take a look at my work. And those that gravitate you will gravitate towards you. And if you like my work, share it with somebody and just build it from there. I think by doing that, it empowers you and it keeps you from being static and stagnant, where you're just sitting here waiting for the phone to ring. Because that's a daunting feeling, waiting for the phone to ring, because sometimes the phone doesn't ring. And now you're in a position to say, well, okay, I can apply my effort here and I can dictate how I'm going to go today and how this day is going to go. And I ain't got nothing to do with waiting for somebody to call me. And then when you get going, that's when the phone's going to ring. When you don't want it to, it's no longer a focus. Is when somebody says, hey, I'm calling you because I just took a look at your project. I want to discuss X, Y, and Z, or I want to hire you for X, Y, and Z.
You're so right with everything you just said, especially if your film isn't getting picked and stuff like that. Because to be honest, first I will say, Carl helped me with my documentary. I knew I was stuck somewhere, and we had a little screening at our mutual friend's house, and he gave me great notes. Got great notes. And I revamped the documentary, and that documentary still generates revenue to this day. And that was back in 2017, right?
What?
He's like, where my check, girl? But I share that also because that movie did not do well film festival wise. And I was struggling with, okay, what is wrong? I'm not getting, I couldn't get it in one film festival. And even when I had the screenings, like, it would be minimal. And there were a couple things wrong. One, I was targeting the wrong audience. And that's why it's important that you understand who your audience is, and you do that work before you make your film so that you're not struggling through that process. I thought my audience were men because my movie was about prostate cancer. So I was like, it's about Black men. But my audience was actually women, because women get men to go to the doctor, right? And so I was targeting the wrong audience. And it wasn't a film that's sexy for a film festival. That ain't the type of film that film festivals want. Right. And so it wasn't that my movie wasn't good. It's that it wasn't a good fit. Because once I tapped into my audience, then I started generating revenue. And my audience were universities, healthcare institutions, pharmaceutical companies, nonprofits. Like, now that movie's still in demand. It just screened last month at the Wisconsin School of Medicine for hematology and oncology. But I had to find that. So when you do what Carl's suggesting, which is building that fan base and understanding who your audience is, they will support your film. They will talk about it. They will share it. And that's why I did the planner as well, because I have a lot of tips for building your fan base in the planner and break that down, because I learned it myself. And, Carl, like I said, Carl helped me initially, and he was like, Lonnie, you need to fix these things, right? Like, fix this. And he was so right. And so then once I did that and it still wasn't working, I had to find who my fans were so that I could start generating revenue. And so that is so important. I love it.
Let me ask you a question really quickly. What gave you the ability to take those notes and apply them? I mean, how are you able to just say, ego aside, let me hear him out, and let me apply these notes if they can work to my advantage?
Sure. So it's something I teach my students, is to take the meat and spit out the bones. So I knew, first off, I knew something was missing. I didn't know what. I was too close to the material, right? Because I'd worked on it for so long. So I will say some notes were hard to take at first, but I recorded it. I recorded the feedback from everyone. And I didn't listen to it, because when you're in it, you're getting all this feedback and you're like, but I'm so tied to that. Like, that moment, when that person broke down was important, right? So then I stepped away from it for a couple days, and then I went back and listened to the recording, and I was able to absorb, okay, I see what he's saying here. That's true. That person did say the same thing that this person said, but this person said it a bit better with more emotion that's going to resonate with people. So I had to remove myself for a couple of days, to be honest, because I'm dealing with cancer and people's real lives. I felt so attached to everybody, but I had to look for who said it best, who fit the through line of the documentary. And so that's how I did it.
That's awesome. You nailed it. You said sometimes when you're creating, you have to take a step back, because you can get so into the weeds of it and so caught up in it that you can't hear what you need to hear sometimes. So, when you're creating, always create a space that allows you to say, okay, let me pause, take a step back, and give it and by taking that step back, it gives you the ability to look at it from a different perspective so that you can apply and evolve from it. That's awesome.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So as we wrap this up, do you have any parting words for our audience, or for any indie filmmaker who's really hoping to parlay their career into TV directing, or maybe even studio level feature film directing?
Man, I would say this. I would say, tell your stories. No matter what anybody says, your story is necessary. Our stories are necessary. They're needed, and there's an audience out there that needs to see your story, and know that, like when I did 1 week, initially, really quickly, it was written as a straight up comedy, right?
Really?
The first draft was straight up comedy, and then we started doing research, right? And after doing the research and talking to people that actually did it for a living, that did partner notification for a living, we realized we were doing the story a disservice making it a comedy, because it had way more heaviness to it. But we didn't want to totally abandon some of the comedy, so we kept some of the lighthearted moments in it as well. But I mentioned that because why did I mention this? So I say that because you never know how your film is going to affect somebody. Like we put the movie out just because we wanted to make a film that was different from anything else. What we didn't see coming was the responses from people. I remember we had a man who had AIDS since like 81. He said, when I got it, it was still called Grids. And he said, I've been waiting for this movie all my life. This is 2002, 2003.
Wow.
And to have people coming up to you and just holding on to you and saying this movie changed my life, it's inspiring, and you don't realize the impact you can have on somebody. I mean, I was at a barbecue a couple months ago, and I met a young brother there. And a friend of mine introduced us. I'm like, how you doing, man? He said, man, dude, your movie made me become a filmmaker. And I'm like, word. He said, yeah, I'm a filmmaker because I saw your movie back at ABFF in Acapulco. And I'm like, and you don't think about the impact you can have. So I say that to the audience. Everybody out there, you all have amazing stories within you. I say tap into it. And just know that whatever story you're telling, work at it. Writing is rewriting. Writing is rewriting. Writing is rewriting.
Yes.
Tell your story and just put it out there in the world, because there's somebody out there waiting for your story, waiting to see your film.
Yes, I appreciate you saying that. You're so right. And you're right. When you do movies like that, like same with the documentary, to have someone come to you and say, your movie saved my life, or I thought I was alone until I saw your movie and now I got some help. Like the power of film is amazing. And that's why I also tell my students, like when you don't do the thing that's in your heart to do, to write the script, make the film, you have no idea if you're stifling someone else's blessing, which in turn will be your own, right? Like I didn't think this documentary was going to have the impact it had. I was just trying to get it done. So you never know. And a lot of times we are stifling our own blessing because we won't put the work out. So get the planner so you can schedule it and then put the work out. All right, Carl. So if people want to follow you, how can they follow you?
Mr. Carl Seaton on Instagram. That's pretty much it. I'm not very active on Twitter, X, Facebook, I guess. I'm not a social media person for the most part. And if you want to see what I'm working on, my website kind of lists the shows I've been doing. carlseaton.com is my website. So check that out.
Awesome. Well, thank you for being here, Carl. It's always a pleasure. Appreciate you so much. And thank you for always giving back and willing to help other filmmakers who are trying to navigate their career.
Hey, listen, I know what it's like to be in the dark, in the woods, and just looking for some light. So kudos to you, Lonnie, for doing this, because a lot of folks get the game and don't want to share the game, and they just kind of hoard that information and say, figure it out on your own. So it's just really fortunate to have someone like you out here giving light to folks that are in the dark, you know what I'm saying, and just walking them through this process. It's very necessary, because this isn't something that's innate. You have to learn these things, and rarely is it in a book. And because the game changes so much, it's always evolving. It's easy to be clueless, and it's easy to be thinking I'm stupid or I'm dumb and just be ignorant of the facts. So being here, shedding light on folks is an amazing thing. So kudos to you, Lottie.
Thank you. Have a great rest of the day.
Now about my check. No.
And with that, he's out. Love you, Carl. Thank you so much. All right, you guys. So you heard what he said. Like, if you're struggling with your strategy, if you're trying to figure things out, if you're trying to figure out how do I navigate all of this, the planner is a great resource. I do these things. I made this planner because I want to see you win. I teach these classes because I want to see filmmakers win. We have a whole slate of classes on my website, londymaduro.com. Some are pre-recorded, some are live. We've got 2 live classes coming up next month, the Virtual Directors Workshop and the Profitable Filmmakers Challenge that are coming up next month. You can go to londymaduro.com. Today, though, we're focusing on the planner and how the planner can help elevate you as a filmmaker, help you get scheduled, help you understand some of these things that we're talking about today. If you don't know how to make a good pitch deck or do a business plan, or even you're struggling with strategizing how you want to get all your things together so you can have that fan base who are invested in your projects as you make them, then the planner is the perfect resource to help you do that. And you can order yours today. Our goal is to get the planner in the hands of 2,000 filmmakers so that their 2026, they are actually creating awesome and dynamic films. And with that, I'm excited about my next guest, who not only is one of my students and a WOCF member of my nonprofit Women of Color Filmmakers, she is a powerhouse in her own right, okay? Let me tell you a little something about Iris Almaraz, okay? First, she is East LA Chicana filmmaker whose formative years span from homelessness to studying at one of the nation's most prestigious high schools. After earning her BFA in cinema, her first short film premiered at the International Film Festival in Rotterdam. Her 30K feature, Delusion of Grandeur, premiered at Cinequest with sold-out screening and was named top 5 film picks by Latina Festival programmers in 2013. She has since directed numerous international award-winning shorts. Her latest film, Red Onion, premiered at the Los Angeles Latino International Film Festival in 2024 after being developed through Women of Color Filmmakers Advanced Directors Program, which is our 201 program. She made that film in our program. 3 of her screenplays have been Sundance Lab finalists, including Rocket Ship, which I'm happy to say she just made. I read her script and I've seen her preliminary drafts, and I'm so proud of her. I can't wait till that comes out. Look, I'm bragging on her. I'm trying to read her bio, but I have to brag as I read. Okay, sorry, I got thrown off. 3 of her where am I? 3 of her screenplays have been Sundance Labs finalists, including Rocket Ship, which also received support from the East Side Arts Initiative and has a proof of concept short currently in post-production. So this is her proof of concept for the feature film that she wants to make for Rocket Ship. In 2023, Iris was awarded the Jan Marino Scholarship, enabling her to pursue an MFA in screenwriting. Go ahead, my friend, at Stevens College, which she completed in 2025. That same year, she was named a fellow of the Mentoring Latino Directors Fellowship. Beyond her own projects, though, Iris has taught filmmaking to Latinas and at-risk youth through Creative M Planet and Operation Street Kids. As a co-director of the Latina Independent Film Extravaganza, she is dedicated to growing and supporting the Latina directing community so it can thrive and prosper. I am so honored to bring to the virtual stage my student, my friend, and amazing all-around talent, Iris Almaraz. Hey, Iris.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Can
You are live.
me?
We can hear you, and you're live.
You can hear me?
Yes.
I can't hear you.
Oh, no.
So bizarre. What is going on? Shoot.
That is. Oh, no. What
I
just
don't know.
Have you not been able to hear the...
Sorry. I don't know why it turned off the sound on you, and you can hear me.
Uh-oh. See, the beauty of going live.
Right at the end of your interview, which, by the way, was an amazing interview. And I went to Columbia College for 1 year. What a great people you've had. I want to try to figure this out, and I feel terrible. The sound went out at the very end. That is so bizarre that you can hear me and I can't hear you.
So, Iris, go out and come back in. I just
Do you think, type in the chat, do you think I should exit and then try to come back in? Okay.
Yes. All right. So while Iris is trying to get her audio together, let's see. Okay, so while Iris is trying to get her audio together and she's going to come back in, I want to share a little bit about some of the things that can help you in the planner to kind of create that marketing plan, like we talked about, or like we were talking about with Carl. Oh, actually, Iris is back, so I'll come back to that. Iris, there you are. Can you hear me?
Yes, and at the end of that, right after you were done with the interview, it cut out the sound, and you were talking, and I was like, so I went into the phone, and it wasn't. Anyway.
Hi. So first I want to say, Iris, you outside of just, being in my classes and stuff, you've done so many amazing things, and you've been working on your craft for quite some time, and you have degrees, but yet you still have taken classes with me. And first of all, I'm honored, right? That I could even be a part of your filmmaking journey. But tell me what, as someone who's gone to film school, why is it that you would still kind of take some of the classes, or even, have the planner as a tool to help with your craft?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think Carl said it. He said, always be working on your craft. Yes. And someone else told me that recently. They're like, you're always working on your craft.
You are.
And I got my master's just a lot after getting my bachelor's in like 2001 in cinema. I got my master's in screenwriting this past year. And and someone was like, why screenwriting? And I was like, because that was a part of the craft I needed to work on. I was tired of looking at post-production where this stuff could have been fixed on the script, on the page. So, and then another area where I was like, had a deficit was the business. And, I thought, I'll team up with someone who knows business. And that turned out to be a disaster. So I was like, I need to stop saying I hate the business part and just say, I love the business. It's so much fun to do the business. And I just a couple years ago, I really started to really like master the to-do list, right? And I created my own, because of my own neurodiversity, I created a way that works for me, but it's still like chipping away, which is what you have to do. You have to chip away for the bigger macro goal. Right. But there's all these different tentacles of filmmaking, and your book really just helped put it in one place and in the order it should be in. And recently in my screenwriting masters group chat, someone said, like now they think screenwriters need to know producing. And I was like, just like actors need to know how to write their own projects. I've told actors, write your own scripts, learn how to write your own scripts. And it's not fun.
Right.
But there's a lot of things that aren't fun that I love. Sometimes my teenage son. And so it's just about just knowing the craft. And it's a lot. You're doing a lot. You're always doing. And why buy the book? Because actors are buying their headshots. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Every year my actor friends are getting new headshots, $500. And I was like, what?
Right.
I'm spending so much money on making my little film, that little $10,000 film you guys were talking about earlier. I'm like, that's a luxury for me.
Yeah. Yes.
And but why I had to learn to invest in myself.
Thank you. Yes, I'm so glad you said that. And I'm glad you brought up, how, actors have to invest in themselves in headshots and things of that nature, because, kind of what we were talking about earlier.
Hip-hop classes.
Right. It's kind of like what we were talking about earlier with Carl. It's like the industry is changing, and so you have to change with it. I liken it to, he had brought up hip hop himself, but I liken it to how music changed, back when music was actual albums. I know they be calling stuff albums, but when we grew up, an album had like 14 to 20 songs on it.
I love an album. I will listen to an album.
And you physically bought it at Tower Records or Amoeba or something like that. And then with the induction of streaming, the way that the artists made money changed significantly.
I feel so bad for them.
Right. But it's happening to us now. That is what is happening in the film industry. And if you don't learn these things, you are going to be that artist that's a one-hit wonder or hungry or starving, because unfortunately you can no longer just make a movie and then think that it's going to be able to make your money back with distribution. You have to learn this business stuff in order to be successful.
That's a great analogy. A friend of mine who is in a Grammy award-winning, Grammy-nominated band, and he said, you know, I'm never going to retire because it's touring. They have to make their money on the touring. And he goes, you know, it's not like when you could buy your house because of one song. You could send your kids to college because of one song. And it is, you're right. That's exactly how it is.
Well, not just the touring. I mean, that is where they make a lot of money, but also their ancillary products, right? They have multiple revenue streams. Beyonce is Beyonce, but she also got her hair care line. She had her clothing line. She has this, she has that. She's invested in several other things. Rihanna's got Fenty, her makeup. Like, if all you want to do is just make a movie, you are no longer, and don't have other things to support it, you are not going to have sustainability, because it's the model for how to do that has changed drastically over the last few years. And now it's like expedited because of AI, right? Like what Carl and I talked about, literally, we were talking about something that we had worked on together 2 years ago. And he's like, a lot of what we talked about is no longer even relevant.
I know, I heard you. I've been listening. You have great guests all day. I'm loving it.
Thank you.
I'm honored to be here.
But I also, why I wanted you on here too, Iris, is because the fact that, you know, when you started working with me or you know, taking my classes or even getting the planner, you were an established, or you are, not were, you're an established filmmaker. It wasn't like you were brand new. You had films under your belt. You had gone to school. So you were established. And it's always, first of all, I'm always honored when I have people who've gone to film school who take my classes, because I didn't go to film school. I went to school of hard knocks and learned.
You know, a lot of Quentin Tarantino didn't go to film school. You know, what are you gonna do?
Right. But I often get a lot of students who didn't go to film school but are interested in taking my classes because I do teach differently. Can you tell me, you know, and for the audience too, as someone who had gone to school and done all these things, how has, you know, the planner and even some of the classes that I teach to help you in your career?
One of the things I really enjoy about your method or your structure is it is a really at the core and at the heart and soul is to uplift the collective. And not everyone is that way. Not every teacher is that way, even, you know, in college and stuff and in life. And so I think that because that is at the core of it, then the motivation for me to be a better filmmaker helps me be a better filmmaker in return. So there's some classes I've taken or workshops and I walked away and I was just like, that was not worth my time or money or effort. But as soon as I stepped into your writing workshop and I saw the way you structured feedback, writing circle, which I always recommend to people. And the way I saw that you structured your feedback, I was like, that is a very organized structure for feedback. I've been in other writing circles where I was waiting for the structure and I was like, oh, this is unstructured feedback. Okay. And then to the point where recently I had feedback for a short film and I was like, that was ridiculous feedback. And not that it was bad feedback, but it was 6 different people. And I said, I need to go to one person that I trust. And I went to you. and because you've shown me with the classes, with the workshops, that you have an insight of filmmaking, of the craft of filmmaking, that is very astute and very easy to digest.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And, you know, one of the things I really work hard on doing is to instill confidence in filmmakers. So then when they do get wonky feedback, they don't take it to heart, or they can recognize that actually don't make sense. right? Like that's why I teach
Yeah.
the take the meat and spit out the bones. You know, I
Yeah,
always
yeah,
say that. And why I
yeah.
also teach technique and things that a lot of others don't teach. Like I really, in the director's workshop, which is coming up again next month, I teach technique so that when you're on set and someone says something to you and in your heart, you know, it didn't sound right, but you don't know enough to challenge it. Now you
Right.
can challenge it. Or like you
I've
said,
always been a challenger on that, but
right.
that's one of my strengths, I think, sometimes. But what I really enjoyed from your workshop was it changed the way I looked. As my husband walking by, it changed the way I looked at pre-production, just like business. And I said, you know what, pre-production, I always, as an ADHD person, pre-production is tedious. It feels boring,
Right.
and it's very disorganized if you don't have structure. And you don't think of pre-production the way you think of production and post-production. But what I really enjoyed the most from your workshop was the pre-production planning to get to the production. And that's something that, having gone to film school at a time when you learned on film stock,
Mhm.
we didn't get as many opportunities to actually shoot film as young people
Right.
today have with their new technology.
Right.
And it wasn't until after school that I had to kind of just figure out pre-production on my own. But your workshop really changed the way I look at pre-production. So much to where when I was on production, I knew it from different angles, shot list, camera, storyboards. The biggest thing was the animatic story, like just getting my phone out and delivering the lines and even putting me in it and then just cutting it together and just seeing where the pacing was off
Yes.
before I got to the shoot. That
Yes.
has really changed financially how to make a film for me, because
Oh,
pre-production will save you money.
yes. And I'm so glad you said that because I feel like filmmakers always want to rush pre-production because I get it. The exciting part is being on set and actually making the movie, right? But you got to get the pre-production right because to your point, it saves you money. It saves you heartache, right? To make sure that you're not missing anything. And problems are going to arise. We know this. It's just the nature of the beast, but you're prepared, right? You can handle it if you lose a location or the location time
Right.
shifts or whatever. You've got things in place that's not going to be such a detriment to your entire production. And so that pre-production is key. And like you said, you can save a lot of money. So I love that you shared that. And in the planner,
Yeah.
we have a whole portion that helps you prepare for pre-production so that you don't fall into some of the pitfalls that a lot of filmmakers fall into when they rush that process.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So I love
One
that.
of the reasons what I love in the book is the various things with pre-production, because when you're on set and you have a film in your head, the less you have to communicate to your crew, the
Yes.
better filmmaker you will be. And when you have these different methods, not methods, but these different steps in pre-production,
Right.
then not everyone on your crew is going to be able to read a shot list and get it. Some people are going to look at a camera map and they're going to understand everything going on. Your sound person is going to look at the camera map and he's going to save you time. I say he, I'm sorry. They're going to save you time because they're going to look at your camera map and they're going to know where they should set themselves up. They might not see that on your storyboard.
Right. Yes. I'm so glad you said that. And that's why, just to her point, I'm going to share really quick. I have starting pre-production 6 months into this 12-month program because I want you to do the pre first, which is get your business in order. But in the pre-production section, we break down, how to prep your script. A lot of people don't understand, okay, you got that script, but you need to prep it, right? You need to do a script breakdown, make sure you got all those props. What are you keeping, which you no longer are going to have because it no longer serves the story or it's now out of budget, right?
Yeah, totally.
So kind of going through your script, creating a lookbook so that you can articulate that vision to your crew, you should definitely have a lookbook, which is kind of the visual aesthetics of how you see the film so that your crew can understand that. So we break down all of this, prepping. You see this whole this is kind of the to-do list for pre-production. But then this is the actual, you can prep your script, and I give you step-by-step guides on how to break down your script. I give you step-by-step guides on how to create a lookbook. There's no wrong way, but how to. And then hiring crew. Yeah. Now, I know you're good with hiring crew, but
I'm good with making connections because I don't have money to hire.
She knows everybody, okay? Yes. Iris knows everybody.
Yes, when you meet great people, you want to work with them.
Right. She knows everybody, but we have a whole section. If you're not sure on how to do that, how to hire the right crew members, there is a whole section on that, and even a list of things to think about. You know, if you want to have a little worksheet on each person that you're hiring, there's a section in there for that as well. And then some encouraging things, but also how to storyboard and shot list. So I break that down as well. All these things just help you. And there's no wrong way to do these things. There's now apps and things like that that can help you, which is awesome. But you still got to understand the basics of why these are necessary and how you can utilize these tools so that you have a beautiful film that is actually going to, get you work. And then lastly, location scouting. And I'm curious to hear from you about this, but I feel like a lot of people don't understand the point of a location scout. Yeah. They think it's to find that space to shoot.
Right.
But you got to look at, do you have adequate power? Right? Are you going to accidentally like I've done it before. I put these things in here because I've done it. I knocked out half of the power at a Holiday Inn in Beverly Hills because we didn't realize we needed to check that. Staging, where's all that equipment going to go? And are you in a flight path? How's the sound? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, totally. That's a great, one of the things what you just went through and this, what I love about this for the pre-production is it helps the director or the filmmaker put together the film's tone in their head. Because especially indie stuff I see after it's been made, and I'm like, I think that person lost their tone of their film.
Yeah.
And so everything you just went through, including the locations, taking those shots, knowing what's there, how it's working for you, is that place working with the tone of your film. But even then, just to have it in one place and you can feel the film building inside of you, that's the tone. And so many people lose the tone because it's all over it's too spread out.
Yes. And even on top of having the tone, right? But it's funny because I work both sides. On the technical side, just because I started as a photographer, you may have this beautiful tone and it's beautiful, but you're not realizing one whole wall is window. Right. And that's going to be a problem. So if you want to utilize that space, and because it fits your movie, what are the technical things that are going to need to be done in order for us to keep this space? And is that within budget? And so that's why location scouting is important. It's not just about finding the beautiful place because it fits this thing in your film. It has to check all the boxes. Does talent have a place to park?
Yes.
Is it in a flight path or near a train track? Is there adequate power? Are we going to have to black out a gazillion windows?
I want to tell you something. Check the street parking day.
Yes, that, especially in California.
Street cleaning.
Oh my God.
Because
so we got issues with parking here.
Street cleaning can work for you and against you. It can work for you if you want that mural totally visible and you don't want cars in the way, which happened. Like I pre-planned that. I was like, where's the street cleaning today? Because we want to see that whole mural. But it can also work against you if you because this happens all the time for filmmakers. It was street cleaning day. People couldn't find parking. It pushed them back 2 hours. Yes.
And I'm glad you said that because people sleep on the parking and don't think about that. But parking, to your point, can literally mess up your production day. So you can have this 8 a.m. start time, but because you didn't work out the parking complications, crew is not going to get there till 9 because they're circling, trying to figure out parking, and then you're not going to start till 10:30, 11. You're that time, and time is money on set. So that's why I have that whole location scouting thing and break down what location scouting actually is. Because a lot of times people just think it's, finding this cool location that's going to look good in my movie. It's all of those. It's that, but it's also these other things too. and weather. Like we had an issue on a movie I worked on last summer. It was a great location, but there was no air conditioning where we were shooting, and everybody was melting. Right?
Yeah. I've been there.
And so you got to think about, if you shooting in Texas and it's summertime, people can't survive when we turn the air off. And I get sometimes we have to because the air's cutting on and off and it's all this noise. But these are things you have to consider. It's not just the location. So that whole section on location scouting will help you as well in the planner.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So Iris, as we get ready to wrap up, anything that you would like to share with a filmmaker who is, maybe they're brand new to filmmaking, they're getting ready to work on their first film project, and maybe they're feeling overwhelmed by the whole process. Is there any words of advice you could offer?
Yeah. I actually, one of the things about your book and about just what I've learned for myself is writing down what it is that's stuck in your head. Writing down the need you have, writing down the possible person that could help that need. Because once you get that out of your head, it opens up space for answers. So I have a whiteboard by the side of my bed. I have half of it is like, what am I going to accomplish this month? What am I going to accomplish this year? I don't go crazy. There's 3 things for the year, big things, macro, 3 micro per month. And not everything gets done, but it's there. And then I have my to-do list. It's the same thing as your folder, right? As your planner. Is in one of your sections, it was like, who could potentially be an investor? And I was like, I'm a poor Chicana from East LA, nobody. And then I started writing down like 1 person and 2 person. Then I'm in the shower. I was like, oh, I should reach out to so-and-so. And then, and as like the list started growing, and I was like, as soon as I wrote it down, and the universe don't know what you want if you don't put it out there. So write it down so they can hear you. They can read it for you. Your ancestors are looking over your shoulder. They're like, put that guy's name down.
Yes. I'm so glad you said that. And that's why I put that in there, because sometimes we get in our own way, right? Yes. We're so busy thinking about, we limit our circle. But when you use the planner and you really just start mind mapping things.
That's it. That's the spot right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I was like 3 people that could invest. My dad took out a loan for that first feature I made.
Right. And oftentimes we're thinking of investing has to be this big, major financial contribution. But once you start and get a minimal investment, you now have proof that you can get an investor and get return back on their investment. And then you can go to people like Tony. Look, I made this project. Right? It cost this much money. We were able to get our investors this much money back. Now you're attractive to them, right? Because you need that proof. So I love that you shared that. Well, Iris, thank you so much
for having me.
Today. If people want to follow you, how do they go about doing that?
Well, Instagram, Iris Almaraz. I'm going to be starting up my TikTok this coming year, putting up my old stuff to get ready for my new stuff. One last thing, you got to share this telethon and this book to get to college students, because this telethon has been probably very informative for the young college students.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, it will live permanently on my YouTube page. So we'll make sure we break up some of these segments and share. But I'm so glad you found it. You found it informative.
I'm still going to listen. I'm going to be listening to who you got coming next.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Iris. I appreciate you for being here today.
Thank you for having me.
All right, so we are moving on to our next guest. But before I do, I just want to reiterate the reason why I'm doing this today. And I asked all these dynamic, amazing people to come on and share their expertise with you is I want to see you win. There is no reason why in 2026, you can't be making films that are actually generating revenue for you, but you are going to have to change the way you think. As you heard Carl say, as you heard Tony Griffin say, the industry is changing. There are certain things that you have to have in place. And again, I liken it to how music changed, right? Music changed and artists no longer made money by selling albums at Tower Records. And for those of you who are young, you don't even know what I'm talking about, right? But the game changed for them. And so they had to create new ways in order for them to make money. which is why so many of them now have clothing endorsements and liquor endorsements and all these things, or start their own companies because they had to make a shift. And so as filmmakers, this time is now for us. We are having to make a shift, and I'm bringing on dynamic people who can help you understand how to do that so that you can start generating revenue with your projects. And my next guest is definitely an innovator who believes in mentoring, supporting, and helping filmmakers do just that. Craig T. Williams is a writer-producer. He's a native New Yorker, and he is a co-owner of Red Wall Productions, a film production company he founded over 20 years ago with his wife and partner of 24 years, Rosalind Coleman Williams. Together, they have created 50 film projects, including features, documentaries, and narrative shorts. Craig's journey landed him his first TV writing job on the staff on the hit TV show Terror Lake Drive on All Black and AMC streamers. Craig was part of the 2021 Warner Brothers Discovery All Access Writers Program. He has several projects in development, including a feature film about mental illness called Hanging by a Thread, which has an Academy Award winner Viola Davis and Julius Tenen attached as executive producers. Craig's fellowship and competition wins include Gotham Film and Media, TV series creator to watch for New York Stage and Film Feature Film Writers Fellowship, Black TV and Film Collective Producer Fellowship, and the ABFF Best Original Half-Hour Comedy Pilot. A mentor to many, Craig has made it his mission to uplift and support more emerging voices in the industry. And I will say, because he left this off of here, but he is also the founder of the huge Facebook group, Black Screenwriters. So please help me welcome to the virtual stage, Craig T. Williams. Wait, I feel like I need some applause.
Oh, I'll applaud myself. I'm applauding myself. Look at that boy. Look out there hustling, doing the thing. Oh, my love. How are you? Let me just say, I'm still looking for Tower Records. What do you mean it closed? Hey, sis, this is amazing. I'm so happy you're doing this. It's so important. It's so vital to this experience that we all share, that we all have, that so many people want, and that it is so difficult to find not just answers, because people can find answers, but are they the right answers for you? Are they the right answers for your situation? Right. And it's just been difficult. More and more information means it's more and more difficult, actually. Yeah. So it's important for people like you, and yes, me, to stand up and say, y'all, look over here. I got you. Yes. Here it is. This is the truth. Because I've been through the fire. I'm scorched. I'm stinging. I'm losing my hair. And here.
Yes, my friend. Yes. So let's dive in. I mean, one thing I love about you is you keep it real when you give notes. That's one thing I love about you. So let's talk about it, because I know you as a writer and you mentor a lot of writers. Mm-hmm. And I think a lot of writers, they think that their script is the best thing since sliced bread, but they don't really understand how to develop them into actually something that you can shoot. Can you speak a little bit to that process? Yeah,
it's the trickiest part, right? Because we all have these stories in our heads and in our hearts, and in our heads and our hearts, they work. They're perfect. I can get Denzel and Viola and Halle, and I get Ariana. I can get everybody to look at the script because it's perfect. And then you read it out loud and these things are missing, or you send it to somebody and they're like, nope, not yet. And it's heartbreaking because what people see is, wait, but that show's on TV and that movie got and all that. And you're like, what? How is mine any worse? Right. And what's important is what I've developed is community. The reason I kept moving forward is because I had a community of writers who would tell me yes to this, no to that. We love your voice, but this is missing. So it's why I worked so hard to create community, because I saw how valuable it was to me to get better as a writer. And you need those other voices. You need them. We cannot create in a vacuum. We cannot create in isolation. That's why what you do is important, why your journal is important, why I'm important, because we want to create community and keep reminding people that even in this moment where we're all isolated or can be isolated, especially from the pandemic, that we still need each other. So we need to go outside.
Yes.
Outside of our comfort zone, literally outside. Go outside and find your tribe.
I love that you said that because, sometimes what I run into is the fearful writer or filmmaker where they don't want to share their project with anyone, like fear of someone stealing it or there's this or that. What would you say to that person? Because I know you've heard it too. What would you say to that?
Okay. So I give my loving response, but I'm going to give you the straight to the point response. That film, that script that you just wrote, here's I'm going to say this as lovingly as possible. It's not worth stealing. Like, it just isn't. And your journey is to get so good that somebody doesn't want to steal from you. They want to hire you.
Right.
That's where I am. I got to the point. Listen, nobody wanted that garbage I was writing. I made so many films that are so bad. They're bad. They're never going to see the light of day, but I made them. And nobody wanted them, right? Even after I made them. So I want you to let yourself go. It's the mindset that you were kind of talking about with Iris, which is the mindset of I have valuable talent and I have worth in the marketplace. So you need to take that worth and share it with everybody. I will let the dog catcher read my script. Because number one, he ain't got no money to make it, right? And this is kind of this fantasy that, my script, Netflix is going to come get it. It's always Netflix. That Netflix or some producer sitting around with $1 million just waiting for your script.
Right.
And that's why the planner is so important, because you got to see how hard it is to actually make something. If you know how hard it is to make something, it's how hard it is to make something.
Right.
So then it's not easy for your script to just be on it. Somebody's gonna walk by and pick up your script. It's like, oh my God, the script is perfect. Thank God I have $7.5 million sitting here waiting to produce it. So really, I'm jesting, of course, but that's the realism that I want people to have, is that it's not easy what we do. It takes time and effort and money and all those things. And the universe has to come together in perfect harmony to help you make that thing. And even when the universe is there, it still might not come out that good. So just get over that. Get over that and get out there.
Right. And set yourself up for success, because it's funny to me, the main people who tell me these things have done nothing business wise to protect themselves. They didn't copyright their project. They didn't you and then two, there's nothing new under the sun. So a concept, how many vampire movies are there? How many zombie movies? You bring your originality to it. I like to tell filmmakers, a lot of my students, if I gave like me, yourself, and 2 other filmmakers the same script, we're going to breathe life into it differently. As a director, it's going to be different because it's based on my perspective,
100%.
from my background, all those things. So you have to set yourself up for success. If you're afraid, then protect your work. But living afraid means you're never going to make anything.
That's right. Yeah.
Out there, and if nobody knows who you are, they're not going to want to invest in you or even support you.
And people have to know where you are. That's the process. So when somebody comes to me and says, "Yeah, I would love you to read my script. Can you sign this NDA?" I was like, oh, "Okay, all right. Let me talk to you for a second before I say no." Here's the truth, right? Part of what we have to do is build community. So if I read a great script and I love it, if I can't tell nobody, how's it going to get made? Right. If I'm in a meeting with Sony or with a producer, or I'm hanging out with Tony, who's also a producer on 2 of my projects, I can't tell Tony about this. Now, how do you think it's going to get made? So you got to let go of that holding on so tight to it that you're not opening yourself up for experiences, to meet other people, to meet that DP, to meet that costume designer, to meet that producer who's going to connect you to this actor, and people need to all come together for your hard work. So don't block it by believing that somebody's out to steal it. It's just not going to happen.
Right.
I do want to acknowledge something, because listen, especially as people of color, we're used to being stolen off land, right? So I get that, right? But here's the thing, right? It's like this idea that you are you know what? Never mind. We talked it. We beat the dead horse. Never mind. Keep going. Y'all get it. Let it go.
Oh my God. I love Craig so much. But it needs to be
Yes.
reiterated because these are
Yeah.
the things that come up when you're dealing
Yes.
with filmmakers. Also,
Yeah.
which is funny to me, and you'll appreciate. Usually, the people who do that, their scripts aren't even formatted right. It's in Word. It's like, well, you do know that there's some professionalism you got to bring to
Yeah. Yeah.
the script.
Yeah. Yeah. Listen, I have a mentorship program, and this morning for 2 hours this morning, I have 15, 16 mentors in this particular program, and somebody sent me something in Word. I'm like, I'm sorry. Okay, y'all know it's me, and you brought this on yourself.
Right.
But it's me, so I'm here, and I'm here to mentor you through this project. Don't ever send me anything in Word ever again, as long as you live. Just
Yeah.
don't do it.
I'm the same.
What you're sending out, the signal you're sending out is that you're not ready.
Yep.
And you want to send out every signal that says, number one, I'm ready, and number two, I'm ready to learn.
Yes.
So if you send out a Word document, I mean, if you made a Word document, you can make a PDF.
Right.
But if it's out of format, I'm going to see that as well. So you can't trick me by sending me, because I read lots and lots of scripts like you do. And as soon as like a word is out or something's up, I'm like, wait, what happened? What's going on here?
Right.
So don't do that to yourself. Take the little bit of time it takes to learn the proper format. It really does not take that long. And once you learn it, you got it. It's a done deal. So don't do that to yourself.
And I'm glad you said that too, because I've had the same thing happen where, Londi, I want you to come on as a producer on this. They send me in Word. Oh, and the budget's $5 million. I can tell you right now, ain't nobody giving you that budget. Like, if you can't even invest to write it in proper software.
Yeah.
And because also you clearly don't understand filmmaking, because the software helps us schedule and organize things.
Yes.
There's a reason why scripts are formatted. It isn't just because, ooh, this is cool.
Yeah.
Helps us to be able to produce your project.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
you can't ask for millions of dollars if you ain't doing that work.
Yeah. Yeah. Easy. Easy.
All right. So let's talk a little bit about, especially I love, because you're a writer, producer. Let's talk a little bit about kind of getting a script to that level of being able to be produced. So I love what you said about creating community, and you've built this amazing community.
Yeah.
What are other tips you can give to filmmakers who really want to get their scripts produced?
I think an important part of this process, and this is also the difficult part, is that because our mindset is that it takes money, it just takes a lot of money, we forget the other things we need to build, right? So filmmaking is actually bite-sized. And what I really love about this annual is that you're actually pointing out, okay, you got to take this little bite, and then you got to go take another little bite, and then you got to take another little bite, right? Because if you're thinking about making a film in your head, it's this massive thing with all these moving parts, and that's 100% true. That's why you got to take a little tiny bite of that and a little tiny bite of that. So what is the first thing you need, right? You got the script. You've done all the vetting. You've got that. Maybe you've won a contest, maybe not, maybe whatever, right? You feel like it's ready, and no matter what, you're going to shoot it. What do you need? Where are you? What do you have? You have to take an assessment of who you are and what you have access to. And the mindset is that you don't have anything. I promise you have more than you think you have. Yes. Which is why I love to hearing Iris, right? Saying like, I wrote down first, I was like, I got no money. And then I have to write down names, and then one name came, and then she took a shower, and then another name came, and then another name came, right? So you have to build it, because when you go out and ask, you got to say, I've got this. And one of the things you got to say is, I have a plan for making it. That means you got to educate yourself on the process. How much money is it going to take to make your film? Not a film, your film, right? So that requires you getting to know a line producer, spending some money on a pitch deck, doing all those things so that when you go to ask for money, or when you go to an actor, you say, I did all this work. I did this, I did that, I got this in place, this looks good. And that means that at every step, you are doing your own work so that you also go into any situation with confidence. Yes. Because this is about really showing up at somebody's door and saying, listen, I'm ready. What you got? This is what I would love for you to help me with. Always ask for help, never ask for money. This is what I would love you to help me with. and so I have this budget, right? It's going to cost me $800 a day to feed the crew. Can you pay for half of that on my 2-day shoot? Can you, so that you know the specifics of everything you need, so that when you're going out into the world, you're specific about what you need. And that's what a planner does. That's what preparation does. Is it puts you in the position to win. And even if that person can't help you, you need to ask them, do you know somebody who can? Because I'm ready for this next step.
Yes, I'm so glad you said that, especially because I usually I don't want to do that part.
Yes.
Alandi,
Yes.
I just want to make my movie. I don't want to learn the business. Like, I feel like my head's gonna explode. Like, it's too much.
Yeah.
Which is why I created the planner. I was like, okay, but you can't eat the whole pie.
Yes.
Right? Take a bite.
Yes.
You slice. And so the planner gives you that in a 12-month period. Notice I didn't say you make a feature film in 6 months. I didn't say you make a feature. I'm saying 12 months. Set yourself up for success.
Yes.
So that you can ask. So you can go to people like Tony. The reason why him and I have worked with Tony is because we came with our stuff in order.
Yes, 100%. And let me tell you, the movie that I worked on with Tony, it didn't make no money because we had situations, right? But that's where we met. And because we liked each other, because we liked working with each other, because the problems of the film were not his or mine.
Right.
You know, you leave a project and you take the good folks with you. And that's what both of us did. We built a relationship. So now he's like, I know you're serious about work. I know he's serious about work. Whatever that situation was that didn't work, we're leaving that behind and we're moving forward. And that's what you want to put yourself in the position to do, but not going, oh, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. Then if you tell me you don't want to do that, you're telling me you don't want a successful film. It doesn't mean that you have to, but you have to be in a space to learn and grow. It's because this is a long game, y'all. And you want to learn it so also you don't get taken advantage of.
That part. Oh, thank you for saying that, because I say it all the time.
Yes.
When you go into projects and you haven't educated yourself, you don't know what you don't know. So you're literally setting yourself up to be taken advantage of. And we are in a business that has no HR. So they will come in and take advantage of you. They see you coming. They're like wolf in sheep's clothing.
Yes.
When they realize, oh, just your dialogue. The fact that you send a script in Word tells me you don't know what you're doing.
Right,
so
exactly.
Easily take advantage of you.
Right.
Or when I ask you for certain things, do you have your business plan, or do you have this, or can you tell me what your expected revenue streams will be, or how you're going to do a return on investment? I've literally heard filmmakers, Craig, say, I'm looking for $2 million to make this movie. And I asked them, well, how are you going to get a return on the investment? And it's crickets.
Yeah.
So you want somebody to give you $2 million. I actually had a filmmaker say to me, well, they shouldn't expect that because they know film is a high risk investment. So they should just expect not to get their money back.
Whew.
What? I was like, I don't know anybody who gives money as an investment and isn't hoping to get something back. Like that is the point of
oh my gosh. So our first film, it was a short film. It was 30 pages, which is way too long. It had 8 locations. And so because I didn't know anything, it was my first film. I was producing it. I found a line producer, and he says, I got it. Let me budget. I think he asked for like $8,000 or $10,000. I was like, all right. I forked it over, and he came back with a 4-day shoot. Now, 8 locations. It's 30 pages. It's a 4-day shoot, right? Now, my inexperience, right, says, okay, I don't know, right? I didn't know any better, right? And this is what I'm talking about, somebody taking advantage of you, right? Now, if he had been, at all honorable, and he was a nice guy, but he just saw the money and that I was willing to pay it.
Right.
He would have said, listen, bro, you cannot, this is too much. You got too much movie for 4 days. Right. But he's like, I said, I got enough my 4 days. He charged me for 4 days. Right. And so what that means for people who don't know, that means every day you have a company move. Which is every day. Expensive and time consuming. And I'm shooting in New York City where I live. Right. So that means I'm shooting on the west side of Manhattan on a Friday, our first day shoot. And then we have to move to the east side of Manhattan during rush hour.
Oh, my God.
I got to move 40 people. And planning lunch, right? So I didn't know that.
Yeah.
and somebody reputable would have said, yeah, we're
Don't.
not doing that. So this is why preparation is necessary, and you can't just hand over your money to somebody, because you will get taken advantage of.
Totally. I'm so glad you shared that story. And it makes me feel good as a person of integrity, because I shut that down. When I'm a first AD, I'll shut that down.
Yes.
Get that. Oh, no, we're not doing it. I literally
Yeah.
did it on the movie that actually just came out. We had a location we were shooting at, but then the next location was in another city.
Mm.
I was like, and I didn't live there. We were shooting in the Poconos. So I was like, I can just tell the fact that it sounds like it's far that we
Yeah.
should do that.
Yeah.
So how can we support the director's vision,
Right.
but still fight for that location vibe she's going for, but not travel with crew and all that, and factor in parking, because people always sleep on that, and all the things that are going to eat up. We're going to spend the whole day moving.
Yes.
So we can't do that in that city.
Yes.
We need people who have experience. It's kind of going back to what Tony said, having the people around you have experience to keep you from being taken advantage of. Or getting something like the planner that breaks a lot of that down for you. So that you're not doing things like that, because man, this business, when you don't know, people see you coming.
Yeah, 100%. And even having, like, doing all the work, having what like planning it out does is it leaves room for contingency, right?
Yeah.
So I heard you and Iris talking about, like, losing a location and that, because what happens, even if you've done all the work to do the location, which happened on a project that I shot, right? We were shooting on a roof in Tribeca in Manhattan, and we had scouted it. We knew everything was all taken care of, and we get to the roof, and the neighbor next door was playing reggae music at level 400.
My God.
Right? And then we couldn't find them. We couldn't wave them. We could nothing. It was like they had their rooftop terrace. They were jamming, but they were down in the house. I don't know where they were. But because we knew what the scene was, because we knew what we wanted, and we were able to shift. So literally, we just moved it down to the street. We were on the west side of Manhattan. We got the great vista. It was like a breakup scene or something like that. And so we were able to still shoot it because we left room for the error, for the problem. But we knew what the scene was and what we were doing. And that's an important part of planning as well.
Yes, I totally agree with that. That's why pre-production is important. We were talking about that a moment ago. Just when you rush pre-production, you can't pivot like what Craig's talking about, because you have no contingencies planned.
Yeah.
So the more that you can and do that, and honestly, a lot of times you learn that by messing up.
Yeah, that's the only way, really. Yeah.
Right? But I'm trying to help you, keep you from doing that, from the things that I've done wrong. Right? I know one time on my first project with Leslie, we did not keep the actors' clothing, and our lead actor got confused because he was working and acting, and he left the outfit for that day at home, and he lived across town, and it was rush hour traffic, and we were shooting in LA. There was no way we could make it. Luckily, we were able to reschedule the location and all of that, and it worked. We still finished on time. But things happen, and so having a checklist to help make sure you're not missing anything.
And having the personnel for that checklist, because say you have a wardrobe supervisor, like, I'll just take care of the clothes, but this is the scene where there's a fight scene, right? And then somebody's shirt might get ripped. Do you have another one?
Yes.
So you need that kind of planning in pre-production, so you leave room for blood stains, for these kinds of things, right? For we shot one of my last films with Tony actually, the hat that one of the characters, it was a big church hat, right? And it was beautiful, right? But it was also mesh.
Oh.
So and then the director shot it up against a window. So now we're
getting through it.
Straight through it. Right away, right? But because, like, oh my God, what are we gonna do? We got to go find another hat. And it was just a mess. But that cost the other producer, who was whatever she was, money in post, because we had to do all the CGI to get rid of all the stuff through the mesh hat. And she insisted on that hat, so that was her dime.
You know what? And with that, we had an issue with the lace front wigs and the lace not being glued down good. And I remember it was funny because our DP was like, Honey, what is that? I was like, and this is a celebrity. This was our celebrity talent.
Yeah.
And she wouldn't let hair and makeup touch her. But I was like, we can't, that is clearly a wig, right?
Yes,
So
yeah.
we had to do the same thing. But having someone who's looking for those things.
Yes.
So at least we can have the discussion, you know.
How to fix it, or do
On
a different hat, or whatever you need to do, right? But you need, but that comes in planning. That comes in having enough resources to get the right people to do the job. And that's what I see with so many first-time filmmakers, is like they think they're saving money by doing all the jobs, and you're actually losing money by doing all the jobs, because it's going to cost you more money later to fix it.
Yes.
So
and you can't split your brain in that many places.
You can't.
You have the expertise to look at the details.
Yeah. And you're also cheating yourself out of the experience you want to have.
Yes.
So if you're a director, if you're an actor who's producing your project, and you're the actor and you're the producer and you're getting craft services and you're running the CVS to get coin pads for somebody, if you're doing all of that, then you don't get to act. Right?
Yes.
Because your focus is so split. If you're a director, you don't actually get to direct it because your focus is so split. So you got to save up enough money to do it right, to have the experience that you're paying to have, so that doesn't get lost.
I love that. Yes, Craig. Thank you so much. So what are some final words that you would like to share with our audience today?
Listen, y'all, filmmaking is an expensive hobby. So
you ain't lying.
So if you're going to do this, like really commit to it, I want you to be clear about what is the vision you have for yourself. I started the celebration. What is the celebration that I want? Yeah. And when I have the celebration, I work back from there. The celebration I want is I wrote a screenplay and I want to see it either on a big screen or I want to see it on a little screen. I want to see it done. So in order to do that, you got to work backwards, right? So then what is the team that I need? How do I need to raise the money? And that all is from starting, like, this is what I dream for myself.
Right.
And it doesn't have to be the drudgery of, oh my God, it's so hard. Of course it's hard. This is hard. Listen, it's not hard, it's hard work.
Right.
So change your mindset. Find your joy in this. And this is like the big picture for me. And this is me sort of, 20 plus years of experience. It's like, I'm looking for the joy in this thing that I'm doing. And whether it's writing it or producing, which I love both, I'm looking for the joy in it. And the joy comes with my community. It comes with my collaborators. It comes with finding the right person. So my always big advice to somebody starting something, trust your gut never lies to you. If you don't like that person, you don't have to hire them just because you think they know more than you. Trust your gut.
Yes, I love that. And if people want to maybe be in your mentorship program, or if they want to learn more, is it just your website, Right With Craig, or how?
Yeah, you can come to rightwithcraig.com. You can find me all across the universe in the universe cycle of Redwall Pro. That is my handle across all platforms, Redwall Pro. But I make myself available until I don't like you anymore, and then that's it.
Oh my God.
Really, but like you, it has become my mission to be a person of truthful information and loving information. So if you ask me a question, I'm going to answer it. If you don't like it, that ain't my problem. That's yours.
Right.
So go find somebody who will tell you what you want to hear. That ain't going to be me.
And if you get someone who's just telling you what you want to hear, you're not going to get to where you want to be either.
You're not. It's bumpy and it's ugly, but it also can be beautiful.
Yes.
When you accept, like, this is the journey. So we got the information for you. Just come on in. It's fine. We'll serve you some tea and some sweet potato pie and tell you some truth.
Well, Craig, thank you so much for being here and for just
Of course,
making me
sis.
smile. My face
Yeah.
hurts laughing with you. We have to do this more because I think we're a
We
good
do.
tag team.
We do. Absolutely. 100%.
I appreciate you, my friend. Have a
Yes,
great rest of
yes.
your day.
You too, sis. Mwah. Love you. Love.
I love
All right,
you.
bye.
All right, so you heard from Craig himself. You've got to plan these things out. You're setting yourself up for success when you get organized, when you have a plan of attack, and when you're really doing the steps that are necessary for you to make an amazing project. And that's what the planner provides for you. Like this planner gives you step by step things that you can do to set yourself up for success and to reflect on where are you at, what did you accomplish. You heard Iris talk about how the mind mapping helped her really realize, I do have access to some people who can invest in my project, right? But oftentimes when we're just stuck in our head and we think we have it all figured out in our heads, we soon realize we don't when we write it down. And so, either the digital planner or the paperback planner can really help you, right? This is a paperback version. It can help you get organized, get out of your head, make sure you're setting yourself up for success. And even if you just need to write out, oh my God, this sucks, right? There's a section for that. That free flow section allows you to write out the areas where you're stuck, or if you're a drawer and you're like, I just need to draw some things like free flow drawing. The random doodle allows you to do that too. And again, it's available in both digital and in paperback. And so all these wonderful people who are coming on here today, they're coming on here because not only to support me and the fact that we're doing this, but they also believe in the journey of the filmmaker and they want to see you be successful too. These are people who are doing it. And so first of all, I feel honored that they wanted to come on and support my efforts. But I am very serious about getting in 2026, getting 2,000 filmmakers elevated, because the stories need to be told. People need to hear your stories. And so this planner is a great way to help you get organized and do that, to stop rushing through the process, to understand what you need to even get to someone like Tony who will finance your film, or to get to the level of like Carl, where you can be directing television, right? You need to set yourself up for success so you can do that. So today we've been talking to some of my amazing students and just some amazing people in the industry who are doing just that. And I think I just lost my next speaker. The next person who is coming in is Dion Nguyen. So hopefully Dion will log back on. I'm not sure what happened. Maybe there was an internet issue. But while I'm doing that, while we're waiting for Dion, oh, here she is. Here she's back now. Let me give you a quick introduction to Dion so you can learn a little bit more about her, because I asked some of my dynamic students to come on and share their stories and share how the planner has helped them and how some of the classes that I teach have helped them. And my next student is just amazing in her own right. Dion Nguyen is an award-winning film and television director whose bold, emotional, rich storytelling is shaped by nearly 3 decades behind the camera. Before stepping into the director's chair, Dion built a celebrated 29-year career as a makeup artist and makeup supervisor, contributing to over 10,000 hours on set and helping bring more than 60 films and TV projects to life across Hollywood. And that's actually a very modest bio that she gave me, because honestly, like, Dion is a powerhouse, and she's worked on a lot of big major motion picture films, and she decided to shift her career to the director's chair, and I'm so proud of her and her journey. So without further ado, please welcome to the virtual stage Dion Nguyen. Hey Dion, wait, I have some applause. Where's my applause? I'm still learning all these little, oh, here we go.
Oh, thank you so much, Londi. First of all, my 29 years, I started when I was 5, y'all. I'm a prodigy
Right.
because, I want them to know how old I am, whatever. No, really. First of all, for the 70s babies and Tower Records and albums, let me give you a woo woo. I love that, Craig, Tony, Carl. First things, Londi, thank you for having me today and in such great company. The great Carl Seaton, the great Tony, super producer Tony Griffin, writer Craig T. Williams and filmmaker, and I am a part of his Facebook group. Iris Alvarez, who is a part of my tribe, that a friend, a fellow filmmaker and collaborator, information sharer,
Yes, she
Iris.
is.
And Iris is part of that ecosystem through Blue Child Academy that you have created for the filmmakers that have come through your program. And I'm so appreciative of that, because one of the things that's important along the way is finding your tribe.
Yes.
Finding your tribe, and everybody's not going to be your tribe. If it's something that you feel like you need to force, they're not a part of your tribe. It should be
Right.
easy, and it should be seamless, and you should be very open, like I said with Iris, of collaborating or sharing information, knowing that that all good karma will circle right back to you. So I want to thank you and hats off for that. Now let's talk about my second Bible here. All right, y'all. This
I love
right here, let me tell you about this. Ultimate feature film production planner. And when I get finished, I want everybody to tag a filmmaker. I want you to tag the Hughes brothers. I want you to tag Robert Townsend. I want you to tag Ava DuVernay and others. Not because they personally need it. Of course, they've already been making films, but they take on mentors and mentees and they speak at schools. And guess what? They need this. Tag Spike Lee. I do. Okay. Tag NYU, USC. Okay. UCLA. Tag these universities and these filmmakers, major filmmakers, because this is something, this is a very unique book here. Bible planner, and it has so many things that honestly most filmmakers are not prepared for. Okay. This Bible, I'm going to tell you what is meant to me, what has helped me, what is done for me. Even I know Craig, Tony, Iris, everybody had, Carl has touched on about preparing yourself for a filmmaker and having those things ready and ready to go. But this is an investment into yourself. Okay. You have to be delusional in your determination to get this done. Okay. Like Craig said, this is an expensive, what I say, profession, but hobby, but profession. It's an expensive love. So just imagine you're this man or woman, you investing into this woman, this love affair that you have started with this woman, and you're investing into it. Okay. You expect to get a return on that investment, whatever that means to you. Well, that's what this is. That's what this is. This is an investment into yourself. This is an investment into your dream. And what this film planner does, it keeps you accountable to you. That's
Mhm.
your first person that you should be accountable to. That's yourself, okay? Are you being clear and concise in your vision, what you're doing, what your audience? Everybody's talked about your audience, targeting your audience. One of the things that Londi has taught us in at Blue Child Academy and Women of Color Filmmakers is ancillary products. Okay. If it's something that you're thinking, I can teach this person that, that's a product, y'all. Whether it be
Mhm.
digital or something tangible, it's a product, and there's something that you can market and sell. Okay. That pertains to your film. All right. Ancillary products, I can't touch on that enough. When I tell y'all, it was like she had a drill. Okay. In the head, auxiliary products. Because it is true what Carl said, what Tony has said, what Londi has said, what Craig
Craig?
has said, is the business has changed. Look, we just got a major shakeup. We all know what it is. Netflix bought Warner Brothers and HBO. Okay. So it's showing you and displaying you the changes that are happening around you. Now, there's an old saying, you're either going to change with the times or get swallowed up by them. So which choice is you?
Yes.
Anybody that knows me, I'm just a person that is super determined. Now, does that mean I don't have days where I feel like, Lord Jesus, can we talk about this? Girl, have you made a mistake? What is this? Everybody goes through a moment,
Yeah.
okay? But don't stay there. That's
Right.
one of the other things I like about this. You know why? Because there's a journaling section in this planner, okay? That you can write down your thoughts and they're yours. This is yours. This is your guide. This is your planner. You can write down those thoughts, whatever you're having that day. If you're not having the best thoughts, still, that's part of your journey because your journey is also for someone else's entering into this business, someone else's victory, someone else's reassurance that what they're doing is a good thing and a good road to travel on. So that journaling part in there is fantastic. Something else I want to touch on, which Londi, I know this pertains to quite a few of her students, and Craig talked about someone stealing your ideas. Yeah, because guess what? That's your baby. It's
Mhm.
your baby. But guess what? How do you treat something that you birth? Because what you're doing, you're birthing your script. That is your baby. You
Right.
something that's on the inside of you that the universe gave you, and you're gonna birth that. So how do you protect that? Guess what? You can protect it with this. This is your
Mhm.
proof of concept. That's your proof of concept of notes. So if something ever go down like that and you feel like your idea has been taken from you, which has happened in this business, okay, let's be real about it.
Right.
But guess what? If you show up, look, I've been working on this, Your Honor, for 2 years. I've been working on this. I got a whole team. This is everything I mapped out or whatever. Guess what? No one can dispute that because it's all documented. Everything is about documenting our time along the way, our journeys. That's part of it. The other thing about this that I think is great, when you become this great filmmaker, guess what? Don't you want to have that documented, that journey along the way, how you got there, so you can look back? Ooh, I need to glad I grew out of that. Oh, I changed that. Oh, I learned from that situation. So this book does way more than you can imagine, just about not just about documenting and keeping yourself accountable. It is part of your history. I remember going to the Tupac Museum, okay, the exhibit downtown LA. And one of the things I love, he kept journals. He kept everything. He wrote down every song he wrote, his journals, his thoughts when he was incarcerated, everything. This is part of that, guys. Even though it's about planning your entire film, it is your journal. It is your documentation. It's something that you to look back on. It is part of your legacy. And I'm
Yeah.
being real about that. It's part of your legacy. So when I am, and I'm gonna say, and some people might not like it, but hey, if you know me, you know I shoot for the stars. So when me as a filmmaker, there's an exhibit about me at the Academy Museum, one of these is gonna be sitting there.
I love it. I
Okay.
love it. And
All
I'm
right.
so glad you said brought that up because I forgot about Tupac. But my mom actually purchased those journals and stuff. Like they made it into a book. They bound it together and gave it
Mhm.
as a gift to my son because my son is a hip hop artist, and it was like the best gift. So to your point, when you are that successful filmmaker, that's going to be valued to see how you journaled, how you reflected. I hadn't even thought it. I love that sales pitch, Dion. Thank you, Dion.
Hey,
Yeah,
I'm
look.
serious. Hey, I'm serious about mine. Think about the late John Singleton, who I personally love, and he had an influence on my career. Think about where his notes, his scripts, his journals. You want to get a peek into that, into his brain, into his life. Even like you said, if it was a musical artist before, people are fascinated by the brains of the previous that came before us. And
Yes.
I also want to touch a little bit on that because I was looking at the filmmakers that you've had on thus far. And when I say this to the young coming behind us, there is absolutely no shade to what I'm about to say because you are our future. You
Mhm.
are our future. But guess what? In my age group, we your right now. We are the right now, okay? And we paved the way for the young that is coming behind us. And I love that about how you show up, Londi, and with Blue Child Academy, and create a space that does not discriminate against age. Okay. Let me
Mm,
tell you something. At my age now, y'all, I got more wisdom. Okay. I think things through more thoroughly than I did when I was younger. I plan it out because guess what? I feel like I ain't got no time to waste. I have
right.
no time to waste, and I don't want to play games. I don't want to play games with other people's time, and I don't want them playing games with mine.
Yes.
Um, the another thing about that was touched on is surrounding yourself with, once you get to a point and that idea and someone believes in your idea, is surrounding yourself with the right people, building a fortress around yourself. I've said that as a filmmaker. There are other artists and creatives in our business that have done that. When you see the Denzel Washingtons that have built a fortress around himself of other collaborators and producers and financiers that protect his visions and him as a creative. I'm happy to have a new group of collaborators, producers, and um, producers and soon to be financiers on board to start building brick by brick that fortress. And we call each other Fantastic Four. I like that. But anyway, that is also important. But in order to have that fortress, to get that fortress built around you, you've got to present yourself like you're ready for that. You're ready for that. You're ready for them. You want someone that is great with money, because as an artist, a lot of times we don't think about money in
Mhm.
business, and that's part of what this does. Okay, this also helps you keeps you accountable business wise. I
Yeah.
told you Londi talks a lot about at Blue Child Academy and Women of Color Filmmakers business. Okay, it's great to be an artist, but we don't want to be starving artists.
I know that's right.
We ain't having that. We don't want to be starving artists. We want to build a ecosystem that is profitable, and then we tell great stories. So how do we do that? This is the start, guys. Okay, and this is like this, you could put me on QVC, I can sell something, you understand? But I'm gonna only sell something that I believe in and that I know that works. Okay. I know it works, guys, because it's working for me and it's working for a lot of other people. You know what I mean? I remember back when I first, right before I got into the business, as a makeup artist, I went to esthetician school because I wanted to know about the skin as well. I wanted to make sure as I am creating these characters that I'm taking care of my client's skin as well. I believe great, makeup starts with great skincare. Y'all see me. Don't be a hater all your life. Okay. So anyway, but when I started with that, guess what the first thing they do? They give you a textbook. It's called Milady's Textbook of Aesthetics. Still given out today when people go to school for aesthetics. Okay. Milady's skincare book. And that book was a guide for us as estheticians of how the different layers of the skin, different innovative techniques, products, all of those things. Well, guess what? Why not this? Same thing. It gives you the same thing. Okay. This ultimate feature film production planner is your guide and your book to turn into a great filmmaker. Okay. And the other thing is, not only with this book, like I said, this gives you the confidence. You go back and you look at also how much you do know versus how much you didn't know when you started.
Yes, the reflection. I'm so glad you
Mhm.
said that because I think sometimes we beat ourselves up because we feel like, oh, I should be here. I should have done this. I should be further. But when you go back and look at what you've actually accomplished, it can actually motivate you to continue going. So you're so right.
Yeah. Absolutely. I am right now in the middle of working on my first feature. And really, where it started was back in 2019. So you think about, add the years up, 2026 will be 7 years in the making. Time is but an instant and it flies by. You may seem anxious in the beginning and
Yes.
you're thinking it's not happening soon enough. But
Right.
then also remember, like Iris said previously, the universe, God, whatever you believe in, I believe in God. When God puts your foot on the pedal and presses the gas, though, then you're like, hold on. So you just want to be ready. You want
Yeah.
to be ready for when the gas pedal gets pressed down. And I am lucky to have the collaborators in the supportive production team that I have thus far on my journey. I'm really
But I
grateful
want
for
to
that.
correct you. You're not lucky. You cultivated that. So like she's being very modest because I think sometimes we forget these things are happening for Dion. And again, Dion, she had many years in the film industry doing hair and makeup, and she shifted careers to direct, right? And some people will look at, well, like, how is she already, doing her first feature film? I gotta find my applause so I can quick clap. Like, let me get my applause together. Okay, here we go. Right, she's in the process, right? So let me break this down a little bit. Dion, first of all, she's tenacious. So Dion heard me on Clubhouse, right? I was speaking at the Pan African Film Festival. Somehow she hunted me down. And what I love about Dion is at the moment where she was trying to engage with me, I couldn't talk because they were rushing me to the next place they needed me at the festival. And she came and gave me her pitch, but she wasn't offended at the fact that I couldn't talk to her. And she just was like, okay, well, I just wanted to say it's nice to meet you, da 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 da. And then somehow Dion just kept being around, right? Like she really just kept being around. And I became very fascinated with her, but she wasn't asking me for anything. She was just talking to me, sharing her journey, just being a regular person to the point where now I absolutely fell in love with Dion, right? It was like, oh my God, where's Dion? But she cultivated it from a place of sincerity where she reached out. She joined Women of Color Filmmakers. She got into my classes and workshops, and she showed me that not only she was serious about the things that she wanted to do. And she got into our film program. She made her first short film with us in our program. She made her second short film, and now she's on to making her first feature. But moving that fast, and this is all in the span of a couple of years, but moving that fast is because she's focused and she's tenacious. She doesn't come asking for a gazillion things. She comes with an open mind and a willingness to learn. And so I want to take a moment to give her applause. If I have flowers, I throw them at you, girl.
Thank you. Thank you.
Because this is what it takes. And I don't want anyone to be discouraged or feel like to Dion's point, I'm not young, so I can't do this, right? I don't care how old you are. If you have a story to tell, it is your duty to share it with the world because you have no idea who you can bless through your story or what doors you can open through yourself by blessing others. And I think Dion is a great example of one. It doesn't matter that you've had other careers. If filmmaking is your dream, go for it. Because to her point, your stories are so much richer by the life you've lived. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter if you're a young person and you're pursuing it, go for it. Because you have awesome stories to tell too. And you're only going to get better and better and have richer stories as you continue to hone your craft. But if you're coming in at 50, 60, 70 years old after raising kids and having grandkids and having 2 or 3 careers, and now you're like, that filmmaking thing has always been in the back of my mind. There's no better time than now to do it. And our planner is an excellent way to help you start those steps and curve the learning. You know what I mean? Curve the hard parts that you have no clue, so you're not taking advantage of. The classes that I teach are too. Dion's in my 12-month program at the Academy. But the planner's a great start. If you're not ready for the big commitment, it's a great start. So thank you, Dion. I have to give her props though, because she's definitely downplaying how hard she's worked to get to where she is. And also just reminding yourself of what you accomplished. Like I'm always, and she'll tell you, I always say this, give yourself a pat on the back. This is not an easy bit. We chose a very hard profession. Okay. but
Yeah.
it's so
Yeah.
rewarding. It's so
Yeah.
rewarding when you get it out there. So I want to make sure I give you your props, Dion.
I appreciate that so much. Appreciate that so much. If I could say this too about Blue Child Academy, guys, and signing up for Londi's classes, not because, and I'm not getting anything from this, but honoring someone that pours into others.
Thank you.
That's what I'm getting out of this, guys, is honoring someone else that does not mind pouring into others and sharing. Look at the people she had on today. That's no small feat. These are heavy hitters, guys. Like this Tony Griffin, I pitched in front of him, and he's not an easy person to pitch in front of. Okay, guys? Because let me tell you, he will pick apart your business plan. Okay, so you better have it together. You know what I mean? But again, part of that is holding yourself accountable so that when you get in front of others, and you're going to be nervous, I was nervous pitching in front of Tony before, but I had my business plan,
Yes, you did.
my executive summary, I had everything tight, and he appreciated that. After that, I woosawed, and guess what, each time I did it, it became easier and easier. So now when I'm talking to someone, not with arrogance, but with confidence.
Yes. Yeah, I'm
Okay.
so glad you said that because I feel like, people psych themselves out and think that it's supposed to be easy. And you're right. Like the beautiful thing after you pitched to him was he said, I can't find a hole in her pitch. Like I can't find anything. It sounds amazing. I'm interested. Right? You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
what you want because they're expecting, as creatives, oftentimes we don't have these things in place. So I was proud. I was like proud mama trying to keep my mouth shut. But
Look, she didn't tell y'all in the beginning, like before Tony came on, she was like my mother. I got a southern mama, y'all. And Londa was like, all right, y'all ready? Don't be embarrassing me out here in the streets, So,
I
but
didn't say
no, she was
that,
very
but
supportive.
I said it in that tone, but I didn't say those words. But you're right. And it's so funny to that point. Like oftentimes people ask me to introduce them to people like Tony or like Carl, but I'm not introducing anyone to someone who doesn't have their stuff together. Right?
That's
Like
right.
I could love your script. I could think your script is absolutely amazing. But if you can't come to me with a pitch deck, understanding your business plan or any of that, then I'm not going to introduce you to someone like Tony who could finance your film because you're not ready. And he's going to be looking at me and not listen to any other referrals I give him if I'm referring people who don't do the work. That's why I teach these classes. That's why I made the planner. We have a business class starting in January, the Profitable Filmmakers Challenge. It's a 1-week class for $97, right? So for $97 for 5 days, you can start learning the basics. You're not going to learn it all in 5 days, but you can learn some basic things that can complement the planner. And so these are inexpensive prices. This planner right now for the holidays is only $49. On Amazon, it's $79.99 because it's a workbook. It is not just, Dion can tell you, it is not just a regular organizing planner. It breaks down step by step all these things that we're talking about that you need to have if you want to approach an investor, and why Dion.
And I want to show y'all something. Go ahead, Londa. Keep talking, Londa.
And why Dion is excelling because she's applying all these things. And next year, this time, she gonna have a new testimony about how she has elevated her film career, and you can too. You just have to put in the work and make sure that you're organized. And again, like we mentioned, I'm gonna share my screen for 2 seconds while she's grabbing something. We have these reflective moments in here. So at the end of each month, and one thing I forgot to mention, there are tabs in the digital planner. There's the tab that you go to the end of the quarter. So each month you have parts where you can look at how things reflected where you're at, the things you still need to work on. But at the end of each quarter, you can list out the good things that happened that quarter, what you were able to accomplish, list areas where you could use some support and need some help. And this is great that if you have a community, I highly recommend Blue Child Academy, or I highly recommend Women of Color Filmmakers. But you can list out some things where you may need some areas of support and list anything you still need to work on for next quarter going in. So again, the planner is available both in paperback and digital. Okay, Dion's back. Let's see
Okay,
what
sorry about that, guys, that I stepped away, but wanted to show you something. I don't have just one. I've got more than one. Two different films. Okay. So what she's saying, it is at a great price. I did not get it for free. I paid for mine, but I paid for an investment into myself. Okay. So I wanted you all to see, I don't just have one. I'm going to collect these to every project that I do moving forward. I want one of these because I want it to be documented. It's part of my legacy for my children. I want them to see. I want them to hear my thoughts in my brain, how I came up with something, what I was feeling that day. It may even be encouraging to them or another person that, dang, that day she was feeling, like, I don't know, I'm having a hard time or a challenge with distribution because the business has changed, but yet and still at the end I got it.
Yes, yes,
I
yes,
got it.
yes.
So, again, it's your baby. How would you take care of your baby? And for those of you that are um pet babies, you have pet babies. Still, how do you take care of your baby? How do you take care of something that means something to you? Okay? This is what I do. This is something that means to me. I handle it with care. That's like you see, I handle all my things, all everything, my filmmaking with care. Whether
Yes,
I'm organizing my office with my different scripts, my planner, of course, my notes like this. I had to also, and also, if you are a person that is neurodivergent, or what they say neurospicy, I'm a little neurospicy. So it also, this planner has kept me organized from a standpoint. If my executive producing team asks me about something or doing something, I write it down. I write it down so I can come back to them with the answer that they were looking to get, or something else, or an alternative, or that's not the answer that they were looking for. So let's try something else. But at that time, it helps keep me accountable. It helps keep me on task, so that I can answer those questions, whether it be notes. Even recently, I went to AFM, American Film Market here in LA. And you meet a lot of people, and a lot of people are talking, and a lot of people are making contact. I actually wrote a lot of those names down in my planner and their information, because I'm a person, after a while, if you just collect business cards and whatever, if it's not digital, it becomes a piece of paper down in my black hole of a purse. Okay.
right.
So I write those things down so I can go back in my planner. Oh, I need to email this. That was one of the things that I was doing early this morning before we got started. I was going back in my planner and people that I wanted to email and just follow up, so that, and I usually send out a lot of emails on Saturday morning because I want to hear from them by Monday.
Yeah, I
So then
love.
I got all week to try to coordinate a meeting with them.
Yeah,
Okay. So
love it.
they see my email. They may not answer me till Monday. Sometimes people answer me on Saturday and they'll go, hey, I'm available this day, this day. Then I've already done it. So usually on Saturdays, I start going back and reviewing who I have met. And I make sure I say that too. Hey, we met at AFM. And I put this, hey, this may be a person, whether they, and I met a lot of people that were filmmakers out of the country. We
Right.
had a lot of people here from other countries, Spain,
Yeah.
Dubai, China, Japan, And so I wanted to circle back to those people, but remind them where they met me. But I have to remind myself where I met them as well. So the planner helps with that. The
Thank
planner definitely helps with that.
Well, Dion, I appreciate you coming on today and for sharing that and for being just such a champion of this work. I appreciate you so much. If people want to follow you, how can they keep up with your journey and what's going on with you?
You can follow me on Instagram at A Winning Production, and winning is spelled WYNNING.
Okay, put it in there.
A Winning Production.
There we go. Well, thank you again for being here today. I appreciate you. Keep winning, girl, keep winning. And I can't wait to see how things develop with your feature film. I know it's going to be amazing. I'm so proud of you for just everything that you're doing. I'm truly proud.
Okay. And like you always tell us, Lonnie, give yourself a hand and some flowers right now for creating something for others that they can go with them on their journey.
There you go. Awesome. Thanks, Dion. Enjoy.
All right. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Take care.
All right. Our next guest, first of all, that was amazing. And Dion is a powerhouse. She makes me so proud, both Dion and Iris. I'm proud of all my students, but it's always beautiful to see that, okay, the things that you're teaching are actually blessing others and helping them to cultivate their dreams and their craft. And our next guest is all about that. She is all about supporting and helping and uplifting others. And I am so excited that she was able to be here because she is a very busy lady. But our next guest is Donna Marie Reed. From networking boardrooms to festival stages, Donna Marie is a multi-platform development executive creative director, an executive producer, and strategic connector who moves seamlessly between the creative and corporate worlds. As a CEO of Undeniable Films, she's transformed ideas into cultural movements, developing and selling projects to major streamers with EGOT and Oscar-winning talent attached. Okay, and if you know what an EGOT is, it's that Emmy, Oscar, Grammy, and a Tony. So that means people who got all them things, all them awards. She has been able to attach that level of talent to some of the projects that she's worked on. Garnering a sell to HBO, 2 Emmys, 6 Tellys, and 3 Webby Awards this year alone, okay? This year in 2025. Building on 7 years at ABC, Donna Marie was contracted by NBC Universal's 2025 Launch Unscripted Pitch Accelerator to help shape the next generation of unscripted hits. She shepherded emerging talent as they develop potential franchise series with Universal Television Alternative Studios, providing guidance through high-stakes pitches and refining stories to be on brand and emotional resonant market ready. Oh my goodness. Donna Marie isn't just a creating content. I gotta get that right. Donna Marie isn't just creating content. She's creating legacies while elevating others to do the same. Okay, when I tell you the powerhouses, you see what I'm talking about, y'all? Please welcome to the virtual stage, the one and only fantabulous Donna Marie Reed. Hey, Donna.
Hi, Landy. How are you?
I gotta do this for you.
Thank you.
Yes, darling. I'm so excited to have you here because one, I don't think people fully understand what you do and how hard you work and how necessary your position is. Because they're just not, educated. So, you're always willing to help and reach out and support indie filmmakers. There's one thing I love about you. Like, I know you're always down to help others learn and grow in their craft. But can you break down a little bit about exactly what an executive creative director does and how that process could be beneficial to indie filmmakers?
Okay, got it. Well, first of all, Landy, thank you for having me. I love what you're doing. You always speak gems. Anytime I come across your page, anytime you're making references from your book, it is just always on point. And I'm like, she never misses. So anytime I can support you and your work and I hope elevate it, I'll do that because you know what you're doing. You speak truth and the results show for themselves. So thanks again for having me.
Yes, of course. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah. So I am a multi-hyphenate development executive, and that means I develop across the board, whether it's scripted, unscripted, live shows, I've done it all, and I've done it all on a very high level. From ABC for 7 years. I've been under a contract with NBC on and off over several years. And as you referenced, I am working with their talent to help produce the next franchise hit. But I also am still in the market myself. You know, I'm still out here developing shows, and, you know, everything that I teach, I'm actually walking the walk myself, you know, discovering these things in real time. And so the information and access that I have is one thing that really helps a lot of up and comers, because it's rare that you find development executives and creative executives that are on the inside and outside of corporate structure, you know, and both operate very differently and are very different walks. But it behooves a creative to walk into those rooms structured and knowing, like having a business structure and knowing how to sell your show beyond the passion that lives inside your chest, you know?
Yes.
We all have these stories in us that we want to tell and we want the world to know. But what we have to keep in mind is that when we approach these tables, when we get to these doors, to these buyers or whomever we're wanting to partner with, we are selling commerce. And so we have to then talk their talk, you know, and the passion that we have for our projects, that is what sustains us through all of the no's. Because there are a lot of those out of, you know, the thousands of pitches that networks and distributors hear every single year. Only 1% of those pitches are bought. Only 1%. They don't buy in bulk anymore. They're buying specifically for what they need and what they know they can program. Anything else doesn't matter. So you can come in saying how, oh, this means the world to me, and this is just going to be the next best thing. You got to be able to show them how. You have to be able to articulate that. And so with me, having been on the inside at those tables, I know exactly what they're looking for. And even when you know exactly what they're looking for, even when you have the relationships, it's still very hard to sell. So you want to always position yourself to where you're with a network executive on your team or someone that can really help you develop a business plan on how to talk to them. Because if you don't come right with that business plan, you know, you're already dead in the water. And so as an executive, that's what I help creatives do. Not only do I help you develop and ideate your concept from a nugget of an idea into a fully fledged, functional, formatted show, I teach you how to format the framing of your pitch so that you come off professional and very strategic, because the passion alone will not sell it. You know, again, that's what sustains you, but strategy every time. And so that's what I teach, and that's what I do.
You know, I'm so glad you say that. One, because, you know, it's like you're echoing everything I say all the time. So I appreciate you saying that. But also, I think it's important, you know, I often tell my students that your film, it's great that you're passionate about it, and that means a lot, but it's also a product, and a product has to be sellable to consumers. You know, and so start understanding that and treating your film that way. Doesn't mean you can't love it, doesn't mean you can't be passionate about it, but you have to understand some of the marketing aspects of it. Doesn't mean you have to be an expert marketer, but you have to understand how it could be attractive to your target audience so that you can sell it in your pitch. And then they bring the powers that be that know how to actually reach it. But you've got to have an idea. You can't think they're going to do it for you, right?
1000%. One, like the fastest way to make a buyer feel like you're wasting their time is if you come in and you don't know your show. If you can't tell them what it is, if you can't tell them how it works, if they ask you questions and you're stuck, then they don't feel like, you know, your show is well thought out, you know, like into multiple seasons, you know, and that doesn't, the multiple seasons doesn't have to make it into your pitch deck. But if they're asked about it, you should be able to speak on it.
I love that you said that, because I was actually talking to her. I don't know if I was listening to someone the other day, you know, senior moments. I can't remember where I heard this, but they brought up that you need to be able to speak to your project beyond the initial pilot, right? So a lot of times people just, they know the pilot inside and out and they're excited. But then when you ask, okay, so how does that tie into the season finale or our mid-season where we're going to keep the people engaged and continue to watch the show? How does that all tie in so we can have a season 2? And it's like crickets. And so I love that you're saying that, because a lot of times I think we're just excited about the concept and the pilot, but we haven't thought all those things all the way through.
Yeah. And I'll say to this, if you've only thought the pilot through, then you haven't really thought your characters through.
Preach.
Because what is their journey beyond the pilot? You know, you should be well into that stuff. You know, you have to make the pilot again, but you have to be able to speak on it. You have to be able to have that in a Bible somewhere. Well, like what happens beyond. And so, yeah, if you have these executives telling you about your character or it feels underdeveloped, then you're dead in the water and you're already wasting their time. They've already made up in their minds that they're not going to work with you because you don't make them feel like they're going to be safe.
No, it's interesting when you say this, because, you know, we've heard the stories of, well, this person pitched, they had an awesome concept and they pitched their show and this execs got excited about it, but none of the other stuff was fleshed out. And so, you know, then they get all these notes and now they lost their concept because the notes have thrown them off. Do you feel that, you know, having that stuff all organized and planned out, knowing your characters, knowing your season, having everything fleshed out, helps people when they get notes to be able to take the note that they need to change, but understand what they need to keep, you know what I mean? So that they're not now confused.
Absolutely. Because when you know the nuances of your characters and the nuances of the world that they're in, then you can take anything and adapt it. But if you just have broad strokes, then there's not enough meat on the bone for you to kind of see where you can kind of ebb and flow with someone else's notes. Because we always feel like when we go into the door with our project, with our pilot, with our deck, like this is the show. Like this is a show I've been working on all of my life. And like, this is what the show needs to be.
Right.
Rarely the show that you walk in the door with is what you see on the air.
Yes.
Rarely. And if you can't take those notes, if you can't work with, because you have to come in with a fully thought out idea.
Right.
But you also have to leave room for it to be branded to that specific buyer. Leave room for their development execs to do their job. So they want to know and have confidence that you can develop an idea fully, but they also want to know that you're fluid and rebranding and making adjustments that fit their brand, their audience. It becomes your show together, not just your concept. And the passion that you are having that you just want to tell the world about, like you're so in love with this project for whatever reason, you have to make them feel that same passion, because that passion has to live on beyond that pitch. So after you make your pitch, they have to then go and sell your idea up the chain.
Right.
They can't passionately do that. And you didn't leave them with materials that can aid them in doing that. It's not going to get pitched up.
You know, I'm so glad that you said that, because I don't think people fully understand that whole process of how that works. And I love that you're saying it's not just your show anymore, it's their show. Because I think sometimes we're so excited to pitch and we got a pitch meeting and, oh, we pitched to this network or that network, but we didn't do our due diligence or homework to understand how the shows are developed on that network. Meaning I'm pitching something to Lifetime that doesn't really fit Lifetime. My zombie horror movie is not a good fit for Lifetime, but someone at Lifetime showed a little interest, so I'm gonna go with it. I'm gonna push it, and then you find, and we've seen this happen with, you know, with shows, and then, you know, it gets on there, but it's not living well because it wasn't the right home for it. So doing homework is key.
Absolutely. And Landi, before I go into any pitch, the deck is branded for that particular buyer, for that particular production company. I never go in with the general template of a pitch deck. The competitive shows are ones that they know are competitive shows to them, but our show is the answer to those shows.
Right.
Those and that's what they're looking for. Can your show help them rate against their biggest competitor? Or
Right.
can your film help them win in box office? And
Right.
do you have the attachments that tell them, yes, you can, you
Yeah.
know? And so you have to be able to leave them with things and have things incorporated in your pitch that they can hang on to and sell up the chain.
Yes, I'm so glad you said that, because that's something I always tell my students too, is your pitch deck, you should have your general pitch deck pages, but you should have some additional pages that you
Yes.
interchange depending on who you're pitching to,
Yes.
because that deck, you should never have a generalized pitch deck. If you're pitching to an investor, like we had Tony Griffin on earlier, he's an film financier, he gets financing for films. The deck that goes to him is very different than a deck that would go to a creative producer or a potential partner, because he's looking at the money. He doesn't care about your creative vision. So if you're going to a network, you need to know what that network wants, right? What they're looking for, who their major competitors are, how your show plays into. I'm loving that you're saying all this. One, it means that I am right.
Yes. No, this is what I'm saying, and this is why I'm here. You speak nothing but the truth, Landy. So, like, seriously. And I'm sorry, I'm mispronouncing. It's Landy, right?
Landy.
I keep saying Landy, so I want to get that right. It's Landy. But no, Landy, you speak nothing but the truth, you know. And so every time you put up something, an excerpt from your book or something that you're teaching your students, or a victory that they're sharing, I'm like, of course it's a victory because she knows what she speaks.
Oh, thank you.
You do.
Yeah. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
So what would you say to a filmmaker, or, someone who has aspirations of maybe pitching or getting their show on a network? What's like the first thing you would tell them if they wanted to do something like that?
The first thing I tell people to do is really study whomever you're going to pitch and find out who's going to be in the room, stalk their pages, see what they're like, see what they're into, see if you have any commonalities between you two, because I never just go in just all product.
Yes.
Know each other. Let's vibe a little bit, because oftentimes people don't buy shows just because they like your show. They buy shows because they like you.
Right.
And your show can help them. So I've seen plenty of times, I've been in the buyer's seat where they love the concept, but do not want to work with those creatives. And you would be surprised on the reasons why. You would be surprised. From very petty to very like, yeah, of course we don't want to work with them, because who wants to deal with that? Right. When you partner, it's like entering a marriage. And so you want to be a great partner. You want to be someone that they want to hang out with beyond the show. They want to grab a, coffee with, or a dinner with, or drinks with after work. That's how you want to show up in these pitch meetings. So, and by doing that, you don't waste their time. You get to know them. You get to know, because a lot of times when I'm doing the research, I find so many things that we can talk about, that has nothing to do with the pitch, but it immediately creates a bond and a relationship that sticks beyond the pitch. Even if they don't like the pitch,
right,
they'll like me, and they will keep that door open for me to be able to come back and pitch anything I want. So I don't always sell. I don't always get a development step, but I always get that door open to come back. And that's what you want. You want to win the room, not just that opportunity.
I'm so glad you said that, because I kind of forgotten about that. Like my very first pitch, I think, I was so nervous. So I had all my stuff organized in my whole, and, they didn't even, all he wanted to do was get to know me. And I was thinking, when are we going to talk? We literally talked about the project for maybe like 5 minutes. It was mostly, so tell me what you like or whatever. And it, it was my first time pitching, to a big production company. They didn't pick our project just because they had something similar, but I also didn't know enough to continue that relationship then, you know what I mean? And so I'm loving that you're saying that, like doing your research, but also making sure you keep that door open, because he was really cool. We laughed, we talked a lot. And if I would have been a more savvy filmmaker, or if I would have did it now, we'd be homies,
Absolutely. Yeah. And you learn these things along the way. What was great though is that you were prepared. You were able, ready to take them all the way down the lane,
Right.
So that's important. But he probably already saw all he needed to from that project, whether
Right.
he knew it was going to go forward or not.
Right.
He wants to get to know you, you know, and you know that now. So
Right.
yeah.
Yes, I love that. Thank you. So, any final things as we start to wrap up that you would like to share with filmmakers that are pursuing this crazy thing we call filmmaking?
Yeah, okay. So I have some notes. So let me just kind of go down them as
Oh,
soon.
yes, please touch.
Okay.
Give me the
Okay.
note.
All right. All right. Okay. So I'm just going to go down and I don't know how this, jives up against everything that you have, but I'm sure that it fits in some kind of way. Because like I said, you speak nothing but the truth. So here's just some quick and dirty notes for you guys when you're going in so that you're really well prepared to not hit them only from a creative point of view, but from a strategic and business side as well, because you're not just selling ideas. Remember, you're selling a package. So first the buyers want a clear point of view. They want to know if it's a good fit for the market, and not just the market, but for what they got going on. Does it have character and talent attachments already built in? Is that value already added? And that's something you can kind of weigh, because I don't automatically attach talent, but I get letters of intent, because whomever you're partnering with, they may not want that particular talent because they may have their own talent that they want to work with. So that's just, but have talent attachments close by. And then you want proof that you can deliver the show. So for me, that proof is partnering with a credible production company who's been there and done that. So they'll say, oh yeah, they and done it successessly, successfully. So yes, you want
Keyword successfully.
Absolutely. Because immediately they're like, okay, I love what they did. And they're killing it in the ratings. Oh yeah, that's a no-brainer. We're you guys are good. This is a good package.
Right.
And you also want a concept that aligns with their current mandates.
Okay.
So just a brief overview, the ideas alone do not sell anymore. Execution sells, packaging sells, positioning sells. On to number 2. The studios have shifted from volume to precision. Again, only 1% of pitches are being bought. So studios, this is what they're looking for. The concepts must be laser sharp. The tone and structure must be well defined. And you must know exactly what network you're pitching. Be surprised. You'd be surprised. But it's very important. And you need a competitive reason why now. So I always have 2 why nows, a general why now, and then why this particular buyer or this particular production company needs this show. They may have done something like it and it completes their trilogy or something, or it builds out a franchise that they already have, or they're doing a lot of true crime. And so now you want to do a baking show because this is what you're reading their audience is craving. Whatever it is, you want to make sure that you cater that why now to that specific buyer or partnership. And that's like the extra slide in the general deck that you can have to tweak and make different. The third thing is you must think like an executive. I know creators are creative and they say they don't have that executive gene, but you actually do. And if you don't, you have to learn it. You need to be able to go in that room and have a clear business case of why they need your show. And understanding of scripted and unscripted economics, because they're very, very, very different. Format. You can you can read all the log lines and concepts you want, but they have to know how the show works. That is the format. That is what sells overseas. That's where the money is at. And then just longevity and franchise potential. Is it scalable? Is it bingeable? So creatives who know the business side, they get taken seriously immediately. So you definitely want to be strong going in with that. Number 4, your pitch deck. It must answer these questions. What this concept is, which is in your log line. Why does it matter now? Who is the audience? Who is the talent? Is it repeatable? And what makes it unique from anything else on air? Not just on air, but what they're also coming out with. Because remember, if you're pitching a production company, they're trying to figure out their next hit too. So if you come in the door with it and they just need to, like, you know, sweeten it up, you're good. So, you know, you want to always just make sure that none of those areas are weak, because if you cannot articulate those things well, the pitch will collapse. How are we doing on time, Landy?
You're okay. Go, keep going.
Okay,
I know
cool.
we started a little late, but
Okay,
keep going.
okay, all right.
Because you're dropping gems, Donna Marie. I don't want to interrupt.
Okay, but just stop me if you need to. Okay, I'm
Okay.
almost going up to 10, so we're on 5.
Okay.
So talent is currency. So today, if you have an idea, it could be the greatest idea in the world, but what's going to give it a platform? What's going to help it cut through all the noise that's out here? So you have to look for a host, an influencer, an expert, some sort of cultural name. Attaching any of this will likely increase, like double your chances of a sale, because executives buy security, not risks. So talent definitely does that. Number 6, you must show that you've done the work in this pitch deck. No, executives can tell when you just slam stuff together. I promise you. If it's not well thought out, I promise you they can tell. If you just hurried up and smash some stuff together, they can tell. So the work has to show in your series overview, in your episodic structure, in the worlds that you've created, in the characters that you've created, in the competitive landscape, in the visual tone, and in your sizzle reel. And these signals, if they know that you're coming in and these things are strong, then they know that the series is well thought out. They don't have to worry about it not holding up in structure, because all of these things are evident. It's like when you're baking a cake, you need all of these ingredients, you know, or it's going to fall. Number 7, relationships. Relationships move deals faster than cold pitches. So this is a relationship business. So executives buy from people that they trust, people who can deliver, and people who show up prepared. If you have a great idea but no access, you need to partner with someone who does have access. Only 1% is getting bought, guys. So number 8, rejection does not mean no. It's just not this version. So please don't feel like they're saying your show is crap, it's not well developed, you didn't do this, that, or the other. A lot of times when they're giving you notes, that's like they're interested, you know, like they're trying to see, you know, if they can fit their brand into this concept. Also, it might not, like Landy, you had your pitch, and they had something similar. So it wasn't a no because it wasn't good. It was a no because they had something similar.
Right.
So, you know, you never know what those no's are for, what those notes are for, but just be open to them and don't take anything personal. Don't feel defeated, because like the buyers, they really do want to say yes. They just need the version that they can say yes to that fits their slate. Number 9, creatives must protect their ideas. You cannot be out here willy-nilly. You cannot. So release forms, option agreements, shopping agreements, talent attachments, IP ownership. A sale is not a sale unless it's in writing. I don't move forward until I lock up all of my business first. Someone comes to me with an idea and they want me to shop it. Before we go into anything, I get the shopping agreement in place. Talent attachments, I do letters of intent. I'm in the middle of this process as we speak on several things. And so if you don't have the business locked up, you're setting yourself up for a lot of heartache down the line. So, you know, even if it's a friend, I tell people, when you're doing business with friends, if you really want to protect that relationship, You better lock it up in a contract so you guys aren't thinking about things, you know, only the creative and living the dream together. But the business is already handled in an agreement. So, you know, those are just the you know, things that I want to leave you with. Like number 10, just to, you know, close it all out, is just clarity sells, confidence sells, preparedness sells. And that's it. You know, it's no real secret formula to it. You just have to be ready, do the homework, cultivate great relationships, nurture those relationships, find ways, natural ways to tap into those relationships. Me, I do it on social media. People always feel like, I can't get to this person. Can you introduce? You can get to them. Most people are on social media now. So find them, find their handles. Facebook is really good about birthdays. So, you know, when it's their birthday, hit them up, wish them a happy birthday, send them a holiday card, whatever you need to do. Set you a calendar reminder every 2 months, every quarter, check in with these people, you know, just to nurture the relationship. And don't always come to them when you need something.
Yes.
You know, also, if they lose jobs, because there's so much restructuring going on. Don't just reach out when they're in position, reach out when they're not in position.
Mm-hmm.
When most people aren't reaching out. Just to let them know, hey, I still support you. If there's anything that I can do, if there's anything we can work on, any doors I can help open for you, or just, hey, just coming by to say hi and wishing you well on your next venture. You killed it at the last thing. Can't wait to see what you do next. Nurture those relationships, because again, people buy things and because they want to work with them, you know, not just because it's a great fit for them, but they like you. So be likable, be approachable, and form genuine relationships.
Yes. Oh my gosh, Donna Marie. Mic drop. Wait, I don't have a mic drop sound effect. I need more sound effects. I need more sound effects, but I do have this. But I thank you so much for
Thank you for having me.
You guys need to rewatch that. She gave you a whole list of things to help prepare. And a lot of those things are compliments to what is in the book. So I appreciate one, it's confirmation that, you know, the things that I teach are on the right track for the students, but it's also beautiful to hear that it's possible, that it's doable. A lot of times we're in our head with it, but if you change your mindset and embrace the business side, you can find success, but it is going to take that shift and help make sure that you are positioning yourself with a polished product so that you can sell it. So I appreciate you being on here today, Donna Marie. Dropping
Thank you for having me. And just, you know, your book is the plan. You can have all of these things in your head, but if you can't plan it out, if there's no structure to it, it's going to be hard for you to move forward. So like, get Londi's book, you know, take her classes, you know, become a part of her academy, because she knows what she speaks. I'm an executive out here doing it for real, and I can 1000% endorse this work. So continued success to you, Londi.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I didn't put her handle up there because she put it in her name. So if you want to follow Donna Marie, go to DM's Place on IG and you can follow her. And I'm sure people have questions for you. Like each guest today, I could have had on for an hour. I feel like I need my own Filmmakers talk show now because everybody today.
You need to do it more often.
That part. But I appreciate you for being here so much and taking time out of your busy schedule. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great weekend. All right. So you heard what Donna Marie said. Like, you got to get your business tight. I know it's not the sexy part. I know it's not the part we love, but it's the part that's going to set you up for success. Life happens, things happen, but when you have your business tight, you can maneuver. Things happen today. You see, my camera broke this morning, of course, of all the days. So I'm not working with my best cam, but that's okay. The show still goes on because I was prepared. May not be in the way that I wanted to, but at least I am prepared. And so the more prepared you are, the more you can maneuver when things happen. That's what the planner gives you. It allows you to be prepared to get your business affairs in order so you can approach people like my next guest, which I'm so happy to introduce. My next guest, who is wrapping up this amazing telethon today, is Jerome Cruchon, the film distributor, distribution expert, and go-to authority of getting independent films into the marketplace for 15 years. Okay. Plus, he's just put 15 years, but that's because he's a young man. But when I tell you he knows what he's doing, he knows what he's doing. He serves and provides ethical options for producers, directors to have success in the US, Canada marketplace with their movies without being ripped off by unscrupulous distributors. This is why I love Jerome, because we're going to dive into this. And so many people don't understand this process of how you can be ripped off. And so Jerome is the truth, and he keeps it honest. His all genres of movies are considered for distribution when working with Jerome, as well as full-length documentaries and completed TV series. Okay, so I cannot tell you how excited I am. I've had the pleasure of being on panels with Jerome. We used to be on Clubhouse together. We've spoken at film festivals together. He's come and spoken to my business group. And today I am so happy to welcome to the virtual stage, Jerome Cruchon. Hey, wait, I need your applause, Jerome. Wait, hold on. I'm getting better with these assets. Wait, hold on. Here we go. Wait, where is it?
Rome in the house.
Hi, my friend. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. So Jerome, wait, what I love about Jerome, you guys, so this is side fun note. When I was telling him, I sent him, okay, I want to talk about film distribution, and I made it sound all formal. And then he was like, Londi, that's like way too much. It should just be distribution is a field of landmines. Don't get blown up. And I was like, that is perfect. I'm changing the topic to that.
Yeah. And while it's a field of landmines, you have to crawl through the field. You can't just walk or run through the field. You have to crawl because you could get blown up by a distribution landmine.
Yes. So let's dive right into that. What does that mean? Because I think a lot of people, especially when you're green or just getting started and you're an indie filmmaker, you don't even understand. You don't know what you don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Let's talk about that a little bit.
Yeah. And I think the challenge is, is that it's kind of ties into what Donna Marie was just talking about being business oriented when you're going to pitch. You kind of have to wear both hats in this business to be really successful. Generally speaking, there are outliers. There are people who are totally creative and they don't have to worry too much about the business stuff. But if that's the case, then they usually have a partner who does handle all the business stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Think Brian Grazer of Howard Grazer, Ron Howard, Brian Grazer, people like that. So you have to really, when people make a movie or a TV series or a documentary film, they're creatives, obviously, and they have to really embrace the business side of the marketplace and placing your film and selling your film and getting the public to buy or rent or watch your film. That's part of the bit. That's the business side. Mm-hmm. And 90% of filmmakers, directors, producers don't really want to, they aren't great with that side. And many of them don't want to play in that part of this game, but it's necessary. It's a necessary evil, if you will. And you've got to think about, okay, I made a movie. I may not have thought about who my audience for the movie would be, because a lot of filmmakers don't think about that ahead of time. Okay, if you didn't, you should beforehand. But if you didn't, how do you got to figure it out. And when you figure it out, then you can target that audience. You can find that audience and target that audience to rent your movie for $5 or go to the movie theater and pay the $10 or $15 to watch your movie in the theater, rent it on Amazon or watch it on Tubi. And so it's really, that's where most filmmakers have a fail. That's where if people are going to fail, that's where most people fail. Now, they might have made a crappy movie, okay, and no one's going to watch it, okay. I mean, that is part of the that does happen. But let's say you made a decent movie, an okay movie at a bare minimum. And I know my line is really long, so at least on my screen it covers my chin. So sorry about that. But Andy, if you want to adjust that, you can. I don't know how to adjust it.
I got you.
So if you've made at least as a baseline an okay movie, then there is an audience for it. Okay, even if it's only on Tubi, there's an audience for it. And when I say only on Tubi, I mean Tubi is where we're seeing a lot of the revenue today for movies. And Tubi TV is your ad supported. We call it AVOD, AVOD. I don't know if you've got into acronyms today, but AVOD stands for ad supported video on demand. So, so Tubi is where we're seeing a lot of revenue for independent films today. The TVOD, which stands for transactional video on demand, has really cratered a lot since the pandemic. The pandemic changed the way the public would view en masse. It changed how the public would view content. So before, we could make a lot of money on TVOD potentially, Amazon,
Right.
Fandango at home, etc., cable VOD, direct TV, whatever. And since the pandemic, while subscription video on demand, SVOD subscription, was big, it got even bigger during the pandemic. And then AVOD, which was growing before the pandemic, skyrocketed during the pandemic because people, were hurting financially, and they didn't have the money, didn't want to spend $5 on a movie they don't know whether to be any good or not, or whether they'd like it or not. So, right. So that's what happened. That's what's happened over the past half decade now. So, and by the way, just for the people out there listening, you'll hear a lot of things. 9 out of 10 things you hear about distribution is wrong. Because first of all, people love to talk on social media, and they are usually talking out of their rear end. And they don't really know, or they heard something and now they're rephrasing it and telling it as though it's God, the divine truth, and it's not. So just know, when you hear people who are not distributors or not in distribution talking about distribution, they're probably wrong. And they're probably also talking about stuff that was true 5, 10, 15, 20 years ago, and it isn't true today. So you just have to be careful about that, because I hear every once in a while, I run into someone who's never watched Tubi, and they're like, "Oh, Tubi, that's the bottom of the barrel." And I'm like, what are you talking about? 15 years ago, sure. When 15 years ago, before it was even called Tubi, it was called had a different name. Yeah, that was considered very indie, a bottom of the barrel kind of thing, maybe make a little money, not a lot. And that's not today. And in fact, Tubi became so successful that one of the studios bought it, right?
Yeah.
So all the AVOD platforms, the major ones, almost all the major ones are owned by one of the movie studios, because they bought them all right before or right during the pandemic, which also happens. The big boy players always buy up the successful things that come up and become big. Netflix was the exception. Netflix could have been bought, but I think whatever offers came through, they didn't take them. And so Netflix became its own behemoth. Excuse me. So, and of course, the latest news is Netflix is aiming to buy Warner Brothers Discovery, or Warner Media. So, if that goes through regulatory, they're going to be even bigger. They'll be the biggest player. They'll be the biggest player on the block. So, excuse me, I'm getting over a cold, so I'll be drinking.
No worries. Real quick, while you're just pausing to take a sip. One, thank you for sharing what you just shared, because this is something that I teach, but I think, I'm really trying to get filmmakers to stop shying away from the business side, because they don't realize how they're actually doing themselves a detriment and not setting themselves up for success. And so the more that they can, start to think about marketing, even like in the planner, there's a whole section on building your fan base before you get started. So I love that you said that, because I've been saying, I call it the pre-production. So before you start doing any pre-production, when you've written that, even sometimes as you're writing the script, you should be thinking about, who is this for, right? I've been telling my students that your film is a product, and a product has to be marketable to consumers. So not just doing that general, oh, it's for women between the ages of 25 and 35. It's very specific. You create an avatar for that person. They shop here, they consume content here, they eat here, because then you know how to market to them. Right. And I think they make your job much easier, right? When you're trying to shop the project to a network. But correct me if I'm wrong, but that's how I see it. But I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that it's probably the bane of my existence with distribution is that when a film comes into me and I like it and I want to distribute it, we're always talking about what assets you have. Do you have the trailer? Yes, no. Do you have a poster? Yes, no. Invariably, probably I'll even say 98% of the time, the poster, or 90% of the time, the poster that they have is bad. It's not good. It's not going to communicate what it needs to communicate to get people to watch the film. So I've got to redo the poster. Right. And invariably, to do that, I need shots of the actors, of the main cast, because I'm going to use 1, 2, or 3, or 4 of them, or whatever. And the filmmaker doesn't have them. The producer doesn't have them. Well, why you didn't shoot anybody while you were shooting the movie? While they were on set in costume, in makeup, whatever. You didn't shoot any of this stuff? No. And I'm like, oh my God, that's like 101 marketing. Now most people in indie films don't understand that the studio movies and the big movies, they have a unit photographer on set.
Right.
Who's taking shots. We're not talking about the DP. We're talking about a person dedicated to taking shots with their professional camera setup of the actors in costume, candid, what we call candid shots, group shots when they're not filming. When they're filming, shots of the action while they're filming.
Right.
And not relying on screenshots when your movie is done.
Yeah.
Because the actors, often you want the actors looking out at you on a poster. Not always, sometimes. And actors are never looking at the camera during the movie. So how do you get an actor looking out to be on the poster with a wry smile in a comedy, or, whatever? I mean, you don't have any. I don't have any of this stuff. So I've got to go through the film, or my graphic designer does, and find possible screenshots. And that limits us. So we can't have a poster that I would like to have because of that.
Right.
It happens a lot. So what I tell people, I say, look, okay, I understand you can't afford a unit photographer to be there every day for your entire shoot, whether it's a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, because they cost money.
Right.
Well, have an intern, have a PA with your iPhone 16 or iPhone 17. And when the cast is not filming, you set them up in an area. You set up an area with a blank wall, blank screen behind them. And you take individual shots of the main cast in different costumes that they use during the film. And you do some group shots. If it's a romantic comedy, you'll do both the man and the woman, but you'll also do them together. You'll do lots of poses of them together, having fun or whatever. And you have hundreds of shots that you can give to the distributor, who can go, great, because your poster sucks. Great, I got something to work with, And people don't understand. The poster is your most important asset for getting the audience to buy your film.
Mm-hmm.
The poster, number one. And people don't. So people. Well, I look at the posters on Tubi, and there's a lot of crappy posters. Yes, there are a lot of crappy posters everywhere.
Right.
Are those movies making a lot of money?
Right.
Now,
right.
some do. I do see sometimes a crappy poster just happens to make a movie a ton of money, because it's not so much the poster. It's just something about the poster got people to click on it, and then they start watching it, and they like it. Okay, so the point is the poster is to get you, the audience member, to choose, select, start watching, and hopefully they get hooked within the first 5 to 10 minutes, and they stick with it.
Yeah, I love that you're saying this, because when I do think people put that last, we put all post-production things to after we're done, and we're not thinking about these things that will help sell and market our film. But, of course, I know I'm dating myself, but as a kid walking through Blockbuster or, Curtis Mathis, where I'm from, I'm looking at the DVD covers, right? Which is technically a form of the poster, to see if I like it. Sometimes I pick a movie, based on the cover, not necessarily that I had seen it yet or that I knew anything about it, but I'm interested because the cover's interesting, and the movie may be good or suck. I don't know, but cover pulled me in.
Yeah, we all do that. We whether people realize it or not, we all do that. When it's late at night and you need to veg out for an hour or a half hour or an hour and a half, and you're all right, there's hundreds of thousands of offerings on the platforms, hundreds of thousands. Okay. And you're not going to spend 5 hours looking for something. You're going to spend, you want to find something in 5 minutes, ideally, or less, right? So you're scanning. You're not looking and read at every little JPEG, reading the title.
Right.
Nobody does that. I don't know anybody who does that. I don't do that. I'm looking for a poster. Okay, I want to watch a horror movie, say. And I go to the horror selections. I'm looking for something that grabs my attention. And when some poster grabs my attention, I look at the title. I haven't seen that one. And then I read the little 1 or 2 sentence synopsis. Well, at that point, as the producer of that movie, you're halfway to a sale, or you're halfway to a watch.
Right.
If you got people to stop on your poster, look at the title, and read the little 1 sentencer, you're halfway there. Now they just got to go, yeah, I'll give it a shot. Or maybe I might come back to that. Let me keep going. Right. And on Tubi, on the AVOD platforms, people are usually not watching the trailers because they can just click on start watching it for free. And if they like it, they'll stick with it. If they don't, they leave. So trailers are important for TVOD. Or your movie's playing in the theater, but on AVOD, I never watch trailer. When I'm looking for something on AVOD, I'm not watching the trailer. I don't need to spend 2 minutes to decide. I'm deciding now. I'm clicking to watch or I'm not. So trailer is your number 2 most important asset.
Yes.
But poster's number 1, and I don't know. I mean, I could go on and on about that.
But I love that. No, because you're absolutely right. And we've got to quit putting that at last. I'm really trying to get filmmakers to make the main thing the main thing, and understanding that actually making your movie itself is not always the main thing. It's not, it is important, and to make a quality film is important, but these other aspects are part of the filmmaking process that when you sleep on them, you actually are hurting yourself to get distribution, to sell your project, to license it, because you haven't put these steps in place. And now you're just making something that it's not going to have a home because you don't really know where it belongs. And you make it hard for someone like yourself to even try to sell it.
Yeah. I mean, for me, I get a lot of submissions. I have probably 15, 16 in my queue to watch, to review for possible distribution. So I always have a lot of people. I get a lot of submissions. 9 out of 10 I pass on. So I'm very, very selective. And when I decide to take something on or pass, Yeah, it is based on the film itself. It's not based on the poster. The poster comes, after I decide, okay, I'm going to handle this movie, I'm going to distribute it, and now we need to work on generating revenue for this movie.
Right.
But if the movie's at least, like before that baseline is at least okay, if it's at least okay, and I think that I can generate revenue with it, I'll take a chance. I'll take a flyer on. I'll take a chance on it. Now, I prefer the movies that are really good or excellent, but here's I probably shouldn't say this, but here's the truth. A lot of really good movies don't make money. I mean, I know a lot of people kind of know that, but it's really true. And you can make a mediocre movie and make a killing if it's a decent mediocre movie. So I do want people to make good movies, but I'm seeing all ranges. I'm seeing good to horrible. Now, if it's horrible, I'm going to pass. If the sound and the photography is horrible, I'm going to pass.
Right.
Or if the acting's bad. But if it's at least watchable, if it's okay, and it hits the right demographic, it can make a lot of money. So I encourage people to do their best to make a good film, and have good sound, and have a decent director of photography, and have decent actors. It's not hard to find good actors in almost any city. There's going to be actors that are decent, at least. Excuse me. And and when it comes to sound, one of the problems, maybe one of the biggest problems in indie filmmaking, besides the script, right? The script is key. Having a good script. I will watch some movies where it's clear that there's a lot of improvisation going on.
Right.
And you see a lot of that on Tubi. You see a lot of movies where you're like, what? Why are they going on in this scene? It just seems like they're just babbling. Yeah, well, edit the scene. Edit the scene.
Cut it, please.
Cut it. And so a lot of indie filmmakers, they haven't gone to school for filmmaking, and that's okay. I didn't. But they also don't understand some of the basic rules. And I know I'm not here to talk about how to be a better filmmaker, but at the same time, as a distributor, if a scene starts with a phone call, hello, hey, how are you today? I'm good. What's going on? Oh, not too much. I mean, I don't need. We don't want, your audience doesn't want to hear that crap. Okay.
Right.
Hey, you start the scene after the scene has already started, right? So maybe you write a scene and it's 5 pages long, and no scene should be more than 3 pages long anyways. Okay.
Right.
Filmmakers, no scene, unless you're Quentin Tarantino or Spike Lee, no scene should be longer than 3 minutes. Okay. That's a hard and fast rule that a lot of auteur and professional filmmakers break, but they are able to break it and do it really well.
Right.
And many indie filmmakers, and many indie filmmakers cannot do it well. So start the scene after what we say is after the scene's really started. Okay, you told me yesterday you could start a scene right off the bat. Okay, you told me yesterday you were going to do X. Instead of, hello, how are you? Oh, I'm good. Well, how's your day going? Good. And then end the scene before the scene is over, right? Okay, we're done talking. Okay, we're done. Okay, bye-bye. Bye-bye. Nobody says bye on the phone in film and TV.
Right.
Almost nobody.
Right.
And we accept that as the audience members. We're not, well, they didn't, like, that phone call didn't end normally. Nobody thinks that or says that. I was just watching a segment of The Sopranos last night. Great show, great series. And I don't know even why I was watching it. I guess it just popped up, and I just started watching this. And there's a phone call with James Gandolfini. And exactly, the phone call, they might have started the phone call, but they always start it in such a way that we're not hearing the hello bullshit.
Right.
Sorry, but, and they never say bye. It's like, okay, get it done. we're on to the next scene, or whatever. So
Yeah. Yeah.
um,
We call that you come in late and you leave early. We don't
thank
need
you.
the whole getting dressed and doing all that. When you write that script, you come in late, right? We start because it's all about the meat, and that's not pushing the story forward. So come in late, start in the middle of the conversation, leave early. We don't have to see, and then they exited and they closed the door behind them and they had to lock it. And don't nobody care about that. Just
And that I know, and so when I see movies like that, I'm like, usually it's just a pass. I mean, I don't give feedback. A lot of filmmakers want feedback. I don't give feedback. I don't give notes. That's a note that I could give to half the films I pass on, but I'm not gonna. I mean, I can't. I don't have the time to interface with filmmakers to tell them why their film sucks.
right. Right. Which is why you need to do your due diligence before you go to someone like Jerome. Like, this is why you learn technique. Because I think what happens, to be honest with you, Jerome, is people hear, oh, you can just make a movie, get your iPhone, do whatever. And yes, you can. Yes, you can just make a very dynamic movie with your iPhone.
Right.
But if you don't understand technique, it's not going to be good, right? You can also make a very horrible movie with the most expensive cinema camera. Because if you don't understand technique, then it's not going to be good. And so when you understand these fundamental techniques, which we do cover some of them in the book, right, in the planner, then you can make something of quality that you can bring to someone. But otherwise, you're wasting your distributor's time. Like if you're trying to get Jerome to sign onto your project, but you haven't even practiced the craft, why should he take the time to school you on it, right?
Yeah.
And so you got to do that. You got to learn.
Yeah. And the other big problem, so script is key, and then sound. And I mention this just because these are the two big things for the reasons why I pass on a lot of movies. The sound is bad and not fixable, or it's going to be the film needs a whole overhaul. Now, if I really like the movie, I will tell the filmmakers, look, you guys got sound problems. I don't know if they're fixable, but if you think you can fix them and you want to give it a shot, and then resubmit it to me and I'll take a look at it. And that happens sometimes.
Right.
The problem is that a lot of people think that they can use the mic and the camera for their recording all their sound.
Oh my goodness. I'm so glad you're saying this. I literally just talked to a student out of this the other day.
I'm like, are you out of your freaking mind? Or they get a little Tascam and they set it in the middle of the room and it's picking up everything in the room.
Yes.
It's picking up the birds outside. It's picking up the helicopter that just flew overhead. I mean, first of all, you got a helicopter or plane flying overhead. Stop the scene and wait till it passes.
Right. Right.
But you can't use a Tascam like that
Right.
for a movie or a TV show.
Right.
And you can't use the mic and a camera because the actors are different amount of footages away from the camera typically, and the camera mic is going to be like usually an omnidirectional kind of mic, so it's going to pick up everything in the room and not just that actor's sound and that actor's sound. So I'm watching these movies, and Billy Bob sounds normal, but Billy Joel or Jane Sue across the room sounds far away.
Right.
And I'm like, okay, first of all, that won't pass many platforms QC
Right.
process. Now, Tubi is very forgivable on a lot of technical issues,
Right.
but not all platforms are. And Tubi is getting a little tougher. And people are now getting their lower quality movies. Some of them, people are getting them rejected by Tubi because Tubi doesn't want these movies with shitty sound. Because if it's really bad, people stop watching. And if people stop watching, that movie, the algorithms then don't favor that film and it falls away and it never makes money, So, I don't know why people think it's okay to do that. I guess because they hear stories in the community about, Frank just made a movie with his iPhone and that's all he used. And he's just made $30,000 from the distributor.
Right.
Well, okay. He got lucky.
Yeah. Or he may have done a silent film or did something unique that you're missing. Because that's the other thing. People hear these stories, but they don't do their due diligence to find out how it worked. I've seen this happen where I heard a filmmaker, when we used to be on Clubhouse, a filmmaker had talked about how he made a very dynamic cinematic film with just $50,000. And that's all someone heard, right? So, oh, I want to do it. I was talking to this person afterwards. They're like, oh, I want to do it. I was like, you missed the rest of what he said. He is a cinematographer. He knows color correcting. He knows sound design. His wife is a stunt person. He has a lot of named actor friends. He called in a lot of favors. He did the majority of the work himself. He understood codecs and all this stuff. Like, he's a one-man band. If you don't have that skill set, then you're not going to have the same result. What it takes for you to make a movie is going to be different because he has a skill set that allows him to do all these things. So he doesn't need all these people, and he was able to keep his budget small. So listen to it. But we hear the key parts that we like. 50,000 made 300,000. I want to do what he did.
Yeah.
You have the skills that he has.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. It's night and day. And I'm not, and you know, and look, I just I just saw a movie recently, a movie that was submitted to me. Really well done. All no-name actors, but really professionally done. And I'm like, every time I see that, I'm always kind of blown away. I don't see it often, but when I see it, I'm like, okay, wait, who is this filmmaker? I'll go look them up on IMDb, just because I'm assuming at that point they must have a lot of credits. I just don't know who they are.
Right.
And this filmmaker doesn't have a lot of credits. I'm like, okay, wait, the production was too good for him to have no credits.
Right.
Oh, I found him on. He's got a post-production. He's got a production post-production business.
Yeah.
Oh, I like the light. Okay, there you go. That's why this looks good, and that's why it's well done, because he makes commercials and industrials and is hired to do tons of stuff. He knows how to shoot. He knows how to edit. He knows how to put shit together. So there's always a reason why when we see something really professional, it's professional because they've got the experience. Now, for all the filmmakers out there listening today or whenever this is being replayed, if you don't have that experience, that's okay. But like Landy says, you know, get her planner, study filmmaking. You don't have to go to school, but you know, then do the Quentin Tarantino method, you know, which is just to watch a lot of movies and look at how scenes are constructed. Look at where they're placing the camera. Look at how they're cutting things together. Study that, right? I mean, that's what he did. Yep. And, you know, and probably Spike Lee as well, because, you know, for those, I don't know how many people, you know, a lot of people, I mentioned Spike Lee's first movie. People are like, what? That was his first movie? You know, She's Gotta Have It.
Right.
Like, you know, look at She's Gotta Have It. Entertaining film. Not shot beautifully, but it's you know, it's potent.
Right.
And you can see the talent. You can see the director's talent in that film, you know, and that's why that launched him. So, you know, there's always, or Robert Townsend, you know. A lot of people don't know who Robert Townsend is today. I mean, you should know who he is.
But dating ourselves, but I know who he is.
You know, but you know, the movie called Hollywood Shuffle. For those of you who don't know, go rent and watch Hollywood Shuffle. That was his first movie as a filmmaker, if I'm not mistaken. Mm-hmm. And you know, and you can see that these people who, you know, look, we have to start somewhere. Everybody starts somewhere, but really work on script and work on production. And really develop the skills. And so, studying with you, studying with Landy, watching movies, it's really important, because if you make a good movie and it's got something and you've got the right audience who tunes into it, you know, you can make a living at this business. It's not easy. It's not easy. Anybody says it's easy is full of it. It's not easy, but you can.
Yes. I totally agree, but you have to start to learn the skill set, and that's why I'm teaching these things. You know, you don't have to go to film school, but you need to know technique and you need to understand business because. And I'm curious for you, and then we're gonna wrap up. But I'm just
Sure.
curious to hear from you. You know, so many people are nervous about AI, and we've been hearing how AI. You know, you can make a whole movie with AI and all these things. But what are you seeing on the distribution end for those filmmakers who still want to make a traditional movie and, you know, are worried about what the future is going to look like in the next, not even, I want to say year, but like 6 months? What would you say to those filmmakers in regards to preparing themselves for the changes that we're seeing?
Um, it's hard to say. I'm really a bad prognosticator because everybody in this industry is a bad prognosticator. We predict things and then they don't like, I don't know, 10 years ago, 8 years ago, Steven Spielberg and George Lucas and somebody else were on a panel and they said movie theaters are going to die. They'll be gone in 10, 20 years. And I'm like, these guys, you guys sitting on your pedestals making proclamations like that, which I think were ludicrous.
Right.
But that ricocheted around the world, and everybody was talking about it. And movie theaters aren't dead; they're not going to die. I just saw on Facebook somebody said movie theaters are going to be dead in a couple of years. No, they're not. They're not going to be dead.
Right.
Come on, now. Granted, they're not where they were the revenues pre-pandemic, but who knows? They're still making money.
Right.
So I don't know where we will end up with AI. I think that there will probably be some movies made with AI, and maybe entirely, partially for sure, but maybe entirely that become successful. I kind of have this feeling that, okay, so with AI generated characters, there's no soul behind
Right.
the eyes.
Right.
Right. And we are and human beings are responding when we watch with live actors or real actors.
Right.
We are responding to their essence, their being, their soul in the character they're in.
Right.
So now in an AI, that isn't going to be there.
Right.
Now, does that mean it won't work? No, because animated films work.
Yes.
Animated films don't have any soul, actual eyes or soul or essence of the character. All they have is the real actor's voice narrating, voicing that character. And so really good animated films can work.
Right.
But does that mean really good AI generated characters headlining a movie can work? Maybe. I don't think it'll work en masse, but I think it will work at times.
Right. It might just be a new avenue, just like animation. You know what I mean? Like it might just be the new thing, but it doesn't. Because I totally agree with you. I think the pandemic proved that as humans, we crave human connection. You know, everyone thought that was a great example of, well, now theaters are going to be gone because we got streaming and streaming just exploded. But when people were able to go back to the movie, they wanted to because they liked the human connection of sitting in a communal place and watching something together and experiencing each other's energy. And so we crave human connection. And I think the more AI takes off, the more we're going to continue to crave it. How we consume things may change, but the human connection is clearly always going to be something that other humans desire. And, I love that prediction that maybe AI will just be another avenue like animation and, regular films. Maybe we'll have AI films as another option. So who knows?
Who knows? I think for filmmakers today, if I'm going to worry about anything, worry about having a really good script, a tight script,
yes,
an entertaining story, whatever that is, whether it's comedy, drama, horror, hood, whatever. And by the way, I guess I should say this because this is important. But movies, dramas without name cast, comedies without name cast, coming of age films without name cast. Those films are not really making a lot of money these days.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're able to, if you're casting actors and you don't have the budget for name actors, and it's really important that you want to make money back, then stick with horror, thriller, hood, urban,
Faith-based? Maybe faith-based?
faith-based, yes, Christian, faith-based, maybe family, depending upon, you know, the story and the age of the characters, the main characters. You know, if that's really important to you. Granted, there are certain films that, you know, that just you can't, you know, it costs more money to do a horror or a thriller typically.
Right.
You know, doing a comedy or drama is easy. All you need, you know, you don't have to have a lot of special practical effects,
Right.
stuff like that. But that's kind of key right now, because people want escapism. People want escapist entertainment.
Right.
Life is hard for most people. Life is hard or challenging, and we're in an environment where people come home after a long day, work, whatever. They got a family or they got kids. They got to take care of them. They're tired. They don't have maybe a lot of time before they go to bed. They just want to veg.
Right.
They don't want to watch a drama.
Right.
That will reflect issues in those characters' lives that they're already dealing with. They just want to escape. So
Yes.
whether it's a comedy, you know, or it's, you know, I mean, this is why late at night on the major networks, you'll see these reruns of The Neighborhood or Modern Family or whatever. They're a half hour. Yes, they're reruns, but they run through the middle of the night and people can veg for a half hour before they go to bed. Apparently, a lot of people do because that's why they license and run this stuff.
Right.
You know? So just keep that in mind, you know.
I love that. I love that. Thank you. So any last words that you'd like to say to filmmakers before we wrap up, Jerome?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I didn't really get into this part of it, but you know, when you're looking for a distributor, if you're not going to self-distribute, I mean, there's two ways to go about it when you've made a movie: self-distribution or working with a distributor. If you're going to self-distribution is hard as hell. Not for the faint of heart. So, you know, if you want to do that, you can, but it's very hard to make a lot of money just doing self-distribution. I've been there, I've done it, and so have a lot of people I know. But if you work with a distributor, you got to pick the right one. You know, you got to pick one that wants to work with you, wants to handle your project, but also is going to be committed to helping you have success with it. And most distributors today for indie film don't really care. So you just have to be careful, right? There's a lot of distributors that operate kind of as mills. You know, they pick up 20, 30 movies in a month, throw them against the wall. If something sticks, great. If none of them stick, no, c'est la vie. They don't care. You know, you really want someone that's going to give a shit. And there's not a lot of distributors out there in the indie film space that really give a shit.
Yeah.
But you know, I do, and you know, and there's a few of us out here who, if we take something on, we're going to really work with you to try to have it be successful.
Right.
And I don't recommend working with a distributor that will require you to pay money up front for anything.
Thank you for saying that. Yes.
There are some of those. If you want to do that, you can, but you're basically paying them to handle your movie, and then there's no incentive for them to really work at it. They've already gotten paid. They got their $5, $6, $7 grand, and you know, and they can move on to the next movie, and they'll throw it out there, and you'll feel good that it's out there. But you know,
there's no real effort behind it. Yeah.
So
that's great.
That's one of the big landmines. You know, all the land. I mean, there's a lot of landmines.
You're another person that we could have a full hour of distribution. You guys are really making me feel like I need a talk show for filmmaking, or maybe my YouTube channel. I can start having you guys on so we can really deep dive into this stuff. But
sure.
I do feel like these are the pitfalls where filmmakers get stuck. And so I appreciate you for coming on and even touching, just on the surface of what filmmakers can look out for and the things that they need to do to make their film sellable or bankable so that they can get distribution and actually generate revenue from it.
Yeah.
So if you want to learn more about Lionheart Distribution, I have Jerome's website on the screen. Go check it out right there. I'm gonna do it one more time. Check it out right there. Make sure you reach out. Jerome, thank you so much for being on and for your support and always saying yes when you can. What I love, I may not talk to you often, but if I reach out to Jerome and he's in town, he's like, Londi, I'm in. So thank you for that.
Exactly. Yeah, my pleasure. My pleasure. And good luck with this book launch or relaunch. And everybody, get the book. Londi knows what she's talking about. She's very experienced, and she cares. She cares about you. If you're working with her, she does care about you, and I think I hopefully you all get that. So she's someone good to have on your side.
Thank you, Jerome. Enjoy your weekend. Feel better. I hope you feel better.
Every day, a little bit better every day.
Awesome. You take care. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, everyone. So as you heard, as we get ready to wrap up today, I hope you got some gems. We didn't sell 2,000 books right this moment, but we're on a mission. This is my mission this month. We're going to sell 2,000 books. I want to help filmmakers win. Share about this. This is going to live on my YouTube page, Blue Child Academy. So if you go to YouTube.com/Blue Child Academy, you'll be able to see this live. Make sure you share this. There was a lot of great information dropped. If you've been wanting to know about distribution, if you were wanting to know how to sell a show, right? Donna Marie gave 10 tangible steps on how to sell a show. We heard Carl talk about his journey with directing for television and that process and how he was able to do that. You heard Tony talk about what he needs in order to get films financed and why sometimes he's not able to get your film financed because you're not coming with the right things that he needs. You don't have a business plan. You haven't thought out distribution. You don't have a marketing strategy. You don't have anything. You just have this amazing film that you think you can get out to people, but you haven't done the work. So if you need help with that, the book covers all of that. We deep dive into all of that stuff. I'm going to share my screen again. I just have too many things open. The book has all of these things to help you be able to get these people on board, right? There we go. So if you notice, we have a whole section on creating a marketing strategy. You heard both Donna Marie and Jerome talking about you needed to understand your audience and how to market to them. We have a whole section in this book with marketing ideas, even of how to think outside the box to market your film. We have that's building your team. So how to market your film, right? Just the basics. No one's expecting you to be this perfect marketer, but you need to be able to speak to how you can get your audiences engaged and get them excited. These things give you negotiating power. You heard both Donna Marie and Jerome talk about that, right? Having a full marketing strategy, having ancillary products. Who said you can't start making money with your film before you actually put it out there? You totally can. And the book breaks down how to do that. The planner breaks that down, even for the marketing strategy, having some short-term goals, so little tangible things that you can do, and then some long-term goals. Okay, this is going to take me longer, so I can do these few things, right? For this, for this couple months. And then, maybe in the next 6 to 9 months, I can do these things. And so you're being strategic, that everything is being released strategically. I'm going to release this much while I'm kind of working on my script and doing my pre-production. Then during production, I'll release this. Then after, I'll release this. And you can show to a film financier, look, we've been generating revenue even as we've been making the movie. So we can guarantee that the investor that you bring to the table will be able to get their money back to them because we're already thinking this way. These are the things that creatives who are not doing this are going to get left in the dust because the industry is changing rapidly and you need to be prepared. And this book will help you, this planner rather, will help you get prepared. So again, I've been showing today a lot of the digital planner, and it has like I said, clickable little tabs here, takes you back to the timeline. We have a whole timelines goals for 12 months of all the steps that you can do. And then you can go down to each month. Again, this is how the digital planner looks, and have your checklist for each quarter segments, right? And then you can kind of review each quarter on the side. And in the paperback planner, the paperback planner does not come with the tabs. Let me stop sharing that for a second. The paperback planner doesn't come with tabs, but you can purchase the tabs, so that way you can still, kind of flip to everything very easily. The tabs are sold separately, but if you go to the website, you can have access to those. And as you see, she's going to demo in just a second, but you can put the tabs in. They're available again separately on the website. And that way you can flip to things easily. Now, you don't have to have the tabs, but the tabs just make it a little easier to kind of find this different sections in the paperback book. And then, like I said, in the digital book, it comes with clickable tabs. For the digital book, you will need a note-taking app like Notability or GoodNotes, so that the tabs can function the way that they need to when you click on them. But everything is available to you, so you have no excuse. And if you want some support through going through all of this, if you're like, okay, this all sounds good, but I feel like I'm going to need some community, as we talked a lot today. Carl talked about having a community and having that support. Blue Child at my community, at my school, I'm talking fast now, Blue Child Academy, we have a lot of that. So if you go to londymaduro.com, right? If you go to londymaduro.com, you can see the classes that we have coming up. Next month, we have our Profitable Filmmakers Challenge. That's a 5-day workshop that kind of talks through some of these business things. We have Monday through Friday. So 5 days, walks you through some of these business things that we talked about. It's a quick little class, right? It's a challenge. So you're not going to get deep details, but it'll get you started. So if you get the book and then you have that as a support, and then you take the challenge and you have the nuggets to get you started. What will really help you through the entire process is Blue Child Academy. That's our 12-month program where we deep dive into all these things. This book, the planner that we've been talking about today, is the curriculum for the academy. So we go step by step with the planner in the academy. But if you just want the book just to kind of get you started, and you're just trying to dabble in understanding the business things, then I would say get the planner, and then also sign up for the challenge. It's only $97 at general admission. So it's the least expensive thing that I do as a class, but it's a great start to get you started. And again, if you go to londymaduro.com/classes and workshops, I'm typing in the chat and I'm not good at typing and talking. Classes and workshops. You can get information for that as well, but get the planner, guys. Right now it's on sale for the relaunch. It's only $49, and it's a workbook, so that's why it's $49. On Amazon, it's $79, and I don't want you to have to pay $79. That wasn't the price I chose. Amazon made me do it. So I want you to get this good information so that you can start generating revenue. So you can step to film financiers like Tony. So you can step to film distributors like Jerome and have your package ready, and not have your film turned away because you weren't prepared and you didn't have the information you needed. There's no excuse for that, y'all. You can get what you need. So share this. Again, this is going to live on my YouTube page, Blue Child Academy. Share this video. Tell your friends, your friend, to tell a friend, to tell a friend, to get the Ultimate Feature Film Production Planner. This is the perfect holiday gift for a filmmaker that you love. But if you want it in time for Christmas, you need to order soon, because it does take a little while. These are made on demand, and so it does take a little bit to get them made. It allow about 10 days for shipping and all that good stuff. So make sure you order your book today. Stop sleeping and procrastinating and get your book today, y'all, because it's going to make a difference. And I do these things because I want to see you win. I do. I spent my whole day on on this live today because I want to see you win. So I'm going to continue with this launch. Again, please continue to share about it. I hope you got a nugget. I hope you found it helpful, not just entertaining. Go back and watch the sections that, you know, maybe resonated with you or you need a little more information. Okay. Thank you for being with me. Thank you for sitting through technical difficulties. I know my camera wasn't the best. I have no idea why it died. It died because I was doing a live. Okay. I was like, I don't know what's happening, but that's okay. It's okay. The nuggets are the nuggets, regardless if I had great camera or not, right? The nuggets are the nuggets. And I'm just happy that you were here with me today. Thank you, everyone, for joining me. Enjoy your weekend, and hopefully I will see you again soon.